Chapter 22, XXII, Temerarious. Temerarious, temres, recklessly, rashly or presumptuously daring. Mid-16th century English, from Latin temerarious from temere rashly plus, use. For all of about 3 seconds, Kurama worries about Naruto's possible reactions to the newest addition to their little troupe. And, really, they need some kind of name or something, now that there are 7 of them. The Bureau of Accidental Jinchuriki Acquisitions, maybe, that sounds nice and formal and not at all like Kurama doesn't have a single fucking clue what he's doing here. After those 3 seconds, though, Kurama screws his head back on straight, remembers that this is Naruto he's talking about, and decides to operate on the assumption that Naruto will be goddamned overjoyed to find out there's another human container tagging along with them. While it doesn't get him any closer to knowing what he's doing, it's at least a pretty decent start. From where she's curled into a tiny little ball under his hari, Yujida makes a quiet, contented noise and tucks the covering garment halfway up over her face. Smothering a soft chuckle, Kurama carefully sets another scavenged log on the fire, trying not to let too many sparks jump free. The risk of discovery is worth the comfort right now, for him and Yujida both. She's tired, a good bit more battered than he likes, and hasn't strayed further than a few feet from his side since they got back to the camp, but Kurama can already feel her chakra reserves restoring themselves. Madatabi may be the second weakest of the Bija, but she's still a Bija. Just holding still is letting her start gathering nature chakra again, and with a day or 2 of rest, Kurama is confident that both Madatabi and Yujida will be back to full strength. Another girl. Fuji keeps her voice low where she's curled in his lap, but she sounds pleased nevertheless. And she's cute, too. Do we get to keep her, Kurama-sama? Kurama blows out in a grieved breath, shoving wayward strands of hair back behind his ears. Like I have a choice, he grouses. Madatabi's a catty witch. She knew I wouldn't be able to say no. Coiled across Kurama's shoulders, head resting neatly on his black paws, Momiji opens one blue eye and scoffs softly. Right, he says, mild as milk. That's where you ended up with not 1 Jinchuriki child, but 4. Because you were manipulated into dragging them along. Shut the hell up, Phobal, Kurama growls, though he also pitches his voice low. There were extenuating circumstances. 4 times over, Fuji adds innocently and gives a fox grin when Kurama glares at her. Oh, stop it, Kurama-sama. You knew exactly what you were doing, taking them in. Well, Kurama's glad someone believes that, because he sure as hell doesn't. This all started as a way to find somewhere safe for Naruto to hang out. The fact that it snowballed into a cross-continental chase that probably has him on every major villager's shit list is still a little hard to wrap his head around at times. But whatever. This is all Kakashi's fault. If he hadn't made an ass of himself trying to pull Kurama away from Naruto, they'd all still be happy as clans in their rightful places. Except Gaara would still be miserable, treated like a monster. F would be trying to run away, only to be dragged back kicking and screaming. Yujida. Kurama doesn't want to think about what would have happened to Yujida. How fast do you think we can make it to Kuri? He asks, turning his attention back to the fire as a log shifts and falls in a spray of sparks. Momiji hums thoughtfully, swishing his tails. It will be a little slower now that there's 1 more, not that she weighs much, but we should make it to the border of this country by a little afternoon as long as we get a decent start tomorrow. If I remember correctly, there's a chain of islands off the coast. Our fastest route would be along their path, near where the ruined ninja village is. In that area, there can only be 1 village, he mains. Kurama saw Yuzushiya Dakira a few times through Mido's eyes, though only on brief visits. By the time he'd been settled enough in his prison to stop raging constantly, Hashirama had been dead, and Judy had tied Mido to Konoha. He's never seen the ruins. His Naruto had no interest, even when he knew where his clan came from, and it had been too open to seek refuge from Kaguya there. Apparently he's going to get his chance now, though. Yuzushiya, he says, because Kushina and Mido's ancestral home deserves to be named at the very least. Yeah, that should be a good waypoint. There's another island northeast of it, and then a long haul straight across the sea toward a country. We should wait until morning to try that stretch. It's a fair distance, and there's usually enough fog to make it treacherous. I've never been that far east, Momiji admits. Just to the edges of the closer islands. Some of the other 5-tailed foxes have gone all the way there, but I like the north better than all the wet. Well, there goes hoping Momiji magically knows a way past water country's borders, or, optimistically, the walls of Korea itself. Still, the mere fact that they don't have to rent a boat in Whirlpool country and try to sneak in through a port makes Kurama's life about 300 times easier. He's not about to start getting picky. No worries. I've been there twice, even if they were official visits, and I never got to see a lot of the village. Shouldn't be too hard for me to locate Saikan, though he's always been pretty easygoing, might even be convinced to come out and meet us. Kurama glances over at Naruto, then lets his gaze slide an inch right to settle on crimson hair, then green, and finally blonde. Yudakada will be able to take care of them with Saikan's help. He took care of Hodera pretty damn well after he became a missing nen, after all, and Kurama has faith that being good with kids has at least a little to do with personality. The man's the son of the Sandai Mizukage, too. If he doesn't know a good hiding spot for 4 prepubescent Jinchuriki near Kuri, no one will. Maybe you should sleep, Kurama-sama, Fuji suggests gently, sliding out of his lap and shaking herself briskly. I'll keep watch for a while. You and Momiji should rest. Thanks, Fuji, Kurama says after a moment's hesitation, because he really is tired. On top of that, there's a whole new set of things to worry about, because their food is running out and the fact that it's winter will make for slim hunting if Kurama wants to go that route. The very last of the mission pay from Konoha might be able to buy the 7 of them a meal, but Kurama will save that until he has no other choice. Something else might turn up tomorrow, though their luck hasn't been entirely terrible these last few days. Maybe they can make it to Korea in time. Kurama really fucking hopes so. By the time they drag themselves into one of the tiny border towns between Fire Country and Rice Paddy Country, Kakashi is 175% convinced that he must have been a genocidal axe murderer his past life. One who ate kittens for breakfast. And babies for lunch. And probably rounded out his dinner with the blood of virgins and the spleens of his enemies, because anything less would not leave Kakashi subjected to this. The Nadame totally could have kicked the Shodane's ass. He just held back because they were brothers. Shisui insists fervently. Ten scoffs loudly. I refuse to believe the extent of your idiocy. Senju Hashirama was called the god of shinobi for a reason. There's no way he would have lost to Tobirama. Shisui makes it sound like he's contemplating homicide. Kakashi knows the feeling. Yeah, whatever. Tobirama invented more jutsus and seals than anyone in recorded history, before the founding of the villages or after. He totally would wipe the floor with a one-trick pony like Hashirama. At that, Ten squawks, flails, and nearly falls off the branch. One-trick pony. He's the Shodan. And besides, shouldn't you be rooting for him? Tobirama hated the Uchiha. Bad press, Shisui dismisses with a lazy wave. Did you know there were rumors about him and his aide, Uchiha Kagami? Clan gossip says Kagami is why Tobirama never married. I think that's a pretty big check in the doesn't hate Uchiha's column. We are not discussing the Hokage's hypothetical love lives, Ten's retorts a little tartly. We are going to shut up now, because Itachi and I have been listening to this conversation for the last 4 hours, Kakashi interrupts, just slightly desperate. And before that it was an in-depth discussion on which of Konoha's Jounin has the best ass. For the record, Kakashi's name came up 14 times and he feels a little violated. Porn is one thing, this is another entirely. At least his beloved Isha doesn't give assessments and assign marks based on coverture and perkiness. Whoever he killed in his past lives to deserve this, Kakashi is truly, deeply sorry. Thank you, Captain, Itachi says with utmost sincerity. He looks a little wild around the eyes himself, not that Kakashi blames him in the slightest. Shisui makes a noise that sounds distinctly like a loser's and then says in a more normal tone, the village is just around the next hill. Separate and approach from different angles. Kakashi weighs the options. If they separate, that's double the chances of finding Kurama, but they'll be at reduced strength if they do manage to stumble over him. On the other hand, sticking together gives them more power, but also makes them a hell of a lot more noticeable. Separate, Itachi suggests quietly. We can meet in the center of the village. I don't think Uzumaki is here, and we'll be able to pick up a trail faster if we're apart. Assuming he even stopped here, Kakashi thinks a touch pessimistically. It's just about the last place to resupply before entering Hot Springs country, which is sparsely populated outside of its hidden village, so Kakashi has to presume he did. After all, Kakashi has seen Naruto eat, an appetite like that can't be easy to feed. Kurama is rather memorable. If he passed through, they'll find out soon enough. If he happens to still be here, whoever encounters him first can at least stall him long enough for the others to notice, so the risk isn't as great as it could be. Separate, Kakashi agrees. Shisui, circle around and take the east, Tense, the south. Itachi, keep going and approach from the west. I'll take the north. There's a blur of motion on 3 parts, and Kakashi heads left, keeping a sharp eye on the shadows in the woods. It's early morning, and there's always the chance that Kurama decided to camp somewhere. If they could find him breaking camp, maybe talk to him. What Kurama's doing is stupid. He's got practically every village on his tail or braced for his arrival, is weighed down with at least 2 and possibly 3 kids, and is not able to move fast enough to keep ahead of Kakashi's team indefinitely. Maybe Kakashi can make him see reason. Maybe they can get through this without another war starting. Kakashi doesn't want to be responsible, even peripherally, for a 4th World War. That's not a legacy he wants to attach to the Hat-89. His father's memory deserves better. The village is small and a little worn, a traveler's rest stop more than anything built for tourists or wealthy merchants. Shaking off his dark thoughts, Kakashi slips in through a narrow avenues lined with weathered houses and makes for the main street. There's one in that he can see, sandwiched between a small grocery store and a weapons shop, with... There's a flash of red hair, the cadence of a voice raised in aggravation, and Kakashi darts into the shadows and goes still, hardly daring to breathe. Can't believe you talked me into staying in that rat trap, the man says, voice muffled to the point where Kakashi can't tell if it's Kurama or not. Would have been better off sleeping next to the river. I like beds with actual mattresses, another man defends calmly. So do I, but not when they are liable to give me the plague, the first retorts, and surely there can't be that many short, grumpy redheads running around north of Fire Country. Next time I get to pick, he stops short, hesitates for a moment, and then growls, I know you're there. Come out and face me. Damn it. There's not even time to pull a hunch. Taking a breath, Kakashi slips out of the shaded overhang and steps into the street, coming face to face with... Not Kurama, he thinks with a sinking feeling. Not unless Kurama's changed his facial structure, shrunk a few inches, and managed to grow an elaborate beard since they last saw him a few days ago. The redhead's companion is also unfamiliar, a massive man taller than anyone Kakashi's met before, and dressed in intricate armor. Sorry, Kakashi says with a cheerful wave. Mistook you for someone else. The 2 men trade glances. Arching a brow, the redhead tips his chin at Kakashi, then gives his friend a meaningful stare. The big man hesitates, but nods, and the redhead turns back. No worries, he says, wary but polite. You're from Konoha. Up on bounties. Bounty hunters, then. No wonder the shorter man's instincts are so good, shinobi in that line of work tend to make a lot of enemies. There should be a full accounting at the nearest bounty station, Kakashi answers. We are looking for one in particular, the short man interrupts, and Kakashi can feel his hackles start to rise. He's fairly well known, especially in Fire Country, and this close to the border his reputation is certain to precede him. For this man not to acknowledge that, he's either stupid, unaware, or unconcerned. Stupid bounty hunters don't live long, and the inattentive ones are too poor for fancy armor, so the last option is the most likely, and Kakashi doesn't care for it. Not many people outclass him where sheer ability is concerned, and for this man to be so certain that he does is far from comforting. Especially given that Kakashi doesn't know his face. Oh, he asks, just managing to keep his voice mild. Anyone who can help you find. It's a Konoha bounty, the armored man puts in, giving his friend a pointed look that makes the redhead huff and cross his arms over his chest. An unaffiliated shinobi, red hair, possibly from Kuma. Have you heard any news? There's only one person they can be talking about. Kakashi kind of wants to turn around and bang his head against the wall a few times, just from sheer aggravation. My squad is in pursuit, he says after a moment's pause, and is a little startled by the sudden hostility in the redhead's expression as dark eyes narrow sharply. Have you found any leads? You'll be compensated. Risha, don't, the big man starts, sounding close to desperate. Fiery red chakra erupts like a volcano, filling the street with a sudden and almost blinding surge of power that knocks Kakashi back on his heels. He doesn't quite go reeling, but if he had an ounce less experience, he knows that chakra like that would leave him on his knees. Shut up, Han, the redhead barks, even as the power condenses, folding around him like a white-hot cloak. It shimmers with a heat haze, and Kakashi leaks out of the way on instinct. There's a steaming crater in the place where his feet just stood, scorched and melted, and Kakashi curses to himself, darting back further out of range. Ridiculous chakra levels plus impossible ability equals only one thing. You're a Jinchuriki, he says grimly, landing lightly and reaching up to push his Hataide out of his face. From Kuri. Risha snorts, pulling a long, curved kunai from his weapons pouch. Not hardly. I parted ways with my village a long time ago. But if you're hunting Kurama, I'll put an end to it right now. That man has more of my loyalty than IWA ever did. Fuck, Kakashi thinks. Of all the people to run into right now. But if they are looking for Kurama as well, that means this Jinchuriki at least hasn't managed to join up with him yet. It also means that even the human containers Kurama hasn't encountered are trying to aid him, though, and that's bad news all around. Uzumaki Kurama is kidnapping children, Kakashi says, with the vague hope that Risha will listen to reason. He's setting the hidden villagers at each other's throats. It can't continue, or... Rushi laughs, bitter and entirely unamused. Or what? The villagers will lose their greatest weapons. Face reality, Kopinen. They've already lost us. The minute they stopped treating us like humans, the instant they decided we weren't even worth basic decency, that's when the villagers lost us. Kurama's a hero. He's saving those kids from a lifetime of misery and an agonizing death. He's saving all of us from that. Kakashi narrows his eyes faintly, confused by the words. An agonizing death. Jinchuriki are the next best thing to indestructible. In fact, the only one who died from being a Jinchuriki that Kakashi can think of is Kushina, and there were extenuating circumstances there. Captain, someone shouts, and Kakashi reacts automatically, twisting to the side and coming up with 3 kunai that he sends arcing towards Rishi as a distraction. The Jinchuriki snorts, simply flicking a hand, and a wave of lava flies from his fingertips to catch the weapons. It's incredibly disconcerting to see molten metal rain to the ground, hissing as it lands. In the same moment, though, the earth trembles, and a surge of roots and branches leap for the Jinchuriki and his companion. Rishikosa's spinning to take the ones in front of him with a lava-enhanced kick, but that leaves the other man, Han, Risha called him, vulnerable. Kakashi sees the opening and moves, as fast as he's able. Tant in hand, he leaps to the side, then lunges, aiming to capture. From the corner of his eye he can see Itachi Mirahin, having guessed his plan, and it's a desperate one, but it will have to do. Any sort of leverage to end this fight quickly. There's a hiss like a skating stain, a movement that's far too swift for any man that big, wearing that much armor, and suddenly Kakashi's side is one massive ache as he goes flying into Itachi's path. His Sharingan had caught the movement, but too late. Kakashi was expecting big to mean slow, and that's very clearly not the case. A flicker of familiar chakra passes them, the glancing touch of a hand slowing their flight enough for Kakashi and Itachi to both twist and hit the side of a building feet first instead of head first. Shisui doesn't wait, though, throwing himself at Rishi even as his fingers come up in a well-remembered sign. The fireball that leaves his lips is huge and blinding, and under its cover Shisui goes for his ninja wire, hurling it in a curving loop meant to trap an enemy completely. More molten metal splatters the ground, and Shisui spares just enough breath to protest, "Oh, come on," before he has to concentrate on dodging the balls of lava Risha spits at him. As much as it pains me, Itachi says, drawing his own tant, I think I must agree with Shisui. Kakashi's getting that feeling, too. He eyes the man who kicked him, a distinct and familiar sinking feeling in his gut as he meets pale brown eyes. Let me guess, he says dryly. Also a Jinchuriki. Han inclines his head. Kurama saved my life when we were complete strangers, he answers. If nothing else, I owe it to him to stop you here and save him the trouble of doing it himself. Against Kurama alone, Kakashi would put decent odds on his team winning. They already managed once, after all, before the Fox Not A summon saved him. Against two older, obviously experienced Jinchuriki who are clearly devoted to the idea of helping Kurama and just as clearly used to fighting together. Kakashi's fairly certain their odds of simple survival are slim, let alone their odds of victory. As if to emphasize this thought, Ten's attempts to drop from the roof to take Rishi by surprise and only just manages not to lose his entire head to another burst of lava. Very quickly, while both men are distracted by Shisui and Tan's admittedly impressive teamwork, Kakashi runs through his mental index of jutsus. Rishi and his lava alone is enough of a problem, but Han's steam is fire and water mixed. It's nothing a Raikiri can cut through, and Kakashi just a handful of days ago saw Kurama take a full-power Raikiri to the chest and then promptly turn around and start a marathon run across the elemental countries. He's not overly hopeful that it will do any better against this Jinchuriki. Copying their movements also won't do any good, since Jinchuriki abilities aren't exactly something he can mimic. Still, he's hardly about to stand around and let them kill his entire team. Taking a breath, he sheathes his tant, flicks a tachi and A and Bu hand sign, and then brings his hands together. The earth beneath him surges like water, and Kakashi sinks beneath it in a rush. There's no chance of aiming wrong, not with the bonfire of chakra so close to guide him, and Kakashi uses just a touch of strength to send himself shooting forward, hoping Itachi get the message. Then it's too late for thinking of anything else, because the two Jinchuriki are right above him, and Kakashi rockets up, fingers shaping another sign even as he bursts out of the ground. Instantly, four of Itachi's clones scatter into a cloud of ink black crows, and Kakashi, positioned squarely between Rishi and Han, brings his hands together with a ringing clap. Behind him, he can sense Shisui moving, faster than even the Sharingan can match, to grab a harried Ten's and haul him bodily behind the cover of the wall. Then the jutsu activates, and the force of the wind exploding from Kakashi's hands sends both Jinchuriki flying. There's no need for orders. Kakashi leaps for the rooftops, and a moment later Itachi bounds after him. In a flash of green chakra, Shisui appears next to them, snatches his cousin, and disappears. A heartbeat later he's back again, hooking an arm around Kakashi's waist and hauling him forward so fast the world turns to a wrenching blur. They hit the ground hard and Shisui loses his grip, tumbling once before he manages to roll back to his feet. Kakashi manages to stay upright, though only barely, and catches himself on the trunk of a tree. The village is so distant Kakashi can hardly see it now, though the massive plume of smoke rising above it makes the location obvious. Kakashi winces a little, because that was a lot of collateral damage for a very short fight. He's fairly certain they're never going to be welcome in that town again. Oh fucking fuck, Shisui breathes, slumping back against another tree and sliding down to sit at its base. Did we just start a fight with not one, but two Jinchuriki? Technically, I think Rishi started it, Kakashi points out, feeling the need to defend himself. It's not like he knew they were Jinchuriki going into it, or he might have beaten a strategic retreat a little earlier. Or just not stuck around. Then he thinks about what the Hokage is going to say once he learns that two more Jinchuriki have deserted their villages and allied themselves with Kurama, and is distinctly grateful that there's a good extent of fire country between them. If we give him the chance he'll probably finish it, too, Ten's points out, looking back in the direction of the village. He's missing his left eyebrow, and half of his face is red in a way that speaks more of first-degree burns than it does embarrassment at practically getting stomped by two Jinchuriki who weren't even trying. Moving on would be a good idea, I think, Itachi agrees. He glances up to where a flock of crows is circling lazily and adds, they're not following us yet, but that doesn't mean they won't. Especially if they are looking for Kurama. And Kakashi would very much like it if they didn't catch up with him any time in the near future. Dealing with a couple of baby Jinchuriki is one thing, and Kakashi is mildly confident about their chances there, even if one of them happens to hold the Kyuubi no Kitsen. 3 full-grown and ludicrously powerful Jinchuriki without a reason to hold back. If he's facing something like that, Kakashi wants a damned army backing him up. Han is wearing his I am disappointed in you but somehow not surprised face. It's one that Rishi is intimately familiar with, so he's more than happy to ignore it. Inside of him, Sun is grumbling about the Copinan's escape denting his pride, but that's par for the course now that they are actually talking. And, yes, Rishi admits they probably could have taken the man and his team, but is not exactly a pinpoint fighter. The rest of the town would have ended up as collateral, and enough people already hate Rishi just for existing. He'd rather keep the numbers down whenever possible. At length, Han seems to resign himself to the fact that Rishi is unaffected by his displeasure and sighs, folding his arms over his chest. I thought you wanted to find Kurama's trail, not pick a fight. We did. Rishi defends. I can multitask, thank you. When Han continues to be epically unimpressed, Rishi huffs, rolls his eyes, and says, now we know that he hasn't gotten caught yet, and that's good enough for me. If B's back in Kuma, odds are Kurama skipped over it rather than stopping, and if he's looking for Jinchuriki, there's only one other place he can go. Han does not look comforted by this leap of logic. Kiri isn't exactly welcoming, he points out. And Kurama's not exactly a model guest, Rishi counters. Come on, we need to get to the coast. We are going to take a boat across the ocean to the Bloody Mist, which is currently controlled by a mad Jinchuriki and houses an unknown second Jinchuriki, Han says dubiously, but he follows when Rishi turns northeast and marches out of the village. I can think of a lot of ways this could end badly, Rishi. Rishi waves an impatient hand, not entirely certain what the problem is. Oh, give it a rest. We've got 9 tails and 4 brains between us, how hard could this be? There's a little fishing village near the Frost Country border, and the headman there owes me a favor. We'll commandeer a boat and sail straight across. Maybe we'll even beat Kurama there. Either way, whether they have to skulk around Kirigakure and wait or get there after the other man, Rishi will feel a hell of a lot better once he's got eyes on Kurama. Rishi's awkwardness with kids aside, Kurama's between a rock and a hard place, and Rishi's more than willing to hunker down next to him and make a stand. The Jinchuriki get few enough champions as it is, and whether Kurama's actions turn the world on its head or not, Rishi's in for the long haul. And, despite Han's protests, Rishi knows the big man will be right there next to him. Maybe they are not family by blood, but Rishi likes to think they are something better. Real family never gives you a choice. The family you make for yourself is another matter entirely. Chapter 23, Perspicacious. Perspicacious, post-KA with macron SHS, having a ready insight into an understanding of things, discerning or shrewd. Early 17th century English, from Latin perspicac, seen clearly, plus, acious. Things have escalated to the point that Hiruzen now cringes reflexively every time Kakashi sends him a report. This time is no different, even if the report happens to come with one of Itachi's crows instead of one of Kakashi's ninkan. As soon as the bird has deposited its message and swooped back out the window, Hiruzen sits back in his chair, eyeing the scroll warily. Across the office, at a slightly battered additional desk dragged in for his use, the Keisuke looks up. Something wrong? He asked suspiciously. More than likely. Yes, Hiruzen sighs, raising a hand to rub at the forming headache even as he reaches for the message. Deciding it's best to get things over with, he opens it quickly and unrolls it, studying the words. Ah, yes. That's a familiar headache, he's taken to fondly referring to it as Kurama. Kakashi's pursuit team encountered 2 more Jinchuriki, he tells Rosa grimly. Apparently loyal to Kurama's cause, as they were willing to start a fight in order to keep the Tain from following him. Rosa blows out a short, sharp breath and leans back in his chair, shoving a stack of paperwork aside and crossing his arms over his chest. 2, he asks. HMPH. What do you want to bet that your Tain just found those Jinchuriki IWA's been unforthcoming about? Unlike my former student, Hiruzen says dryly, I'm not in the habit of taking sucker bets. I believe you're right. Perhaps now IWA will begin to take us more seriously. Noki is a hard-headed fool, but even he can be made to see reason eventually. It's all the rocks they bounce their skulls off during training. The Keisuke sounds reluctantly amused. I've never met more stubborn shinobi than the ones from IWA. You've never come across an Uzumaki, Hiruzen almost counters, but stops himself at the last moment. Given the circumstances, it's probably not the most tactful thing he could say. That makes 4 Jinchuriki, at least, Rosa says thoughtfully, making Hiruzen glance up at him again. The Keisuke has his chair tipped back, his eyes on the wall but focused beyond it. 5, if Uzumaki really is one. 6, if Taki's Jinchuriki isn't sulking in the woods somewhere like they seem to think she is. And if he's even managed to convince the older ones to side with him, I'd expect he's already converted Gaara and the other boy. Hiruzen wonders about that. It's only a suspicion, but he finds it likely that IWA's 2 Jinchuriki are missing then, or the next best thing. He hasn't heard even vague mention of them in years, which is rather telling. IWA isn't shy about otherwise flaunting its strength, and they were notably absent in the Third Shinobi War. Perhaps Noki kept them back because Kushina rarely made an appearance on the battlefield. Hiruzen hadn't wanted to provoke IWA into mobilizing against her personally, but Noki isn't a subtle man. If he'd had the power, he likely would have used it. So it stands to reason that this Han and Rishi had already made themselves absent back then. Those who have suffered longest are often the easiest converts, he reminds Rosa, re-rolling Kakashi's scroll. Especially if Kurama is offering them something they've wanted for a long time. With a suddenness that's almost jerky, especially compared to his usual forthright grace, Rosa shoves to his feet, sending his chair sliding back to crash into the wall. He doesn't even glance back as he stalks up to the window, where he pauses, bracing one hand on the glass as he looks out over Konoha streets. And just what is it he's offered them, Hiruzen, he demands. What could he have offered that would have made 5 Jinchuriki turn their backs on the world that created them, that revered them? Revered? I would rather say feared, Hiruzen says evenly, leaning back in his seat and reaching for his pipe to give his hand something to do. Rosa, I know very well the state of Suna's relationship with its Jinchuriki. Your relationship with your son, he doesn't say, because that's also a little too tactless to utter right now. Do you really imagine that any other village is different? Perhaps it's less overt elsewhere, but Jinchuriki are feared for their capabilities, for the fact that they are the closest things to gods this world has encountered trapped inside of them. Only B is different that I've seen, and has worked his entire life to be seen as non-threatening. Because he's looking for it, he can see the flicker of grief that crosses Rosa's face, deep and painful, and instantly shut away. For all his many faults, Rosa loved his wife, loves his village, and Hiruzen is absolutely certain that Rosa loves his youngest son as well. But he's a cage before he's a father, something Hiruzen knows all too well, and the Ichibi seal is loose, cracking. It wasn't meant to be this way, Hiruzen is sure, but it is. Gaara is a monster instead of a weapon, and as Keisuke Rosa can do little more than work to contain and control him, even if containing him means ending his life. Rosa is paying for his choices, for his mistakes. A very small part of Hiruzen wonders if Minato would have faced the same choices had he used a weaker seal and survived his battle with the Kyuubi. Is that all this is? Rosa asks, low and intent. Really? You think Uzumaki has done all of this because he's a kind person, because he doesn't want to see the other Jinchuriki suffering? I know you can be a fool, Hiruzen, but don't be a naive one. There has to be some other motivation. Is correct, and Hiruzen inclines his head, allowing for the point. Yes, but I've yet to see any concrete evidence of it. We haven't even been able to predict his path. Rosa hums low in his throat, not looking away from the blue horizon. Does he have ties? Bonds? Do you know anything about his past? It takes several moments of shuffling through the piles on his desk, but Hiruzen finally finds the scroll with Kakashi's first report, right after the recovery of the daimyo's daughter. With it is another report, this one from a tame Hiruzen sent to track Kurama's movements before he reached Konoha. Because he knows every word of both, he passes them over to Rosa without hesitation. This isn't a time or situation where any of them can afford to keep secrets. He came from the north, Hiruzen says, sitting back again to light his pipe. A squad tracked his movements to a town near the border, where he stayed for the night. The innkeeper was unforthcoming, but one of her regular patrons recognized his description. Before that, there's no record of him anywhere that we've been able to find. Then again, I can't really say I expected anything less. Rosa's eyes flicker up from the scrolls for a moment, and he raises one brow slightly. You think, he starts and then stops, frowning in consternation. Sarutobi can read the rest of that question in his face. It's not exactly a leap of logic, honestly, given what they know. That has been in Uzushio since it fell. It's a distinct possibility. But Uzushio didn't have a Jinchuriki, Rosa counters, shifting that frown to Hiruzen. If they had, they wouldn't have been wiped out by Kuri. Hiruzen hums and lets himself play devil's advocate just for the twitch it puts in Rosa's expression. Kuri has a respectable population and a decent force. They are also several times the size Uzushio was. With a scoff, Rosa drops the reports on the desk and crosses his arms over his chest. Kuri also has an overabundance of bloodthirsty bastards who are more interested in killing each other than taking their warmongering to another country. If Yuzusha had been hit by anything but a surprise attack by anyone but the Sunday Mizukage and the Seven Swordsmen, they'd have sent Kuri running. As it is, there was no Jinchuriki there. There was no saving Yuzusha. Your logic is flawed. Is it? Hiruzen asked mildly. These are our suppositions. Uzumaki Kurama is Uzumaki Kushina's younger half-brother by the same father, literally bred to be a Jinchuriki, likely by Kumo. One of 9 brothers, if his stories are to be believed. I would assume he grew up hearing of his home, the wonders of Yuzusha, and the first chance he got to escape, he ran there early enough that he encountered his half-sister but never told her of his identity or the beast he carried within him. Kushina left to take on the Kyubi, and barely a month later Yuzusha fell. Perhaps Kurama was not in the village, perhaps he was. Either way, a young boy was left in the shattered remains of the only home he'd ever known, his family dead or out of reach. All he had was his home, broken as it was, and the bijou inside of him. There's a long minute of silence. Rozo is staring at him, thoughts flickering quickly across his face, though he doesn't voice them. Hiruzen sighs softly, taking a drag on his pipe. Kurama is grieving, even now, he says. It was as plain as day when I met him. If the grief is still so fresh, 25 years after Yuzushia's fall, he has to have kept its memory close to him somehow. All of Yuzushia's remaining shinobi scattered afterwards, what few of them were left. But what if Kurama didn't? That's a long time to live alone, Rosa agrees after another moment, voice faintly rough. Not alone. Hiruzen gives him a humorless smile. That's the point, isn't it? 25 years listening to the bijou in his head, believing that, had he had a little more power, a little more control, he could have saved his home, well. This is only speculation, of course. Speculation that makes an unfortunate amount of sense. Rosa leans against the edge of the desk, weariness briefly overcoming propriety, and rubs a hand over his eyes. Neither of them have gotten more than a few hours of sleep in the past few days, and the hours are starting to drag like lead weights. He's saving them. At least in his own mind. He went for the youngest first, from what we can tell, Hiruzen agrees. Forgive the implication, but any other child treated the same way as Gaara and Naruto would be considered the worst kind of abuse. So he took them. It's likely he has a plan as to what he'll do with them when he's collected all 8 of the others. He's too smart not to, but we've no way of knowing what it is. Revenge, Rosa suggests, mouth pulling into an unhappy line. For the repression, or however he wants to phrase it. Maybe. Kurama certainly seemed prone to anger, but if his temper is anything like Kushina's, it's the type of anger that fades quickly. Though really, at this point Hiruzen will believe practically anything where Kurama is concerned. That one man, even a Jinchuriki, could cause so very many problems is improbable. Before he can say as much, though, there's a sharp, urgent rap, not on the door of the office, but on the window, and both cage turn quickly. Hiruzen blinks in surprise, pulling his pipe away from his mouth at the sight of Heigen Kotetsu clinging to the sill, looking serious. The boy is a jokester, light-hearted and prone to laughter, but he takes authority seriously. For him to skip the main door in favor of the window, something must have happened. Kotetsu? Hiruzen asks, throwing open the window and allowing the Chunan to eel his way through the narrow gap. I thought you were on gate duty this morning. The boy, who frequently runs messages for him, belatedly bows to both men and then blurts, the rakage is at the gates, sir. Hiruzen stares at him for a long moment, then closes his eyes and pinches the bridge of his nose. Of course he is, he mutters and then raises his voice again. With shinobi. A pair of bodyguards and his brother, Kotetsu reports. It only takes a second to calculate distances and times involved. There's little chance that he was able to get his message before he departed, unless he recently learned the Flying Thunder God technique, and Hiruzen hopes for all their sakes that he hasn't. Therefore, this can't be about the warning Hiruzen said about Kurama, but he can't think of a single other thing that would motivate A to come so deep into enemy territory with his brother, Kumo's most well-known Jinchuriki. More things wrong, undoubtedly. Rosa's voice is wry. Hiruzen snorts. Maybe he and the Keiskage are only reluctant allies, bound by treaties and defeats and circumstance, but when he glances at the auburn-haired man their eyes meet in a moment of perfect shared understanding. Who did you leave at the gate, then? He asked Kotetsu, tapping out his pipe with only a flicker of regret. I assume you didn't simply abandon your post. Of course not, Hokage-sama. Kotetsu looks offended by the very idea. Gunma was waiting for his team anyway, so he said he'd keep an eye on things. Hiruzen bolts to his feet fast enough that his bones protest and he accidentally knocks his chair over. "You left Gunma," he echoes disbelievingly, hurrying around the side of his desk. He doesn't bother berating Kotetsu, but heads for the door with a more haste than is used since he first heard that Kakashi and Kurama were fighting over Naruto. A moment later, Rosa appears on his left, keeping pace with him. "This Gunma's a hothead?" he asks with faint amusement. "It would be easier for everyone if he were." Instead, Gunma is the type of cool-headed that lets him think every action through, work out all the angles, and then still do things that are reckless enough to give Hiruzen even more gray hairs. Hiruzen blames Kushina's influence. Gunma might have been Minado's bodyguard, but the boy practically worshipped Kushina as his patron goddess. "No," he answers as they hit the street, and just manages to catch a flash of his current bodyguard's worried expression, despite how he's trying to stay insane. Reidu knows better than anyone why Gunma shouldn't be left alone around A. I'm afraid Kumo Nin were responsible for the deaths of his mother and older sister, the last of his family. I don't doubt that A can survive almost anything, but Gunma is determined when he needs to be. Rosa winces, clearly familiar with such grudges, understandable, given the state of Kumo's relations with Suna. Then again, Kumo doesn't really have peaceable relations with any of the other villages. A is a paranoid bastard at the best of times. Thankfully, the gate is just around the next corner, and Hiruzen slows to a brisk walk, tugging his robes back into place. There's no sound of distraction from up ahead, though that means little. Gunma is one of ANBU's best assassins for a reason, and it's not because he's flashy. Still, Hiruzen takes it as a good sign, and rounds the corner with the majority of his composure intact. It's not quite as bad as he was expecting. Gunma is lounging back against the side of the gatehouse, senbon between his teeth, expression lazy and amused. A is eyeing him suspiciously from just outside the gate, and the Raikid's bodyguards are visibly tense. Hiruzen, who knows Gunma well, can see the edge of threat in his posture, the way his fingers are lingering just a bit too close to the senbon dipped in his trademark and very nasty poison, the spark of fury well hidden in hazel eyes. Still, he hasn't made a move yet, and that's a decent start. "Kotetsu," he says quietly, and the boy, who followed them from his office, obediently slips up beside him. "Go find Guy. Tell him Gunma needs him." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Kotetsu says quickly, then bows and disappears in a whirl of leaves. Hiruzen allows a bit of tension to bleed from his shoulders. Chow might have trained a team of absolute maniacs, but Guy, Abiso, and Gunma are admirably close, and Gunma and Guy have a stronger bond than many shinobi. If anyone can help the Takuto calm down, it's Konoha's green beast. "Well, this is unexpected," he says, allowing his voice to carry. 5 sets of eyes immediately snap to him, and Hiruzen doesn't allow himself to glare at the flicker of disappointment that crosses Gunma's face. A is the priority right now, though Hiruzen will definitely be having a talk with his erstwhile bodyguard later. "A, to what does Konoha owe the pleasure of your presence?" A's eyes narrow, and he studies Hiruzen for a moment before shifting his gaze to Rosa. "It was both of you that did this?" he asks, not quite hostile enough to make it a threat, but more than enough to have Gunma tugging the senbon from his mouth and straightening abruptly. The two kunoichi accompanying a shift forward automatically, hands reaching for their weapons, and Reidu slides out of the shadows to stand a pace behind Hiruzen, one hand on the hilt of his poison sword. "That's quite enough of that," Hiruzen decides with a faint sigh. "Gunma," he says, gentle but firm. "I thought your team had left already." Gunma doesn't take his eyes off the Kumo Nin, though he does step away and roll his shoulders, sliding back into the deceptively lazy slouch he favors when in front of a threat. "Sorry, Hokage-sama," he answers. "One of Hana's dogs had a limp, so she wanted to check him over before we left. I said it was fine. Hohida took our new friend from Suna to get some extra medical supplies, since she said she's a decent medic nin." Gunma also has the ability to say something in such a way that it could be either an insult or completely serious, and the listener is left wondering. Catching how Rosa is eyeing the Takuta, Hiruzen allows himself a brief, hard look at the assassin, who gives him a cheerfully innocent smile in return, and then says, "All right. You're assigned to the northeast, yes?" When Gunma nods, he continues, "Change course and head for Uzushi-Obakure. Scour the ruins for signs of Kurama living there, and check with any inhabitants to see if he was there previously or recently returned. I'll be sending the same orders to Kakashi squad. Gunma doesn't ask questions, just inclines his head, then turns at the sound of Guy calling his name. Hiruzen waves him away before he can ask to be dismissed, and the Takuto bows, steps back, and gives a one last long, cool glance before he heads for his friend. Hiruzen absolutely hates his job, some days. Most days. Both of us, indeed. He answers A's earlier statement with a polite smile. I take it this isn't a friendly visit, eh? A glares at him, folding his brawny arms over his chest in a way that would be a threat to anyone not considered the third god of shinobi. Hiruzen is faintly amused. He's old, yes, but if this upstart boy half his age thinks to intimidate him, he'll have to do far more than loom a little. It makes him wish he'd grabbed his pipe, because it's hard to look less concerned than he does when he's absolutely smoking it, and little gets his point across better. After a moment of attempting to stare him down, A finally huffs and says sharply, we already know you hold the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, but what other Jinchuriki are you hiding, Sarutobi? One brow rising, Hiruzen looks up at the big man, then glances at Rosa. The Keisuke looks back, equally startled, then inclines his head, ceding control of the conversation to him. Hiruzen stifles another sigh and answers, none, but may I ask what gave you the impression that we were? It gives him a distinctly dirty look and jerks a thumb at his brother, who looks bored and disinterested in the posturing. B's been talking with the Hachibai, and an unfamiliar Bijou recently showed up in the mind space they all share. The Hachibai hasn't caught a glimpse of him yet, but he says the host's chakra is definitely Uzumaki, and you've got the only ones I know of. Since your new Jinchuriki just killed 2 of our best Jounin and napped a little girl, I thought I'd give you the chance to hand her over before this devolves into a 4-4. Very, very alarmed now, Hiruzen takes a step back. Another, he demands, and feels Rosa catch his elbow when the ground wavers beneath his feet. Maybe his doctor wasn't exaggerating when she warned him about straining his heart. You certain there's a 10th Bijou? Calculation flickers rapidly across A's face, then slides into grinness. It's not one of yours, he concludes, arms falling from his chest to brace on the wide belt he wears. He doesn't look happy with the conclusion. We thought he was one of yours, Rosa says, diddly amused. He certainly looked like a Kumo nin when he was kidnapping my son from the center of Suna. And Uzumaki Kushina's son from our streets, Hiruzen adds, lightly brushing off Rosa's hand. He's grateful to the newfound solidarity between their villages, but he's hardly a helpless old man, regardless of shocks rendered. We've come to believe there's a pattern. A clearly doesn't need it spelled out for Hen. Jinchuriki, he says grimly. He's stealing Jinchuriki, and you thought he was one of my shinobi. Perhaps not directly affiliated, Hiruzen allows, though his thoughts are still mostly occupied with the idea that there aren't 9-tailed beasts, but 10. This has the potential to be very bad indeed. Though we mostly have speculations regarding his past at this point. Something your father did, maybe. Uzumaki Kurama looks to at least share blood with a Kumonin somewhere in his past. With a deep frown, A looks over at B, then blows out a heavy breath. Maybe, he allows grudgingly. My father was a good man and a strong cage. That doesn't mean he didn't keep secrets. Kurama would be a hell of a secret to keep, Hiruzen thinks wryly. Though perhaps less of one if he fled to Yuzushia as a child. Or maybe it wasn't the Reikage project at all. If Orochimaru and Danzes' actions have taught Hiruzen anything, it's that a cage can never entirely control their village, no matter how they wish to. We should speak somewhere more private, Rosa says quietly, tilting his head back in the direction of the administration building. Hiruzen would be annoyed by the presumption, but the thought of Dan's reminds him that not all the ears potentially nearby are guaranteed to be loyal. A good idea, he agrees, and inclines his head to A. Welcome to Konoha, A. A flicker of reluctant amusement rises in A's eyes before it's tamped down, and he snorts as he steps through the gates. This place is kind of neat, B says, following close behind, and Hiruzen is all too familiar with that kind of I dare you to stop me cheer. He braces himself for anything. Too bad the whole village smells like irk. Shut up. A hisses at his brother, currently in a headlock as if he isn't one of the most powerful shinobi alive, as if both of them aren't. I told you to stop rapping. One more word and it's the iron claw for you. Why, Hiruzen wonders, a little despondently. Why must the best shinobi always have such colorful personalities? At least Hiruzen's fondness for tastefully erotic literature is both subtle and easily hidden. Unfortunately, he's come to see that is a definite minority where his quirks are concerned. Yujido isn't entirely certain what she was expecting when Madatabi told her to find a wayward Bizu trapped in human form. More inhumanity, perhaps. Anger, fury, distraction. A creature of rage and fire and inhuman hunger, tearing his way across the elemental countries without allowing anything to get in his way. What she's found instead is a man, tired and tense, with lines around his eyes that are from equal parts good humor and weariness. His hair is like a beacon, brilliantly red, and his eyes are 3 shades darker, warm like coals in the heart of a fire on a cold night. Between his ragged, unpatched clothing and his bare feet, he looks like the deceptively wise beggar from a story, giving lessons to the emperor rather than a construct of chakra given life and intelligence. Up, up, he urges as Yujido watches, crouched down next to one of the other small bodies she missed last night. Come on, kid, it's morning and we've got a long day ahead of us. If you don't get up now, I'm going to check you in the pond. There's a sleepy grumble, a wordless protest, but the little blond boy sits up, rubbing at his eyes. Kurama chuckles softly, ruffling his hair like Yujido has seen parents do to their children before, and drops a handful of granola bars into his lap. Then he moves on to the redhead curled up next to the blonde, whose eyes are already open even if he doesn't look entirely happy about it, and one dark hand combs gently through spiky crimson hair. All right, Gaara. Kurama asks and gets a nod as the boy sits up. More granola bars change hands and Gaara immediately tears one open, nibbling at it tiredly. He's a gentle, Yujido thinks, pulling his hari a little more tightly around herself and staying silent. That's something else she hadn't expected at all. Gentle in a way she's never really encountered before. Her teachers are brutal and their methods are harsh. Kumo is a little friendlier to its Jinchuriki than any other country she knows, but that doesn't mean it's nice living there. Yujido has been training since she was 2 years old and she's never felt human. B is kind and is fond of her, but is also permanently busy, either shadowing the Reikage or training on his own. Enna, he believes that Jinchuriki have no right to anything, not even their own decisions. They are tools for the good of the village first and foremost. Yujido has been raised to believe that, to know it and hold it dear, to use it to grow stronger. But Madatabi is a constant presence inside of her, with a will of her own, and sometimes Yujido can't help but look at her and think, but this isn't what I want. Won't I ever get a choice? Morning already, Kurama and I at the last body asks, shedding blankets as it sits up to reveal a girl only a little younger than Yujido, with pretty leaf green hair and eyes like a sunset before a storm. Those eyes slid past Kurama, instantly alighting on Yujido, and her entire face lights up. Oh. Are you another Jinchuriki? That gets her even more attention, the 2 little boys jerking out of their sleep hazes to blink at her in surprise, and Yujido swallows down her nervousness, the faint flicker of what if they don't like me, what if I can't be one of them even here, then squares her shoulders and nods. I'm Inaya Yujido, and my bijou is Madatabi, the Nibi. Pleased to meet you. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the blond boy answers enthusiastically. And I've got the Kyubi in my head. F, formerly of Takida, the girl offers with a smile. My bijou is Chmei, the Nanabi. I'm glad you're here. It's so cool to meet the others. The red-headed boy glances between his 2 friends, aquamarine eyes wide and faintly cautious, and then looks at Kurama. When Kurama just rolls his eyes and scuffs a hand through his hair again, the boy flushes, ducks his head, and says quietly, I'm Gaara no Sabaka. With Shukako. The Ichibi. Now that we all know everyone's got a name, let me borrow your hairbrush for a second, F, Kurama says, rising from his crouch. That tone is probably meant to sound annoyed, but there's amusement in his eyes and warmth on his face. Yujido can't bring herself to even begin to feel offended. Are you actually gonna brush your hair? F asks interestedly. I can help. It's not for me, brat, Kurama returns, exasperated. He takes the brush she passes him, then sits down in front of the dying fire and beckons Yujido closer. See me, kitten. Let's see what we can do to get you looking less like a murder scene. For a moment, Yujido thinks about protesting that she's more than capable of doing it herself, that she's always brushed her hair before and never had anyone to help her, but she's never had anyone offer to help, and surely it would be okay to accept that sort of kindness, just this once. Silently, she slides over, settling in front of Kurama's crossed legs and turning her back to him. There's a pause, and then fingers slip through her hair, pulling it back over her shoulders. The feeling of it hanging free is unfamiliar as long as she can remember. Yujiro has kept it tied back, out of her way. That's simply how a shinobi wears it, and she's never once been anything but a shinobi. Out of the corner of her eye, Yujiro can see clever fingers tipped with sharp claws picking determinedly at a knot, and she doesn't know how to feel about that. The simplest way to deal with all the mud and blood matted into her hair would be to cut it off, or just yank the brush through. That's what she would do, what she had planned on in a vague way when she could push down the fear and desperation enough to focus on silly, inconsequential things like hair. But Kurama is taking the time to work each mat apart, to free each strand before he gently slides the brush through it, and that's also unfamiliar. Alarmingly, sir. Madatabi? She asks, because that's who she always asks, and has ever since they first came to an understanding. Deep within her mind, there's a soft chuckle, a warm touch like the brush of fur against her cheek. Don't let the grumpiness fool you. Kurama has a soft heart under all the bluster. He used to hide it better, but I think he's stopped trying now. Yujiro is glad. She pulls the hari a little more closely around her, not for the warmth so much as the scent of fire and skyclane when caught in the fabric, and closes her eyes against the gentle tugs of the brush through her long hair. Do you want me to leave it loose, kitten? Kurama asks, and Madatabi is the only one who's ever called her bat, but she doesn't mind it, coming from this man. I can braid it if you want. Think I remember how to do that, at least. For a moment, Yujiro debates letting it fall free, but she's still a shinobi, even if she's currently abandoned her village. She could have run to Kuma, after all, it was far closer to the Valley of Clouds and Lightning than Kurama was, but Madatabi had spoken of others like her, children like her, and she hadn't been able to resist. A poor choice, probably, and likely the wrong one, her teachers would say. Her teachers are dead, though, slaughtered without hesitation or mercy when the shinobi with the purple eyes came for her. Yujiro wasn't fond of them, could even say she hated them, but she hardly wanted them dead. Madatabi said that people were hunting the Jinchuriki, hunting Kurama and the children he had saved from loneliness, unhappiness, abuse. And Yujiro had looked towards Kumodakure, had hesitated even with that fearsome chakra seething behind her, and turned away. Because there was a chance, if she went to Kurama, that he could save her. There was a chance that she could save him, or at the very least help him. Yujiro isn't fooling herself when she thinks she's a talented kunoichi. After all, she's never had a chance to be anything else. Finding Kurama was her own decision, the first she's ever really made. And if being a good shinobi will help him, she'll keep doing it. But this time, instead of it being for someone else, it will be for her. Because she wants to. Because she chooses to. She likes that idea, the same way she liked Kurama's words about family. She doesn't know her family, not really. She's A's cousin, but it's a distant relation at best, unacknowledged beyond making her eligible to be a Jinchuriki. Madatabi is more of a mother to her than the woman she's seen pictures of but never met. And the other children here call Kurama and I, like he's their brother. Yujiro has seen how A and B are together, and she thinks she might want that, too. Braid it, she says, quiet but firm. It gets in my way otherwise. Those claw-tipped fingers brush her cheek, gentle despite the danger inherent in their edges. It's pretty, Kurama says as he gathers the strands up in his hands. Like some light on sand. Yujiro ducks down a little, hiding the flush on her cheeks in Kurama's hari. No one's ever said that about her hair before. No one's ever said that about her before. Maybe it really was the wrong choice, finding Kurama instead of returning to Kuma. Still, Yujiro finds that she doesn't regret it at all. Chapter 24, XXIV Unoya. Unoya no, literally meaning beautiful thinking. Also connotes the possession of a well-balanced mind which exhibits goodwill and kindness. From ancient Greek unoia, goodwill from EU will, good plus nous mind, spirit. It's possible Kurama may have been a little hasty in choosing to come to Izushia. Fuji rubs up against his ankles as he steps forward, grimly staring over the expanse of rubble and ruins that was once a thriving hidden village. Small, maybe, populated mainly by Uzumaki and the handful of nearby fishermen's sons and daughters who dreamed of something bigger, but by all rights Kurama should have little attachment to this place. It was the home of two of his jailers, seen during visits the handful of times Mido was able to bring herself to leave Konoha. Kushina left before its destruction, if only barely, and afterwards she never wanted to go back. Kurama's finding he's not all too keen on the idea either. It looks like Kusa, the first village to fall to Kaguya. Not exactly the same, Meiji Yuzushia was built with costile stone heavy enough to withstand the sea, rising in terraces up into the hills, colorful and chaotic and very much a mirror of its inhabitants. Kusa was more barren, more serious, touched with a blatant edge of defiance in the face of Kaguya's approach that they suffered for when they fell. They'd thought that, with Shinobi having held her off once, they'd be able to do it again. They didn't realize that even the boys who'd defeated her before weren't enough to manage it a second time. Not without the miracles that had given them their victory the first time. Another brush of fur against the skin of his ankle, three tails flickering against his knee, and Fuji asked softly, "Kurama-sama. There are bones here, mixed in and among the stone and decaying wood." There weren't bones in Kusa, because Kaguya took as many bodies as she could to animate like sick, decaying puppets and burn the rest. Kurama steps forward, their feet just slightly unsteady as the rubble shifts, and can't quite remember walking all the way out here. He's alone when he looks up, all but for Fuji. The children are back closer to where they landed, F with her hands on Gaara's shoulders as she stands warily behind him, eyes searching the surrounding hills. Yujido is crouched down in front of Naruto, murmuring rapid words that don't quite make it to Kurama's ears, and he wonders if she knows anything about the Uzumaki clan. It should be him explaining all of this to Naruto, except it looks like Kusa when Kaguya was through with it, tumbled houses and shattered walls and the bones of a civilization mixed with the rubble. Kurama picks his way past leg bones half buried in the dirt, a shattered skull beneath the stones of fallen archway. It doesn't look looted, hardly looks touched, for that matter. No one came to bury the dead, and Kurama is startled by how furious he feels at the thought. Whirlpool Country is a tiny place, but some people must have survived. Yuzushio was hardly the only village on the island, and that no one bothered, no one cared enough. Fur brushes his cheeks as Fuji leaps onto his shoulders, slides around his neck. She licks his cheek, gently nicks his ear, and Kurama startles. He misses his next step, stumbles, only just manages to get a hand up in time to steady Fuji as he goes down, landing hard on his knees. Kaguya, he thinks, and it's like times are blurring in his head, like now has suddenly become then and Yuzushia has changed to Kusa, to Iwa, to Kuma, to Suna. There's not enough evidence to make his mind believe that he's not seen Kaguya's handiwork, that Yuzushia fell long before her plots reached their conclusion. And mixed in with the ruined village is Naruto, falling, dying, breaking, blood on his shirt and one last smile for Kurama on his lips. It hurts, aches so badly that for a moment Kurama can't even breathe. Then footsteps clatter against skidding stone, hasty and incautious. A familiar voice cries, "Kurama Inai," and a bare second later a small body slams into his chest. Kurama startles, claws coming up in a sharp slash, but small, calloused hands catch them gently, one on each side. Another body presses against his back, short arms attempting to wrap around his chest. "Kurama Nii." Naruto asks again, and he's not dead. He's not the victim of Kaguya's madness and greed. Not this time. He's here and safe and alive, and Kurama chokes on a sound that's very much like a sob. There are still hands holding his wrists, F and Yujido pressing in from the sides and already familiar with a shinobi's instincts in the midst of pain, and Kurama doesn't try to pull away. He slumps forward instead, shoulders rounding, dropping his head on top of Naruto's bright hair and pressing back into Gaara's determined hold. "I'm here, kid," he murmurs and pretends he can't feel his eyes burning. "Hey shit, I'm sorry, I'm here and I'm not going anywhere, promise." "You can go anywhere you want to," Naruto tells him stubbornly. "But me and Gaara and F and Yujido are coming too." That startles a laugh out of him, rough and surprised. "What the hell did I do to land myself with all four of you?" he asks, but the complaint doesn't even pretend at carrying bite, and Naruto just grins. "You became our Kurama Nii," he informs Kurama cheerfully. "And you don't get to take it back ever." Throat tight, Kurama gently tugs his hands away from the girls, then hooks his fingers around their waists and drags them down into a hug, wrapping his arms around as much of the three of them as he can. "See me, squirt," he orders, groping blindly behind him. "You're not getting out of this either." "I don't want to get out of it," Gaara tells him sullenly, letting himself be grabbed and dragged into the embrace, and he leans into Kurama's shoulder like it's exactly where he wants to be. Lower down, half squished by a giggling F and a flushed Yujida, Naruto makes a sound of wordless complaint and wriggles upward, planting his feet on Kurama's thighs and getting enough height to wrap his arms around Kurama's head. Yeah, he agrees. I don't want that either. You give the best hugs, Kurama and I. If he does, it's only because he remembers the one Naruto gave him right before the end, all warmth and certainty and kindness, as hot as sunlight after a long winter, and shot through with the certainty that Kurama would save them all. He laughs again, and it's easier this time, freer, because while he's still mourning his Naruto, it's a hell of a lot harder with that sun-bright smile 3 inches from his face. Well, you four aren't doing all that badly yourselves, he answers, squeezing a little more tightly. F half softly, resting her head on his free shoulder and reaching up to stroke Fuji's fur. If we were better, we wouldn't have let you get said in the first place, she counters. I'm sorry, Kurama and I. We'll pay better attention next time, Yujiro agrees, offering the younger girl a quick flash of a smile before she turns serious eyes on Kurama. I'm sorry, too, Kurama. I didn't think, but you're an Uzumaki, too, kind of. More or less, Kurama agrees, because he might as well be, by virtue of the body he unintentionally hijacked. Besides, he knows his Naruto, nominally clan head since Kushina's death, since Nagato wasn't exactly an appropriate candidate, well enough to be certain that the idiot would have eagerly jumped on the idea and not let up until Kurama agreed. And you guys have nothing to apologize for. I just wasn't expecting there to still be bodies here. It threw me for a second. People say the ruins are haunted by those who died in the attack, a matter-of-fact voice offers, and in a flash Kurama is on his feet, snarling, claws up and ready as he puts himself squarely in front of the children. Fuji opes as she goes flying from his shoulders, but gamely turns her fall into a flip and lands as a fox the size of a pony, teeth bared and a growl rumbling in her chest. On Kurama's other side, Momiji flows past his leg, mirroring his sister with deadly silence, all 5 of his tails fanned out and very obvious. Clearly slightly startled, the weathered-looking older woman before them takes a step back, raising her hands. Peace, she says. I'm just a fisherwoman, not a ninja. There's a school of blue fish between 2 of the whirlpools, and I was looking for the best way to get to them when I heard you. Still wary, but willing to accept her story for the moment, Kurama inclines his head and lowers his hands, shifting back on his heels. I thought the ghost stories came after the bodies were buried, he says, glancing at the stark white bones visible round them. Her mouth quirks slightly, halfway between a smile and a grimace. Usually, she allows. But usually the dead aren't Uzumaki. Legend has it that it was the ghosts that rose even as the bodies fell who chased the Kurinin out. It's a good story, and it's clearly kept the looters away. Kurama takes another look, spotting flashes of steel from dropped weapons. A few feet away from them, there's another glint of metal, duller but still enough to catch his eye. Kurama steps over to it, leaving the foxes to guard Naruto and the rest, and crouches down. The bits of fabric clinging to it dissolve in his hand, fallen victim to the sea air and the years that have passed, but the Hitayate is still a familiar weight in his palm. He remembers his first night in this time, wishing he still had either of Naruto's old Hitayate, Konoha or Alliance, both equally well remembered. And this isn't anything Naruto would have claimed, but Mido wore one, once upon a time. Kushina and hers when she accepted her mission to become the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, even if she later, and another in Konoha. Maybe Kurama isn't actually an Uzumaki, but he has the blood, the hair, the temper. He feared and admired both Mido and Kushina, and he wonders now, with the benefit of exposure to Naruto, whether he could have loved them too, just as fiercely as he does his 3rd Jinchuriki. Probably. After all, Naruto was always so much like Kushina, and Mido was a force of nature to rival Kurama himself. He likes that kind of thing in a human. He closes his hand around the Hitayate, brushing his thumb over the familiar spiral, and checks the backing. It should take no work at all to replace the cloth, and maybe he'll wear it. Or just keep it, if that never appeals. There are worse mementos to hold on to, and worse ways to honor his 1st and 2nd Jinchuriki. They led him to Naruto, after all, and he'll always be grateful for that. Straightening, he tucks the metal plate inside his shirt, snug against his skin, and turns to find the fisherwoman watching him, her expression considering. Dark eyes linger on his red hair, then slide down to study Naruto, ignoring the boy's warily aggressive expression, and then Gaara with his crimson hair. She hums softly to herself, then says, "You're Uzumaki, aren't you?" Yeah, Kurama says, because it's an easy enough exaggeration. Uzumaki Kurama, and this is Naruto, Gaara, and Yujiro. Culling-wise, he supposes they all could be related, with a bit of suspension of disbelief. Naruto looks like Kushina, like a lot of Uzumaki, and Gaara's hair is red enough to pass. F's skin is only a little lighter than his own, and a little darker than Naruto's, and Yujiro is blonde enough to be related to Naruto. It's at least not completely inconceivable, and the woman suggested it herself. She'll be all too happy to believe it, since it was her idea in the first place. The woman nods, satisfied, and offers Ein Takeda Enza, head woman of the village of the eastern point of the island. You've been gone for a while, Uzumaki. Kurama, he corrects, because he may have claimed the name and the relation, but is not about to overuse it here of all places. Maybe souls don't linger, but they could. Kurama's had too many experiences with people waiting for loved ones between worlds. He's not about to test the patience of an entire city full of the dead. I was busy. Her gaze flickers to the children again, and she smiles a little. I can see that. Before Kurama can even start to bristle, a small hand twists into the hem of his hari, and Naruto whispers fearfully, Kurama-nai, there are ghosts here. We are gonna get killed and eaten and haunted. Oh yeah. Naruto's ridiculous thing about ghosts. Kurama smothers a smile, reaching down to pick the boy up and hoist him onto his hip. Yeah, you'll be fine. I promised to protect you, didn't I? That includes from ghosts just as much as living idiots. He assesses their little group, trying to judge. Momiji and Fuji will need at least a few hours to recover from the flight here, and by that time it will be dark, so they might as well find somewhere to hunker down overnight. He really doesn't want to come on Kuri in broad daylight. Even coming in under the cover of darkness will be tricky enough. My son should have dinner ready shortly, Anzu offers unexpectedly, making Kurama blink at her. She smiles, just a little, and despite the lines it puts in her sun-browned face, it's a kind expression. I've always wondered if any Uzumaki survived, and whether they'd return if they did. Consider it my thanks for settling a long-standing bet with myself, if nothing else. Food sounds amazing, Kurama thinks, and tries not to remember when he last had a full hot meal. Before he arrived, Naruto and the rest of the survivors had been living on carefully rationed stores that they had no way to replace, always just enough to keep them alive but no more. This body is used to a lack of food, but that doesn't mean Kurama has to lack it. Thank you, he says, trying not to wince as Naruto's stomach roars. I don't, I'm out of money. Anzu actually chuckles at that. Feeding 4 growing brats, I'll bet you are, she answers with humor. And this island is peaceful, so there won't be much call for shinobi work here. If you'd like, though, I can take you to the daimyo's house tomorrow. His older brother was married to Yuzushiyo's head woman, and I'm sure he'll have some sort of solution. Yuzushiyo and our gratitude, pushing Kuri back like they did. If they hadn't, would be an extension of the bloody mist, and only a fool wouldn't know who to thank for the fact that we aren't. Kurama's fingers curl into Naruto's shirt, and he breathes carefully to control the roiling of his chakra. Whatever Kuri was looking for that made them invade, made them slaughter an entire city, Kurama hopes they found it. And choked on it, preferably. Thanks, he says again, and wonders if it really is feasible. The daimyo political powers, definitely, but for a country like Whirlpool, with a handful of people and a brisk trade in salted fish, the man won't exactly have a lot of sway. Still, if Kurama can convince him to keep it a secret, and the Uzumaki name might be enough to do so, it might work. It would be a far sight better than forging on blindly with no resources. There's a tug on the hem of his shirt, and Kurama looks down to see Gaara staring up at him, eyes wide and not quite demanding enough to be entreating, but certainly hopeful. With a low and mostly theatrical groan, Kurama crouches down and scoops the boy up in his free arm, boosting him up onto his hip. Anyone else? He asks grumpily, eyeing the girls. Yujiro instantly flushes, shaking her head quickly, but F laughs with reckless abandon, ducks around behind Kurama, and leaps onto his back like a monkey. She hooks her knees around his sides, just above where he's holding Gaara and Naruto, and leans over his shoulder, looping her arms around his neck. Thanks, Kurama-nai, she says brightly. I'm going to drown you, Kurama gratches, though he doesn't even try to sound like he means it. These kids have had enough people threaten to do them harm. No, you're not, Fuji says sweetly, sliding up next to him and leaning heavily into his side. If you didn't do it the first 17 times you said it, you're not going to do it now. I could. Kurama protests, not liking where this conversation is going. Momiji snorts, leaning into his other side to balance out his sister. No, you couldn't, he answers dryly. I'll turn all of you into stew, Kurama tells them. All of you. It'll be stringy and tough, but it will be what all of you deserve. I love you, Kurama Nai, Naruto says cheerfully and gives him a loud, slightly clumsy kiss on the cheek. Never one to be outdone, Gaara mimics him on the other side, and F, laughing brightly, leans in to do the same. Gross, Kurama mutters, but he waves his left elbow at Yujida until she slips her hand around his arm and then turns to look at their unexpected host. Anzu is still watching silently, but her face is creased in a worn, fond smile, and when she sees that she has Kurama's attention, she tips her head towards the curve of the shore. This way, she says, and when she turns and starts walking, Kurama falls into step with her. Don't you need to check on your fish? He asks after a moment. The woman hums. They are trapped by the whirlpools until the current shifts. I should have at least a week, unless a storm blows in before then. From the look of you, I assume you won't be staying anywhere near that long. She's perceptive. Kurama isn't certain whether it's just from experience or if he looks that worn down and desperate. No, we can't. One night should be fine, but we're popular for all the wrong reasons. Thankfully, Anzu accepts that with a tip of her head. People's reasons for wanting Uzumaki gone were always more about wanting the Uzumaki clan gone, she says a little sadly. I've traveled up and down the coast for years, but I've never seen another one. Not that I could recognize, at least. Not until you. Kushina went to Konoha. There's at least that. Kurama shifts Naruto a little, not looking at anything beyond the rolling blue-gray of the ocean. I and Naruto. He's her son. And a fine job Konoha is doing taking care of him. The same way they took care of her, Anzu answers tartly, and then, catching the surprise that Kurama can't quite hide, she sighs and deflates a little. Forgive me. Uzumaki and Konoha were allies, friends, going back to the time when there was just the Senju and the Uzumaki. But they didn't come. My aunt was a shinobi, and she died on the walls before they fell. Konoha never came, even after the news of the villagers' destruction reached them. I hold a grudge, and I don't care to hide it. She must have been 15, probably, or a little older when it happened, Kurama judges. Children take the loss of those close to them hard. Saying sorry won't do anything, won't help is what's clearly still an ache, so Kurama simply nods. Nothing to forgive, he says, and his voice emerges rough. Hey, thank you. For all of this. For not assuming we were enemies. I'm not a shinobi, she reminds him, but her eyes say she knows very well what he means. Even if you were, all I could do was beat you with a fishing rod. It might as well be your welcome and my pleasure, for all that it remains unvoiced. Leave those rags, Anzu says briskly. I'm going to burn them. They are not even fit for scrubbing floors. Excuse me. Kurama hisses, one hand on his shirt. He keeps his voice low because Naruto, Gaara, and F are still asleep, sprawled out across the main room, but makes sure to inject as much indignation as he can into the words. The expression Anzu favors him with is entirely unimpressed. My late husband's clothes will fit you, she informs him. Wear them instead of that. I'm surprised you haven't caught something deadly and contagious off of it at this point. I've been traveling, Kurama protests. And I spent most of my money on food and lodging. There wasn't exactly a lot left for anything else. Thankfully, there's nothing even remotely similar to pity in Enza's expression, just understanding humor. And now you don't have to spend anything. Take the clothes. Kay certainly isn't going to be wearing them anymore, and they're just gathering dust here. Wear these, and I'll pack the rest. This isn't an argument Kurama is going to win, so he swallows the pride that makes him want to protest, takes the pile of fabric she hands him, and says, I appreciate it. Anzu smiles slightly. I raised 2 boys and a Hellion daughter, Kurama. A little help always makes things easier. Change, and when you're ready I'll take you to see the demi. Out the door of the small, slightly crooked house, Kurama can see the sun just starting to break the horizon. He gives it an assessing glance, judging how much long they're going to have before the freak squad or kakuzu turns up, and then starts pulling on the plain kimono shirt and loose pants. They are nothing fancy, worn but serviceable and lovingly mended in several places, but they are far warmer than the ragged remainders of Han's old clothes and fit a lot better. "Don't you need an appointment to see the dame?" he asks as the fisherwoman turns away, ladling up a bowl of the same thick rice porridge she served him for breakfast. It's the kind of stuff Naruto used to complain about Sasuke forcing him to eat the few times he actually got sick, but Kurama is never going to take it for granted again. Hot food of any kind is a blessing. Anzu snorts. The daimyo of other countries, maybe. But Takauji puts his pants on one leg at a time, just like the rest of us. He's to be respected, certainly, but he doesn't have enough people to make us stand on ceremony all the time. We've too much to do. I would recommend you leave the children here, though we may have to wait if he's busy. Kurama stiffens automatically, not liking that idea at all. Even so, before he can manage to open his mouth, Yujido offers. Madatabi says she'll watch us. Ignoring Enza's flicker of confusion, Kurama turns to the blonde, who accepts her bowl of porridge with a thankful murmur. Oh, so now she can watch he brats, he huffs, and if it's slightly sour he thinks is entitled. Useless witch of a cat. Yujido levels a rebuking look at him. Madatabi says you're a grumpy old bastard with no sense of humor, but she likes the rest of us. She'll keep watch. Well, that's what Kurama was originally hoping for when he made tracks for Kuma, so he supposes he can't really complain. Much. Still, he levels a dark look at his sister, hoping she'll see it through Yujido's eyes, and growls, she'd better. Stay safe, okay, kitten. Yujido blushes a little, ducking her head, but after a moment she looks up again and meets his eyes. I'll keep them safe, she promises, and the determination turns her eyes to steel. I swear I will. These broken children are definitely going to be the death of him. Kurama sighs, crouching down in front of her so he can meet her eyes squarely. Keep yourself safe too, he reminds her, reaching out to tug gently on her rebraided hair. I don't know what I'd do if something happened to any one of you. I've lost enough people. You get in trouble, look for an opening and run. Find me. Got it. Mutely, Yujido nods, and Kurama gives her a smile, leaning in to kiss her forehead before he stands. Ready to go, he asks Anza. Whenever you are, she agrees, giving Yujido a smile of her own. It's about an hour walking, so we likely won't be back before noon. Yeah, no. We're not walking, Kurama informs her flatly, the idea of leaving the kids for so long sticking in his craw, and sticks his head out the door. Fuji and Momiji are sprawled across the porch, ripping into a pile of fish with enthusiasm, and Kurama clears his throat to get their attention. When they both look up, he asks, think one of you can haul us over to the village where the daimyo lives? I can, Momiji offers immediately, rising to his feet. Fuji steals his half-eaten fish right out from between his paws, and he gives her an aggravated growl. Annoying little sisters can stay and watch the skulk. Don't get into trouble, okay? Fuji flips her tails at him, but her mouth is so full that she can't quite manage an answer. Well, this certainly be a story to tell at the bar, Anzu says with amusement. Not that anyone will believe me. Humans, Momiji scoffs, and Kurama rolls his eyes, vaulting onto the Reynard's back. Right. Because they are all terrible, even when they give you all the food you can stuff your face with. He raises a challenging brow at Anza, who's hovering warily a few feet back, and her expression firms. She swings on behind him, wrapping an arm around his waist, and as soon as she's seated, Momiji takes 3 long, bounding strides and launches himself into the air. Chapter 25, XXV, Conciliabule. Conciliabule con cil, bile, a clandestine meeting, especially of conspirators or rebels against constituted authority in church or state. From Middle French via Late Latin conciliabulum, place of assembly, from Latin concilium, assembly, council. Far from the vision of regal authority Kurama expects, Whirlpool Country's daimyo is a small, thin, almost frumpy man, glasses sitting crookedly on his nose. When Anzu tells the lone guard why they are there, the Lord immediately has them shown to his office, and the moment they walk in, Kurama knows he's never going to be able to divorce his impression of the man from the image of a counting book stacked intimidatingly high. Takeda, he says as the guard lets them in, and rises from his chair to nod politely at them both. This is rare. Then careful brown eyes flicker over Kurama, lingering on his hair, his eyes, and he smiles. And an Uzumaki, even rarer. By way of Kuma. Kurama shrugs awkwardly, tucking his hands into the wide sleeves of his shirt. Haven't exactly had a place to call home in a while, he mutters, and looks away when he sees Takaji's gaze slip into something dangerously close to pity. He's got people after him, Anzu says bluntly. And he's out of money, with 4 Uzumaki kids to look after. I was hoping you'd have a solution. Kurama winces. He's terrible with people, and even he wouldn't have phrased it like that. The daimyo simply favors her with a faintly aggrieved look, then glances back at Kurama. That's true. Should we expect trouble, then? Thinking of Kakashi and his pet Makiden user, Kurama grimaces. We are leaving today, he says instead of answering, and then, because there's a pinched look of concern growing on the man's face, he adds, they won't aim for collateral damage, if that's what you're worried about. They just want me. Us. Takaji studies him for a long moment, then sinks back into his chair. A lot of people want Uzumaki blood, he says, waving them towards the unoccupied chairs across the desk. And I mean that in every applicable way. Your clan is very powerful, Kurama, wasn't it, and people fear your capabilities almost as much as they want to possess them. He hesitates, looking torn, and then admits, as much as I wish it were otherwise, Whirlpool can't offer you the kind of sanctuary you need. We're a small nation, and none of us are fighters. Not anymore. Anzu makes a noise of quiet offense. Beg your pardon, she says unhesitatingly, but we are all fighters here. We are just not trained soldiers or shinobi. Headwoman Takeda. It sounds like a familiar refrain. Your fish are certainly biting today, aren't they? With a grin that shows teeth, Anzu crosses her arms over her chest. He's Uzumaki, she says pointedly. I remember what we are. Do you? Indignation flickers over narrow features, but before a brawl can break out, Anzu would definitely win it, Kurama thinks with amusement. Even if the daimyo does look surprisingly scrappy, Kurama raises his hands and protests, please, if I don't have to trade work for lodging anymore, that's enough for me. It's not for me, or I wouldn't be asking. But the kids have already had it hard enough. I just want to keep them fed. That gets him a flash of surprise, and Takaji leans back, pushing his glasses up his nose. Of course, he says, as if it was never even open to debate. My sister-in-law spent the majority of her time in Uzushiya since she was head woman here, but a good portion of Uzushiya's earnings from its last years of operations are in our vault. By right of inheritance, and as the new Uzumaki clan head, it legally falls to you. Clan head. Kurama opens his mouth in a knee-jerk protest, ready to inform the daimyo that Kushina's son has more of a right to it than he does, when he remembers that I'm a time-traveling bijou possessing the body of the last clan head and not actually an Uzumaki isn't exactly an excuse they are going to accept without a lot of other explanations. He bites his tongue, forces himself to nod, and gets out, just until the kid is old enough. It's not a position I want to hang on to. How familiar, Takaji says, and though the tone is dry it's also fond. My brother used to say that the Uzumaki could rule the world if they weren't so easily distracted. Kurama contemplates protesting that, too, but Mida. Nagata. Even Karen, who was damn scary and a little too much like Kushina in a fight for comfort. He doesn't argue. Apparently reading something of his thoughts on his face, Takaji chuckles. Exactly, he says, then levels a steady stare at Anzu and adds, I have no intention of denying you either your history or your inheritance. Whirlpool is the birthplace of the Uzumaki clan, and we will never refuse them. I just wanted you to understand that, although we would fight to the last man. Anzu clears her throat. Or woman, the daimyo doesn't even falter, for the sake of protecting you, it would be futile in the long run, especially against shinobi. The days of Whirlpool's hidden village are long over, and I have a feeling they'll never come again. I wasn't expecting anything else, Kurama admits, and he truly wasn't. Whirlpool was always going to be a temporary stop for them. Uzushiya is gone, and although restoring it would be satisfying, there's no one left to populate it, hardly enough Uzumaki left to count on one hand, let alone fill a village. No, Uzushiya is gone, a casualty of fear and warmongering and Kuri's bloodlust, and Kurama knows it isn't coming back. He has ties elsewhere, and they're not the kind he can escape. Not the kind he wants to escape. And still. Thank you. Takagi smiles at him. I'm hardly a lord at all, he says. I've spent as much time on a fishing boat as every other person in this town, and I don't have a lot of high-flung ideas about my own importance. Certainly not enough to keep you from what's rightfully yours. There's a quiet knock on the door, and he rises to open it, admitting the guard from the gate. She's carrying a small bag, stuffed full, and bows politely to Kurama before she offers it to him. Money isn't something Kurama has ever cared for, not until he needed it or risked letting Naruto and the others go hungry. Right now, though, he can feel relief unspooling in his chest, a twist of breathless gratitude directed at fate in general, and Anzu and the daimyo in particular, that leaves him almost dizzy. He takes the bag, bowing stiffly in return, and tries not to think of how much easier everything will be. They are still running, but, lodging in bad weather, hot food, good clothes, it's all in reach now. Hitting Kuri might just turn out to be a good idea after all. Sage knows this part is already turning out better than the majority of Kurama's previous decisions. I just had her pack what he can easily carry, but any time you need additional funds, send word. I'm sorry we can't do more, Takagi says, and there's true regret in his voice. Abruptly, ridiculously, Kurama wants to laugh. He remembers Sarutobi's coolly assessing gaze, the second innkeeper's hostility. Han helped, Risha helped, but they are Jinchuriki. They are in nearly the same boat. It's different when the help comes from just people. Regular people with no real stake in Kurama's future or the kids' futures. Normal people helping because they can, because they think they should, and these are the people Naruto always wanted to save. The good, steady, solid ones like Old Man Tuchi and Iame Naruka. Little things, but Kurama can see now that they are enough to make the world shift. You've done more, Kurama says, intent, completely honest, than everyone else I've met in a long time, combined. Thank you. Takagi holds his eyes, steady and strong, and nods. Keep those children safe, he says quietly. They are the future. They deserve the best one possible. Kurama thinks of darkness, of Kaguya's reanimated soldiers staggering across a devastated countryside. Thinks of 11 shinobi left alive, and no civilians, and the last desperate seed of hope in Naruto's eyes. They'll get it, he answers, and the words are rough but he's never meant anything more. No matter what, I'll see to it. I can tell that you will. The daimyo smiles, inclining his shoulders in a bow. I wish you all the safety and good fortune in the world, Kurama. Safe travels, wherever the wind may take you. There was an old blessing. Mido used to say it to the sailors who brought her to the island on her rare visits before everything ended. Kurama dredges through his memory, trying to come up with the appropriate phrase. Fair winds and following seas, he says finally, and is fairly certain it's correct. Mido usually added a phrase about may all of the fish be stupid and swim right into your nets, but he assumes that's probably less appropriate to say to the daimyo. Delight crosses Takagi's face, but before he can answer, there's a frantic knock on the door, and it flies open without waiting for acknowledgement. A young girl in rough clothes stumbles in, dipping into a quick bow, and says, "Sir." A ship with Konoha shinobi just landed. A team with tracking dogs. Fuck. Grim-faced, Takagi brushes down his robes, then says, "Momo, please inform the shinobi that I would like to speak with them, and then stall them as long as you can on the way here. Kurama, Asuka will show you out the back way. You're fox." In answer, there's a scrabbling of claws on wood, and Momiji trots around the corner. The air smells like dog now, he complains, and slides over to press against Kurama's leg. We are going. We're going, Kurama confirms, twisting his fingers into Momiji's long ruff. Momiji doesn't know what Kakashi and his group smell like, so Kurama doesn't bother asking if it's them. In all likelihood it is, though Kurama would sure as hell like to know how they caught up so fast. At least they landed here, and not on the other side of the island, where the kids are pretty much unprotected. Panic flickers, but Kurama stamps it down, turning to nod a farewell to the daimyo. Thank you, he repeats, because no matter how many times he says it, it won't be enough. Go, Kurama, Anzu says, not leaving Takagi time to answer. She grabs his elbow and propels him towards the door, where the guard is waiting. I'll make my own way back. Collect your brats and get to safety. You, Kurama pauses, feeling helpless and torn. I can't just. Leave me. Anzu gives him a smile, sharp and fierce. I'm an old woman, Kurama. Nothing scares me anymore. I told you before I have a grudge I have no intention of hiding, and a grandmother yelling at fools in the street might give you a head start. Of course she plans to stall the Konoha team by shouting at them. Maybe the Uzumaki weren't crazy to start with, and it's actually something the water here. Be careful, Kurama tells her, even though he already knows she's not going to listen, and hopes that the freak squad is feeling patient today. This is all because of you. That we can go on. Thanks. Really? She laughs at him and pinches his cheek. Go, Uzumaki. We'll meet again. They will, Kurama promises himself fiercely, nodding and turning to follow the guard. She leads him down a few short halls, then out into a dry garden, and through a weathered gate set into the high wall. Kurama slips through it, then immediately vaults onto Momiji's back and nods his thanks to her. Good luck, the guard offers with a sly smile. Keep low at first or they'll see you, but there's a river gorge just south of the town that will be faster than flying around the hills and blocks the line of sight. Without waiting for a reply, she pulls the gate shut again, and Kurama can hear her steps hurrying away. Ha! Momiji sounds thoughtful, even as Foxfire flickers around his paws, lifting them into the air. Maybe you're right. Humans can be pretty decent, can't they? So and finding, Kurama answers gruffly and tries not to think what these people are risking, helping the way they are. Technically Whirlpool is its own nation, but in reality it's so small that any form of retribution from the other countries would be entirely devastating. And that's not even accounting for the risks they are taking personally. Kakashi won't kill a civilian, he tells himself, and manages to believe it. At least the image of Anza bellowing at the Kopinin and companions gets a smirk from him. He'd probably pay actual money, now that he has it, just to see that. Think the kids are all right? Momiji asks, ignoring the looks they are garnering as they sweep down a street and out of the town. The gorge rises on their left while the road cuts right around the foot of the tall hills, and Momiji ignores the one track to climb higher, letting the stone walls block them from view. They have to be. I don't see smoke, Kurama points out, and though he was aiming for dryly amused it comes out terse, nervous tension twisting his stomach into knots. It's one thing to have the freak squad close in when the kids are close by in range. Right now they're alone, and Yujido and F both have some training, and Naruto at least knows how to make shadow clones, but they don't have a way to run if they're cornered. Fuji can't fly without help, and she won't get far running while weighed down with 4 bodies. Rather than answering, Momiji redoubles his pace, soaring forward with enough speed that Kurama leans low against his neck to keep his eyes from stinging in the wind. The mouth of the gorge looms around them, then falls away behind them, and a moment later the outskirts of Anza's small village are rapidly approaching. Her house is on the far side, down a wide, quiet lane and settled on a cliff overlooking the sea, and the relief when it comes into view is so immense Kurama almost feels faint. But there's a man in a flak jacket standing in the center of the street, looking up at the house. A snarl of pure fury tears its way out of Kurama's throat, and Momiji dives like a comet, leaving a trail of foxfire behind him. They touch down hard, the Reynard's paws skidding sideways in a clatter of gravel, and Kurama leaps from his back to land in a crash, claws bared. The man doesn't take so much as a step back. Meeting Kurama's eyes with a calm, steady stare, he tucks his hands into his pockets and says in a lazy drawl, "Hey." It's the side of his attire, worn like a bandana and tied on backwards so that the plate doesn't show, that sparks a memory, and Kurama freezes. He casts a suspicious, hostile glance at the Tokubetsu jounin, feels fur against his leg, and risks a glance back towards the house. Yujido is hovering in the doorway, eyes wide and face pale but otherwise unhurt, and F is crowded close behind her, equally unharmed. Kurama can't make out anything in the shadows beyond them, but he knows bone deep that Yujido wouldn't just be standing there if anything had happened to the boys. He nods to her, and she casts him a quick, brave smile in return, fingers tightening hard around the edge of the door. Now that the panic is dying down, though, the confusion is setting in. He turns back to the Takuja, all too familiar, but this isn't the man who died for Naruto, who stepped in the way of one of Kaguya's blows as they were escaping Konoha the final time. He's not that person yet, and while the memory is enough to make Kurama slightly more ready to listen, he's not about to let his guard down. "Yeah?" he asks warily. "What the fuck do you want?" "To ask you a question," Gunma says readily, easily, and tips his head a little, studying Kurama with sharp hazel eyes. "You willing to answer me honestly?" That's really not what Kurama was expecting. He blinks, then steps back, lowering his hands. Yeah, he agrees and means it. Apparently reading that in his face, Gunma smiles and clicks his senbon against his teeth. It looks like a cute little oral fixation quirk, but Kurama's seen him spit it with enough force to knock a kunai out of the air. Gunma isn't exactly a threat, not really, and definitely not in a head-on fight, but is an assassin, one of the best. It won't be a head-on fight. You've been doing a lot of running, he says mildly. You've got the countries in an uproar, and everyone's throwing around theories. What I want to know's a little different. He pauses, considering, and then asks, do you have any plans to bring Naruto back to Konoha? That's really not what Kurama was expecting. He stares dumbly at the man for a long beat, then answers with complete truthfulness, I never wanted to take Naruto away from Konoha. It's his village, and he belongs there. Of course we'll come back. Instantly, the tension Kurama had hardly even noticed in Gunma's posture eases. He grins, lazy and warm, and reaches up to pull the senbon from his mouth and flip it across his knuckles. I thought so, he says, satisfied, and waves to the kids in doorway with a friendly smile. Konoha nin are all insane. Kurama eyes him dubiously, then asks, that's all? Gunma shrugs. I've got a pretty solid sense about people, and there was a lot of time to think on the way here. Met up with Kakashi a few minutes ago to give him a message from the cage, and he mentioned that they went up against you, but you never tried to kill them. A soft huff of laughter, and he sinks down on someone's stairs, draping his arms over his knees. The Hokage got a lot of theories about you, Uzumaki, but I think most of them are missing the obvious. Kakashi, too. You love that kid. You wouldn't have taken him away otherwise. They were going to separate you, and you'd do anything to keep that from happening. There's a knot in Kurama's throat, something tight and painful, and he turns automatically to look at the house again. Bright blonde hair glows in the sunlight as Naruto eels through the gap between Yujito's body and the door, and when he catches sight of the street he shouts, Kurama in gleeful joy and hurls himself forward. Kurama doesn't try to stop him, just drops to one knee and lets the kid throw himself at him, then scoops him up and rises to his feet. When he turns, Gunma's smile has softened, and he looks wistful. Kakashi's nearby. Kurama asks gruffly, shifting Naruto to his hip on the far side from Gunma, because there's trusting and then there's stupid, and he didn't get that much from his Naruto, and then something Gunma said registers. Wait a second, Cage. As in plural. With a soft snort, Gunma tips his chin in confirmation. I told you you've got M in an uproar. There's in an uproar and then there's in cahoots, Kurama mutters. Fuck. As if it wasn't bad enough when they all wanted to kill him separately. Now they've joined forces to do it. And you didn't answer my question. Kakashi. A flash of perfect innocence, hiding a grin that's nearly sly. Yeah, he's here. Our boats crossed paths, so I walked over to meet up with him. He and his squad landed a little north of the ruins and went to check them out. I said I'd talk to the villagers here. You've probably got 20, maybe 30 minutes before he notices I'm not on my way back. Reaching into his vest, he pulls out a rolled scroll and tosses it over. There. The search grid our tracking tains are using, though once I tell M my copy's missing they'll probably change it up a bit. Treason is a serious charge for a shinobi, and there's only one punishment. Kurama stares down at the scroll for a long moment, then looks back up to meet Hazel eyes a little helplessly, even as he tucks it into his sash. Why, he asks. Why the hell would you do this? I don't even know you. Wistfulness slides sideways into sorrow and Gunma's smile turns crooked. Yeah, he agrees lightly, you don't. But if you're the kid's uncle, you were Kushina's brother, and I loved her like an older sister. After Minato died, well, Kakashi wasn't the only one who lost everything that night, and all of his bodyguards were encouraged to keep their distance from Naruto afterwards. Naruto is watching the man with a squinty-eyed look of assessment, which in a flash shifts into realization. You, he says with a tone like triumph. You're the A and B you with the tiger mask. You gave me shoulder rides that one time. Gunma looks utterly delighted that he remembers and grins. Yeah, that was me. Pretty clever, managing to swipe Sarudabisama's favorite books like that. Couldn't let you get caught just because you couldn't get to the roofs on your own. Naruto banes, because of course he does. I'm awesome, he agrees proudly. I'm gonna be the next Hokage, believe it. Gunma chuckles. Good, he approves. I knew your parents and they'd both be rooting for you, Naruto. Try your hardest, okay? Okay. Naruto wriggles a little. Kurama and are you coming back now? F was telling ghost stories. They are super scary. In a minute, Kurama tells him, ruffling spiky hair. Go tell the rest of the brats to get their bags. We need to leave. Momiji, go with him. Sure, Kurama and As soon as Kurama puts him on the ground, Naruto waves enthusiastically to Gunma, calls, see you later, Tiger-san, and then races for the house, the five-tailed fox trotting at his side. Gunma watches him go, still wistful, and then sighs softly, shifting his attention back to Kurama. You need to hurry, he says seriously. The Hokage, Reikage, and Keisage are all after you, and as soon as the idiots in Taki get their heads out of their asses they'll be chasing you, too. There are 2 other Jinchuriki looking for you as well, picked a fight with Kakashi when they were trying to keep him off your tail, but I don't know where they are right now. There's no one it could be but Han and Risha, and while Kurama has a hard time picturing Han picking a fight with anyone at all, he can definitely imagine Risha doing it. With any luck, and after today, Kurama isn't entirely convinced that his is all bad. They've already figured out that Kuri is just about the only other option he has. Thank you, he says, holding Gunma's gaze with an unexpected surge of gratitude. This is not what I expected. Gunma just tips one shoulder in a shrug. You're a lot like Kushina was, he says simply. I couldn't save her, and I couldn't save Minato. Couldn't be there for their kid, either. I can help, and if you're really planning on bringing Naruto back later, there's no reason for me to feel guilty about it. He glances north, eyes narrowing, and then says abruptly, hit me. Hard. Better yet, knock me out and then get going. Kurama looks, too, familiar chakra, approaching at a fast clip, with 3 other chakra signatures is also growing familiar with close behind. Freak squad incoming, he mutters, making Denma crack a laugh. You sure, he asked seriously. I'm strong. It is to look good, Gunma counters, tossing his senbon into the dirt. Do it. There's no time to waste with arguing. Kurama leaps forward, swinging with what he hopes isn't too much strength, and tries not to remember the version of this man who was commander of the Hokage Guard platoon, fond and warm and fiercely protective of Naruto, right up until the moment he died for him. There's a crack of skin on skin as the blow connects with the back of the Takuja's head and Gunma drops into Kurama's arms, face going slack. At the same moment there's a shout, almost fierce enough to be a snarl, and Kakashi cries, Gunma. Crap. For half a second, Kurama debates just grabbing the Takuta and leaving with him. That's more trouble than any of them need, though, and he shakes himself, glancing a touch over the assassin's pulse as he lets Gunma fall the rest of the way to the ground. Strong, steady, he's not in danger of anything more than a headache. The same, unfortunately, can't be said for Kurama. He leaps back in a rush, dodging a flurry of kunai, and then throws himself to the ground as a fire jetsu crackles over his head. Roots erupt, grabbing for him, and Kurama coases and slashes through them as he rolls to his feet. A tan sweeps down at his head, aiming to decapitate, but Kurama ducks in close, grabs Itachi by the throat, and tosses him right into the other Uchiha. The older boy boards his next jutsu in a whirl of movement, catching Itachi and then spinning, and chakra flickers as he blows out of sight. In the same instant, a wooden wall bursts out of the ground, curving up and over Kurama's head like a dime. He leaps over it, aiming for Kakashi as the Kopinin prepares another charge, but before he can even clear the barrier the second Uchiha flickers into being in front of him. His hands come up, eyes spinning, and Kurama breathes out a blaze, as strong as a wildfire and too close to dodge, and the boy yops. He goes tumbling to the side, barely managing to catch himself on his hands and knees, and Itachi whirls in to cover him, Sharingan like bloody pinwheels. Ducking away from a slash with a kunai, Kurama comes up with a roundhouse kick that Itachi dodges, fluid and fast, but not fast enough. Foot down, body braced, and Kurama turns hard, sliding under Kakashi's tent and bringing one hand down. The shockwave ripples out, tearing a crater into the street and hurling Itachi to the side. The wooden wall shatters even as it turns to reaching branches, and Kurama leaps high, comes down on the other side of the Mokiden user as he prepares another jutsu and kicks his legs out from under him. Another jump carries him away as Kakashi lunges and he lands lightly, knees bent, one hand on the ground. It turns into a handspring, high and quick, as Itachi makes for him again. There's blood on the kid's face, a head wound bleeding heavily, but he doesn't even seem to notice. Ninja wire flashes in the sun, bright and deadly, curving around to tangle Kurama's limbs and cut into his skin. Kurama catches it, lazy and taunting, his hand coated with the wind chakra that comes so easily to him. Nice try, mini-murderer, he taunts, grinning, then breathes out hard. Fire sparks, catches, blazes down the wire towards the Uchiha. At the same time, hearing the frantic chirping of 1,000 birds behind him, he spins, that same hand coming up and catching Kakashi's wrist in an immovable grip. There's a sudden stillness, a stalemate. Kurama stares challengingly into one grey eye, teeth slightly bared, breath coming just a little harder than normal. The claws of his left hand curl slightly, resting right over Kakashi's heart. Want to keep going, he asks and gives Kakashi a vicious grin. I'm just getting started. Fury crackles in that flat stare, trying too hard to be unaffected. Where is he? Kakashi asks, low and just edging into a growl. There's fury vibrating under his skin, something just this side of true hatred, and it prickles across Kurama's skin. He breathes it in, feels something as old as he is stir inside of him, set aside all the years of his friendship with Naruto. After all, Naruto never needed malice, never touched it. Kakashi is well acquainted with it, even if he's more used to turning it on himself than anyone else. Around, Kurama answers flippantly, and when every muscle in Kakashi's body coils tension tight in preparation for a lunge, he curls his claws warningly, pressing right through the heavy fabric of Kakashi's flak jacket and scraping skin. Don't, he warns, pitching his voice to carry to the other three as well. The second Uchiha, Shisui, is pretty certain he heard Itachi say, looks the particular flavor of determined recklessness that means he's probably about to do something stupid. From the edge of the street, there's a soft groan, a twitch. Kakashi jerks his gaze towards Genma's sprawled form, lightning chakra dispersing with a rush like static electricity in his distraction, and Kurama takes the opening. He spins, ducks under the blow. Kakashi automatically throws at the motion and comes up with another roundhouse kick to catch Kakashi in the ribs. The Kopinin goes flying, and Kurama bolts the opposite way, towards the edge of the cliff visible beyond the houses. A long, hard leap carries him out into open air, and with a surge of iridescent sparks, Momiji swoops in to catch him neatly. Fucking love you, Kurama gets out, breathless from the landing, and curls his arms around Naruto and Gaara. Packs pump his leg, hastily lashed to the fox's sides, and he touches his own, feeling the reassuring weight of it. They're going to be fine. With an eerie, yipping laugh, Momiji turns in a tight circle, then pushes up, rising like a stray cloud with Fuji on his right. From her back, offers the startled faces of the freak squad a cheerful wave, and Yujido muffles a giggle behind one hand. Head back towards Kuma, and then once we're out of sight turn east, Kurama orders, keeping his voice low enough that only Momiji and the two little boys can hear him. If you're good to fly for a while, we should make curry before nightfall. Your wish is my command, Kurama-sama. Momiji agrees easily, then flicks his tails, twists into a lazy spiral, and starts to climb. Just as the air starts to thin noticeably, he banks right and picks up speed, Fuji determinedly keeping pace. Oh, ow, Genma says as Kakashi helps him sit up. He presses one hand against his skull, eyes tightly closed, and winces. Did I pick a fight with a mountain? A Jinchuriki, Kakashi corrects, allowing himself to relax just slightly at the sound of his friend's good humor. Not that it means much, Genma will be light-hearted when the world's ending around him, and nothing can convince Kakashi otherwise. But he's not dead, the way Kakashi had thought when he first saw him fall, and that's enough. I think it's the next best thing. Apparently. Genma wobbles slightly, and Kakashi curls an arm around his back, trying not to let his worry show. He's felt how hard Kurama can hit, after all, and regardless of how skilled Genma is, his baseline human. Kakashi knows all too well how fragile that makes him. You should have called for backup, he says, trying not to let it sound too reprimanding. Genma flicks a hand, very clearly waving that off. Bad timing, he explains. Uzumaki got here just as I did. We surprised each other, I think. Any helpful monologues about where he's headed next? Tens asks, crouching next to them with his own helping of worry on his face. Sometimes Kakashi forgets that Genma and Tens have both been A and BU as long as he has, technically. Longer if root counts in Ten's case, and Kakashi is all too certain it does. They've served on the same teams a lot. Not much. Gunma shrugs, eyes still closed, and feels out the lump on the back of his head with a faint grimace. Lots of stuff about us never taking Naruto and giving the boy a good home with people who love him. Sounded pretty convinced he was right. That's the problem with the most dangerous type of zealot, Kakashi knows. They are utterly convinced of their own truth, enough so often that they can convince other people as well. The memory of Kurama's fierce defense of Naruto both of the previous times that cornered him is clear, and Kakashi, well, he's not allowed to believe things like that. He has a mission, he is Minato's son to recover, and that's all he needs to know. Let's get you back to your team, he says instead of answering. Do you have a medic with you? Inuzuka Hana, Gunma confirms with a fond smile. He has an amusing habit of taking younger shinobi under his wing, and it's very clear to Kakashi that's what's happening here. She's one of the best I've worked with. That Suna Kunoichi is supposed to be one, too, but I haven't seen her in action yet. He glances over Kakashi's team, at Tan's burned face, attaches gushing head wound, and Chisue's blisters and fade length. Apparently I'm about to, though. Shisui makes a face at him, because obviously he's a mature Jounin A and B member. Oh, stuff it. At least I didn't fade after getting whacked on the head. Tens would rise to the challenge and pick a fight. Gunma just rolls his eyes, then winces when the expression aggravates what's definitely a concussion. Help me up, he orders Kakashi, thumping him gently on the bicep, and Kakashi obligingly hauls him to his feet. He keeps an arm around the Takuja's waist, though. He has few enough friends as it is, there's no need to risk one of them tripping and falling headfirst over a cliff. Itachi falls into step beside them as their sorry group heads for the road. There's a wadded-up piece of cloth held to his temple that looks suspiciously like a chunk of Shisue's sleeve. He doesn't look at Kakashi, but asks quietly, where do we go now? It's a toss-up, really. Kurama didn't exactly give them any clues to where he was planning to go in the fight, and the direction he headed was almost definitely a false trail to throw them off. From here, he could retreat to one of the many uninhabited islands in the surrounding sea, or just head back to the mainland. I don't know, Kakashi says grimly, keeping his eyes on the horizon, and wishes it didn't feel quite so much like failure. Chapter 26, XXVI Exaction. Exaction, IG is action, the action of demanding and obtaining something from someone, especially a payment or service. From late Middle English via Latin exactia, n, from exigia, ascertain, perfect, enforce. Kiridikir lies in a long, narrow valley between the mountains and the sea, wreathed in a thick fog that muffles sound and blocks the light, and edged with heavy rain. The grey, cylindrical buildings are scattered around the Mizukage Tower, half covered with trees and greenery, and while Kurama supposes it's a neat effect, it's also eerie. Like the land is pushing back, trying to reclaim the space where the village sits, and the buildings are slowly being subsumed. On one of the craggy cliffs overlooking the village, Kurama stares down at the streets and fields, trying to sense any familiar chakra. He could flare his own, try to call Saiken's attention to him that way, but Saiken isn't the only Bishu down there. Kurama doesn't know how often Obito shows up to play puppeteer with Yagura's brain, but he assumes it has to be fairly frequently if he's going to keep control of a creature as strong as Isobo. Better not to attract his attention just yet. Kurama and I. Naruto asks, seated back against the bulk of the mountain and munching happily on some of the cookies Anzu had slipped into their bags. Gaara is beside him, eyeing the excess of water wearily as it clatters down beyond the overhanging rock. He lasted through AME's steady drizzle, but Kuri's type of downpour is something else entirely for a boy who's only seen rain a handful of times in his life. Yeah, kid. Kurama asks, turning away from the dimness of the village below. The rain is confined to the mountains for now, the clouds breaking open on the peaks, and he wants to get them into the dryness of the village as soon as it lightens a bit. Might as well, now that they can afford it. All of them could use a bath. With a beaming smile, Naruto holds out one of his cookies. Here. I saved you one. It's sweet and yummy, you should try it. It's instinct, by now, to lean in and kiss his messy hair in thanks. Well, if you say I should, I definitely will. Thanks, Naruto. Of course, Kurama and I. Cheerfully, he goes back to his snack, adding, you guys should eat yours too. Maybe later, F says, perched on the very edge of the rock with her feet hanging down. Her face is raised to the sky, and she's smiling even though she's getting wet. Yujiro, Yujiro. This is fun. Come sit with me. Yujiro looks at the drenching rain and wrinkles her nose a little. I'm all right back here. It's really wet. She's definitely one of Madatabi's. Kurama swallows a snort, then sinks down to sit with his legs crossed under him. I'm going to try and get in touch with Saikan. If anybody falls off the mountain, they'd better figure out how to fly on the way down, got it? Or, Momiji adds dryly, I could just catch them. Kurama rolls his eyes and determinedly doesn't smile. I'm trying to teach life lessons about responsibility and self-sufficiency here, and you're ruining it, he complains. You just as much of a brat as Fuji. I don't know how I was ever fooled into thinking you weren't. I'm not a brat. Fuji protests, jerking her head up from where she sprawled across Yujido's lap. And you're a grumpy old jerk. Who'd want to learn from you? Oh, stuff a sock in it, Kurama growls. What happened to me being a god among foxes, huh? Brat. If Fuji were in her human form, she'd stick her tongue out at him. As it is, she chatters, high and sharp and annoyed, and then pointedly flicks her tails over her face. Kurama harumphs right back at her, folding his arms over his chest, but before he can retort, F says brightly, oh, hey, the rain's stopping. Can we go now, Kurama and I? I've never been to one of the big shinobi villages before. For a moment, Kurama wavers, debating it with himself. He hasn't gotten any answers as to whether Obito is in the village, or even whether Saikan is hoster, but Obito's chakra is fairly familiar. Except for a lingering residue that Kurama assumes as Yugura, he can't sense it below them. He can't sense Obito's malice either, and if there's one thing that will give the Uchiha away, it's that. Kurama's been alive for a long time, but out of all the people he's met, Obito as he is now is one of the angriest and most hateful. There's not much of a chance Kurama would miss his presence. All right, he agrees at length and adds over F and Naruto's cheers, but this place isn't like Whirlpool, got it? You stick with me and don't run off, or I'll have Momiji sit on you. Fuji opens her mouth, expression delighted, and Momiji growls warningly and snaps his teeth at her. One word about my weight, little sister, and I'll throw you off this cliff. The vixen deflates with a sigh. You don't know that that's what I was going to say, she mutters mutinous. Yes, Momiji informs her dryly. I really do. Okay, Kurama cuts in long-sufferingly, before they can devolve into further bickering. Can either of you cast an illusion strong enough to get us over the walls without a bunch of bloodthirsty shinobi noticing? Make people look past us, that kind of thing. Fuji's better with illusions, Momiji admits, rising to his feet and shaking the mist from his silver-ticked coat. Mine have a tendency to break at, inopportune moments. Fuji gives him a smug fox grin. Of course I can, she says haughtily. It's easy. Yeah, Momiji retorts. Just like flying. He catches her glare and grins back, tongue lolling. Kurama sighs. Let's just go, he says. Before I'm tempted to throw both of you off this cliff and figure out how to get down by ourselves. With a yipping laugh, Fuji rises and with a whirl of smoke crouches in front of Yujiro in her large form. I'm ready when you are, Kurama-sama, she says. Naruto, do you want to ride with me today? Sure, Fujine. Face and clothes dusted liberally with crumbs, he leaps to his feet and bolts for her, leaping onto her back like a baby monkey. Yujiro follows more sedately, collecting both of their packs and slinging them over her shoulders, then climbing onto the vixen's back. Guess that leaves you with me, Squirt, Kurama tells Gaara, giving him a smile as he rises. You okay with that? I like you a lot, Kurama and Gaara informs him sullenly, reaching out, and Kurama chuckles and picks him up, settling him on Momiji's back. Yeah, I like you too. On a whim, he kisses Gaara's forehead the way he does Naruto's, and has to laugh at the look of wonder that crosses the kid's features. It's either laugh or head straight back to Suna to start ripping off heads. Ruffling Gaara's crimson hair, he turns to look at the last member of their little troop. Sweetheart. I'll ask Chmei to teach you how to grow wings later. Come on. It's almost sunset. Wings. F bolts to her feet so fast she's nearly a blur of motion and throws herself at him bodily. I can grow wings. That overgrown bumblebee had better be good for something if you're stuck with her, Kurama gratches, peeling her off his leg and hoisting her up behind Gaara. Chmea's chakra flickers with annoyance, but if she's eavesdropping, what she overhears is her own fault. Fuji, ready. The guards might not be looking up, but that's not a chance I want to take. Fuji crouches slightly, expression going intent, and sparks fire ripples through the air around them like an aurora. Flickers of color blaze into existence, then fade away, and she flicks her tails. It doesn't quite feel like a genjutsu settling around them, but similar. One step to the left, maybe. Kurama breathes it in, because it's familiar. He was never one to shake chakra this way, but he remembers how the foxes he first taught took to it, and this is one of the things they came up with. Neatly done, he says, and pretends not to see the way Fuji puffs up proudly as he vaults onto Momiji's back. All right, out and down. Fuji, let me know if anything's about to break, got it? Of course, Kurama-sama. With a light leap, she bounds past Momiji and hurls herself off the cliff. Her brother follows with a warning snarl, setting more foxfire dancing under her feet just before she starts to fall. Watch it, he warns. I'm not that quick, Fuji. The vixen ignores him like a queen, turning a wide loop that makes Naruto laugh as she descends. We look like a patch of fog, she tells Kurama proudly. I figured no one would notice that around here. Probably not, Kurama admits, eyes on the village as it comes closer. There are a handful of people on the busier streets and more clustered near the Mizukage Tower. East of it is quieter, clearly a slightly lower-class business district, and in the gathering darkness he can only pick out a few shinobi. There, he says, pointing to a patch of dripping forest that might be either a training ground or a park. Head for that part. Looks like there's an in the next street over. We get to sleep at an inn. F sounds incredibly enthusiastic. I've never been in one before, Kurama and I. Are they nice? They are all different, sweetheart. Kurama remembers the inn his first night back, the woman who gave him a room and a meal in return for clearing out some bandits. It's hard not to compare her to the sour woman in AME, unwilling to bend, though Kurama knows there are a hell of a lot of differences between central AME and northern Fire Country. Hopefully, actual money will sweeten this innkeeper's mood. Kurama is familiar civilian prejudice against shinobi with bloodlines inquiry, and between himself and his claws, Naruto with his whisker markings, and Gaara's tanuki eyes, they don't have much of a chance as passing as anything else. I likens is Fuji's verdict as she drops through the thick treetops and alights on a branch, balancing neatly with her three tails fanned out. The beds are soft. Kurama huffs as Momiji follows her down, then passes her, heading for the ground. Like I said, they are all movement. Just a flash of light off swift metal seen out of the corner of his eye, but it's enough. With no time to call up his chakra, Kurama hooks an arm around F and Gaara and throws himself off of Momiji's back, shouting, down. The fox drops instantly to his belly, and the flight of kunai just skims the tips of his tails as he jerks them down. Kurama rolls off the two kids and comes up in a rush of movement, catching the next kunai as it flies at his face. Instinct makes him hurl it back. Mido and Kushina and Naruto were all so accustomed to the weapons they could use them half asleep or half dead with blood loss, and their bodies were Kurama's too. He knows the slight twist of the wrist that lets the kunai fly true, and a gloved hand flashes up, catching the kunai in a blur of impressive speed, and spins it casually around one finger. Quick, the man approves, a half-mocking rumble with an undertone of cautious interest. I don't think I know you, Red. And I've got a decent memory for faces. Kurama's nerves are still humming with tension, not quite abated by the sight of the huge and all too familiar sword on the man's back. Yeah, he says warily, taking a step forward to put himself directly in front of Gaara and F. That'd be because we've never met. There's a rustle of leaves, a scrape, a thump. Yujiro lands lightly beside him, half-crouched, with Madatabi's chakra just beginning to flicker around her. Her nails haven't quite grown into claws yet, but she's not all that far off from letting them. Kurama and I, she asks, and the tone is tight and tense and dangerous. Kurama takes one more look at their unexpected companion and makes a split-second decision, stepping back and dropping out of a ready stance. Easy, kidden. Should have expected something like that, dropping into a training ground. Which this apparently is, given the jutsu and weapon scars studding the trunks around them. He should have known better than to expect something like a park within Kuri's walls. Yujido doesn't look overly comforted by this, not that he really expected her to be. She's a shinobi, after all. Kumo made Dan certain she wasn't anything else. She regards the man unhappily, and Kurama turns to look as well, already knowing what he'll say. Sword strapped in place, tall and wide and carrying a scent of old blood. Kiri uniform, ripped and slightly stained. Unmarked attire, one with what might be pride but is probably closer to stubborn threat. Bandages worn as a mask, careful eyes, short and messy brown hair. Kurama knows him, and not just through Naruto's eyes. This is one of his first clear memories after the night Obito controlled him, the first time since that night that he rose to the surface, looked and saw and scented blood and lightning on the air. Remembers because this man looked at him, saw him, and was one of the first to do so since October 10th so many years before. Momocha Zabuza grins back at them, assessing gaze taking in Yujido, then flickering to Gaara where he's tucked behind a bristling F, passing over F herself, and then darting up to linger on Naruto, still relatively safe on Fuji's back even if Kurama can feel his chakra rising in preparation for defense. But Zabuza doesn't make so much as a threatening gesture. With a snort, he simply crosses his arms over his chest and drawls, "How cute. A mother and her ducklings out for a walk." Kurama snarls and in a blur of motion launches himself at the other man, sweeps his feet out from under him, and slams him into the ground, claws pressed tight against his throat. And, Sage, Kakashi would have seen that coming. The Zabuza from the bridge would have seen it. Even Kakashi's Tain would have good odds for noticing what he was going to do. This Zabuza isn't weak. Kurama can feel his chakra, the strength that makes him the demon of the hidden mist, but he's untried. His edges haven't been fully sharpened yet. Well, Kurama supposes. He'd have to be. He's still in the village, after all. A distance away, quiet footsteps approach, and Kurama holds Zabuza's bristling gaze as they do, silently warning him to keep his mouth shut. Another second and a soft voice says, "Zabuza." I brought that. A gasp, a clatter as something drops, and a fierce hiss of, "Let him go." The chakra feels like a cold wind against Kurama's spine, and he doesn't need to look to know who it is. Instead, he just raises a mocking brow at Zabuza and gets a snarl in return. With a low laugh, he slides off the taller man, darting back out of range of retaliation, and says, "Glass houses, shark face." "Fuck you," Zabuza spits, twisting back to his feet, but he holds out a hand to block the oncoming blizzard in miniaturized human form. "Knock it off, Harker. Amiura'll have my balls if you destroy her favorite training ground." The little boy can't be any older than F, tiny in a way that Kurama takes a moment to adjust her, but the cold glare he's sending Kurama is enough to show that he won't hesitate to attack if he thinks it's required. Even so, he subsides obediently, murmuring, "Yes, Zabuza." He keeps his eyes fixed on Yujido, clearly aware of who he'll be facing if this does dissolve into a fight. Honestly, Kurama doesn't think it will. Zabuza's frame is loose, not quite relaxed, but not on edge either. He doesn't have any more kunai in hand, and he hasn't reached for his sword. Kurama could be vastly overestimating his ease, but he doesn't think so. The Zabuza he met on the bridge was full of anger, fury at too many things to name. This one is milder. There's still a seed of rage, but it's all bound up and tangled with determination and something that's not quite selflessness, but maybe the next best thing. And even at his worst, Zabuza has never tasted of outright malice. There was never an edge of pettiness to his hate. Everything he felt had a cause. Everything he did was for a reason. For a long moment, Zabuza studies Kurama, then relaxes, shifting his weight off the balls of his feet. It's as close to "let's be friends" as two wary shinobi can get. "Got a name, Red?" "Yeah, and it's not red," Kurama retorts, baring his teeth. "It might pass for a smile." "Maybe." Zabuza snorts softly. "Momocha Zabuza," he says, watching Kurama's face intently. "Of the 7 swordsmen. If we haven't met, I'm assuming you're not from Kuri. Got a reason to be dropping out of trees?" Kurama answers briefly, because Yujido already called him that. He pointedly doesn't offer a last name. There's no reason to make it easier for Zabuza to connect the dots if the cage have managed to get a warning to Kuri already. Luckily, he's already thought of a possible excuse for their presence in the village. "I've heard that Harusame is one of the greatest Fuinjutsu masters still alive. I wanted to talk to him." The interest in Zabuza's gaze sharpens. "You're a seal master." "I'm decent." It's true enough, he remembers most of what Mida and Kushina knew and what Naruto learned. After all, when he was trapped it was a possible way to win his freedom if he could find a weakness in the seals. Beyond that, Harusame is Yudakata's master right now. Find the old man, and Kurama will more than likely find the Jinchuriki. We should spar whenever he lets out of that dusty old library he calls his house, is Abusa's immediate verdict, and Kurama's fairly certain he doesn't imagine the swift, exasperated glance Haku throws at his guardian. That's a terrible idea. Really, really terrible, because Abusa is the type to taunt his opponents, and Kurama is all too aware of his own short fuse. When one wrong word could out him as having Abusa's power, it's probably best to avoid situations like that. Still, it might be fun. Very firmly, Kurama squashes that little thought and waves a dismissive hand. Yeah, not gonna happen. Sides, I think the kid might be a better match for you. He ticks his head at Yujita, who very much looks like she will be obliging if Zabuza ever wants to get his face clawed off. Zabuza eyes the 13-year-old, raises one short brow, and levels an assessing stare at Kurama. She's not your daughter. And is not your son, Kurama counters, flicking a glance at Haku. Instead of taking offense, Zabuza just shrugs. Useful is his only explanation, but from the way it makes Haku light up, he might as well have called the boy his own flesh and blood. You're the same, yeah. Perhaps predictably, though, it makes both F and Yujita bristle. He's not. F protests fiercely. Kurama and I took us away from the people who wanted to make us be weapons and useful, and we are people, Yujito adds, quieter but just as sharp. Kurama and I lets us be people, even when no one else will. Gaara nods emphatically, hands fisted in the back of FS skirt as he glares at the two Kurinen, and there's a loud, Kurama and I is awesome, from above. That's Naruto's contribution to the conversation. Shut up, Kurama says gruffly. There is definitely nothing going soft and doopy in his chest, because he is definitely not touched by the defense, or these four ridiculous children. All of you, just stop. Naruto laughs at him, and F giggles. Gaara smiles a little, while Yujito gives him a sideways look that says very clearly, try harder if you want me to believe you mean that. They are all brats. Zabuza chuckles, shifting his weight forward slightly and dropping his arms from his chest. It's enough of a warning that Kurama goes still, but before he can do anything more than tense, Zabuza says mockingly, such adorable little monsters. I bet if you told the rest of the villagers that you knew how to tame Jinchuriki, they'd give you whatever you wanted on a silver platter. Fuck. Kurama coils, ready to launch himself at the other man again, but Zabuza raises a hand to stop him. Hold it, Uzumaki, he says sharply, and the killer from the bridge bleeds into his features. Still not entirely present, still not quite as sharp and dagger-edged as Kurama remembers, but that undercurrent of rage is there, cut through with satisfaction. You attack, I raise the alarm, and then you'll never get close to Yudakata. I assume he's the one you're after. Apparently the cage did manage to get a message to Kuri, or Yugura learned about him some other way. Kurama calculates the odds of killing both Zabuza and Haku before one of them can alert the village and decides they are too low to risk it. He eases back, trying not to growl, and inclines his head. Well, I was. Zabuza tips one shoulder in a shrug, dismissing that even as he starts to grin beneath the bandages. Far be it from me to stop you, Red. But if I'm going to keep quiet about you and the pipsqueaks, I want something in return. Of course he does. And, knowing what Kurama does about this man's future. You want me to help you kill the Mizukichi, he concludes, and is satisfied to see Zabuza's eyes widen. How the fuck do you know that? Zabuza demands as the smugness eases out of his posture, replaced with hostility. At his side, Haku goes tense as well. Another teeth-bared almost grin, and Kurama crosses his arms again, watching them carefully. Call it intuition. I assume this is you kicking off a civil war. I prefer to call it a revolution. Zabuza eyes him right back. So what's your choice, Uzumaki? The rest of the shinobi here know about you, too, before you get any bright ideas. One step outside this training ground looking like you do now and there won't be a single place left to hide. Which would be fine, except Kurama can't ask Fuji to keep up an illusion that long, and it won't work if they are ever separated. He glances back at the four kids, eyes landing on Naruto last of all. The little blonde is clinging to Fuji's ruff, eyes wide and worried. Haku and Zabuza died in front of him once before, and Kurama knows better than anyone just how it affected him. He's not about to put Naruto through that again. And besides, he's always known that Yugura is a problem that needs to be dealt with. This is just a slightly more expedient method. They don't get involved, he says succinctly, tipping his head at the children. If you don't agree with that, I'll kill you, even if it blows my cover. There's a brief pause, startled and still, and then Zabuza laughs. Didn't want him to, he promises, and there's something like relief in his voice. I've got a house on the edge of the village. Haku can keep an eye on them while we work. You get to convince Yudakada to give us a hand, since you've got such a way with Jinchuriki. Sharp eyes study his clawed hands. Is that because you're one yourself? You don't get answers from me, Kurama growls, not so much as attempting to keep his voice even. You're blackmailing me, Momocha. If I didn't have a reason to go along with you, you'd be eating that sword by now. Zabuza just laughs, rough and sinister. You're the one who landed in the middle of my workout, he retorts. What kind of shinobi would I be if I didn't take an opportunity that all but threw itself into my lap? He doesn't need to rub it in, Kurama's already cursing his terrible luck enough for both of them. Fuji, he says instead, a little more sharply than he intends to. Another illusion, just over you, Momiji, and the kids. I'll use a hench. Of course, Kurama-sama. Fuji eyes Zabuza with a healthy dose of dislike, but concentrates again. This time, Kurama can see all 6 of them fade out of existence with barely a ripple of chakra, and he takes a breath, trying not to let Naruto's sudden absence unnerve him. He's still there, and if Kurama listens closely enough, he can hear the soft thump of Fuji leaping down from the tree, the rustle of F and Yujida talking in bare whispers as they get Gaara up onto Momiji's back again, and then negotiate F climbing up behind him and Yujida returning to her perch on Fuji. Kurama takes it in, breathes deep, and says quietly, Fuji. Sound and smell too. Lock it all down, there's a girl. Once we are alone you can let up again. Everything vanishes in a flicker of foxfire, and Kurama forces himself to turn away. He breathes out, concentrates, and feels his own chakra shift as the hench covers him. Naruto's kind of hench, strong and deceptive, able to fool even a goddess, if only for a moment. He grabs the first thing he can think of to give it shape, and pink hair and a short bob, steady green eyes, a woman's body. Strength of 100 seal on her forehead, because it wouldn't be Sakura without it, not the way he knows her, and he doubts anyone else will recognize it. He does, though, knows this body as seen from the outside, has seen it in just about every situation he can imagine, and is not about to let it slip. He opens his eyes, wearing Sakura's form over Naruto's body, and almost laughs at the bitter humor in all of this. This way, Zabuza says, and then thankfully keeps his mouth shut, leading Kurama out of the training ground. Obito isn't in the village, Kurama knows. He isn't here, isn't nearby, but, with that eye of his, distance means nothing. Kurama is going to knock Yugura out, strip off Obito's control, and he has no doubt that Obito will feel it. Maybe he won't attack Kuri, an entire village poised on the edge of a civil war and ready for anything, but what if he does? Chapter 27, XXVII Imba. Imba bia, rain, a storm, or a storm cloud, most frequently used in poetry. From early Latin imbris via Proto-Indo-European *nb ris, rain cloud. The stares at Kurama's skin make him twitchy and tense and ready to throw a punch at the next person whose eyes linger a little too long. It helps nothing at all that Naruto and the other children are back at Zabuza's amusingly quaint little house on the outer edge of the village, under Yujida and Haku's watchful eye, or that Kurama's only ally in this entire damn place is the blackmailing bastard walking on his left. Easy there, Red, Zabuza offers, sounding irritatingly amused. It isn't you they are staring at. Lie, Kurama thinks with a huff. Though he's willing to admit that Zabuza is the reason they are staring. You'd think they'd never seen you with a girl before, he mutters sourly, though he does a quick check to be sure the hand she's holding. Sakura's form is easy to maintain, but this entire dance situation is too precarious for Kurama's liking. Zabuza snorts. Hardly. I'm a known malcontent, and the Mizukids called me out before for stirring up unrest. You're an unknown foreign nin without a Hatayate, course they'd worry. And be justified doing it, Kurama thinks, and that's sour too. He's very glad the kids are as far out of danger as is possible right now because he has a feeling they are about to open themselves up to a whole host more of the stuff. Great, he complains, though he keeps his voice down and tries not to eye one of the older jounen on the street corner like he's sizing him up for a grave. You couldn't be subtle about trying to overthrow the main military power run in your village. No fucking wonder you need my help. Zabruza's eyes narrow and he throws Kurama a scathing look. Fuck off. Yugura's had his chance to change. He doesn't get another. This man's sense of honor is a complete mystery, and Kurama can't be bothered with the headache that is trying to wrap his mind around it. It's no wonder his Naruto looked up to the Kurinin, but hell. Kurama would appreciate it if he'd grow a little consistency. First the graduation massacre, then taking in an orphan, a plot to overthrow the Mizukage, and dying so he could kill Gado and asking to lie beside the body of his dead apprentice as his last request. Either he's a power-hungry psycho with infrequent attacks of conscience, or he's secretly a good man trying to survive in a bloodthirsty village where power rules. Because Kurama's life is never easy, he has a sneaking suspicion that it's the latter. It would be nice, just once, if the bad guy in any given situation could actually be a bad guy. Well, besides Kaguya. She could have all the tragic backstory and remorse in the world and Kurama would still want to tear her heart out and make her eat it. A flicker of familiar chakra draws Kurama from his thoughts, and he looks up just in time to see a very familiar woman fall into step on Zabruza's other side. She casts him a curious look from under a heavy fall of auburn hair, then puts a deliberate sway in her steps and purrs, "Momocha, I don't think you've ever introduced me to your pretty friend." Zabruza grimaces, clearly visible with his bandages pulled down to hang around his neck, and growls, "Leave me alone, Terran. I am not going to die alone." Mai snaps, slapping him hard in the back of the head. Then she smiles, sweet and terrifying, and leans in to hiss, "Insult me again and I'll kill you." She's definitely the Terran Mai Kurama remembers, and he has to chuckle, inclining his head to the one-time Mizukage. Her presence here, especially connected with Zabruza, is a surprise, though Kurama likely should have expected it. The desire to change Kuri that drove her to lead a revolution and become Mizukage couldn't have been a sudden thing. Whatever, Zabruza says gruffly, though he pointedly steps around to Kurama's other side, putting him between the two Kurinin. "Everyone waiting." "Only because you're slow," she retorts, then offers Kurama a smile. "Nice to meet you. I'm Terran Mai. You must be new. Did Momocha pick you up in a gutter somewhere, too?" "Oh, fuck you." Zabruza spits, grabbing for a kunai. "I did not." Mai meets him with a kunai of her own, disarms him with a twist of her weapon, and smiles like it's her birthday. "You didn't what? Pick up your kid in a gutter? Adopt an orphan? Show the whole world your big, squishy center?" The glare Zabruza fixes her with is hot enough to warp solid metal. "You're lucky you're a year older than I am," he growls. "If you were my age, I would have taken pleasure in killing you during the academy exam." With a soft snort, Mai crosses her arms over her chest and gives him her best unimpressed look. "You would have tried, Momocha. Be grateful I wasn't, or you'd be a charred heap of bones and a bad attitude and nothing else." Kurama would probably get more done if he left right now and went to go knock Isobo out of his trance by himself. He sighs, lifting his face skyward, and wonders if this is how Sakura felt when Sasuke and Naruto were having one of their frequent spats. Right. If you're the faces of the revolution, no wonder Kuri is screwed. "She hasn't got a damn thing to do with it," Zabruza says, fatally testy. "Bullshit," Mai counters sweetly. She glances at Kurama and offers a slightly resigned smile. "Yugura is dangerous. We might as well work together to take him down, even if our views differ, and then figure out who takes his seat once he's gone." And that makes sense, given what Kurama remembers happening in the previous timeline. Zabruza faced Yugura alone, probably in a bid to take the hat for himself, and was defeated. If no one could prove Mai was involved, she would have been watched, but not otherwise punished, which would leave her free to start another revolution a decade later. A distinct grunt makes Zabruza's opinion on that idea clear, but he doesn't answer. Instead, he grabs Kurama's shoulder and pushes him to the right, towards a round, weathered building almost completely covered by moss and twisted trees with trailing branches. "In here," he orders. "Terran, seal the door." "Because that's not suspicious at all," Kurama mutters, snatching Zabruza's hand and peeling it off of him. Pause to yourself, shark face. I'm more than happy to break it if you leave it where it is. Oh, feisty, a new voice mocks, and Kurama glances away from the swordsman, eyes darting over to the two strangers on the far side the large roan. One woman, one man, both with swords of their own carried openly. He doesn't need to be a genius to figure this one out. Two more of Kuri's 7 swordsmen being on the side of the revolution is a surprise, though he hadn't thought Zabuza was so widely supported among the powerful shinobi. Likely Zabuza took the fall while all the rest kept their names clear, he thinks, though he recalls CHJ mentioning that several of this generation of the 7 swordsmen died young and under mysterious circumstances. Also likely is that Obito had a hand in that. He wouldn't want opposition to his puppet Mizukichi. Shut it, Amiyuri, Zabuza grunts. He jerks his head towards one of the couches, then orders, sit. This is everyone important. I thought we weren't going to bring anyone else in on this level, the man says, crossing his arms over his chest. White hair, lanky build, purple eyes, haramikure at his waist, Kurama is willing to bet good money that this is Suigetsu's older brother, Mangetsu. Mai raises her hands, dropping down onto one of the chairs in an elegant sprawl. He was already on his way here with her when I caught up to him. The last, a small woman with dark red hair, crosses her arms over her chest and grins playfully. Not that I object to another girl around here, but an explanation would be nice, Zabuza. This seems as good a time as any to drop the hunch. Kurama raises a brow at Zabuza, who grimaces but nods and then lets it slide away. There's a second of startled silence as 3 pairs of eyes go wide, and then Ringo Amira laughs, pushing to her feet. She circles Kurama, steps swift and light and nearly silent, and stops in front of him, leaning in to study his face with a grin. Uzumaki Kurama. Now this is a surprise. Aren't you a little short to be the scourge of the hidden villages, pushing us ever closer to another world war? Faye, what? Kurama asks, caught off guard and entirely bewildered. He blinks, casts her an assessing glance, and decides she doesn't look crazy. Not any more than Zabuza or Mangetsu, at least. Like hell I'm starting a war. That earns him another laugh, but before Amiyuri can answer, Mai snorts. You're lucky you are from Yazushia, she says dryly. Anywhere else, even if you were a missing nin, and Konoha, Kuma, Iwa, and Suna would already have razed your village to the ground. They don't take kindly to people stealing their Jinchuriki, you know. I didn't steal them, Kurama protests, glaring at her, and he didn't. He didn't even kidnap them, honestly, they came with him willingly. The closest word he can think of is, I rescued them. If the villagers are going to turn children into Jinchuriki, they should treat them like goddamn children, not monsters. Not weapons. Mai looks at him, looks at Zabuza, and then raises one incredulous brow. I can't decide if you're soulmates or mortal enemies in the making, she says with amusement, then waves a hand, dismissing the sentiment. Whatever. Momocha, are you thinking this is the solution to our Yudakata problem, or are you Guris going to destroy us in a fair fight problem? It can't be both. Zabuza drops down in one of the chairs, stretching his legs out in front of him. I'm not certain how all of this Jinchuriki shit works, but Red, you can take Igura, right? Probably. Kurama doubts that Obito is adding to Isobu's power, is probably even taking away from it, because a weak Bijou is still a Bijou, and Igura doesn't exactly need a lot of help to be stronger than most of his shinobi. Beyond that, Isobu has 3 tails. Kurama will manage. I'm not going to let you kill him, he says flatly, crossing his arms over his chest and glaring at the 4 Kurinin. Igura's about as much of a victim here as all of you. Mangetsu frowns, tilting his head a little, while Amiyuri and Zabuza exchange incredulous glances. Only Mai doesn't look surprised. Her mouth tightens, eyes narrowing, and Kurama has seen that expression on Sasuke and Sakura's face enough times to recognize why the hell did I have to be right when he sees it. You knew. Mai doesn't deny it, even though it nets her 3 startled and faintly betrayed glances from her co-conspirators. I had hoped I was wrong. Before he became Mizukichi, Igura was different. Kinda. We both wanted to see Kuri move beyond its reputation as the bloody mist. Now he's just adding to that. It could be that the power went to his head, but the Igura I knew was always too kind. This one right now isn't kind at all, and Kurama's more than ready to lay that at Obito's door, too. He's a vicious, petty bastard, and Kurama is absolutely certain that turning Kuri into one massive competitive bloodbath is his revenge for their shinobi killing Rin. Granted, Kuri didn't need a lot of help to get there, but Obito definitely pushed them down the path. And, as much as Kurama wants to stay under the radar, especially where mad, dangerous Uchiha bastards are concerned, this could be a huge blow to him. Mentally, if nothing else, because Kuri is practically his twisted pet project right now. Kurama remembers Naruto's fight with Obito the first time. When Obito got angry, when he got confused, Naruto was able to get through to him to negate the madness. And there's nothing in the entire world that will get Obito angry and confused like Rin. So use her somehow, maybe make a connection to Madara being responsible for her death. That might just be enough. And if it's not, well, Kurama will deal with that if he has to, and pray to the sage and whatever gods might be listening that Obito's eye won't work on him when he's wearing Naruto's body. Where's Yudakada? He asks abruptly, turning to Zabuza. I'll talk him and Saiken into helping you so they can deal with the small fries. I'll take care of Yugura. What now? Mengetsu demands incredulously. We've been preparing for years, you can't just. Then you'll be thoroughly prepared. Kurama bares his teeth at the man, half smile and half threat. I have fucking things to do, and I'm only helping because it helps the Jinchuriki and the Bisha. If you've got a problem with that, I'll gladly pack up my brats and leave. Stop, Amiyuri says sharply, stepping between them and raising her hands. She glances at Mai, who nods and then offers, we are flexible, so it could work. I'll load our forces among the Jounin. Mengetsu, notify the Chunan. Don tomorrow. Fine, Zabuza grunts. He rises to his feet, rolls his neck to crack it, and says, Terum, you coming? With a gracious invitation like that, how could I resist? Mai flows to her feet, flicking a hand at Kurama. Put that hench back on, if you can get it right a second time. We don't want to attract more attention than we already do. Kurama snorts, but does as she says. Sakura's form is still easy to get right, and he flexes her fingers, remembering all the many times her hand saved Naruto or Sasuke or incountable others. He's not a healer, doesn't think he could manage it even if he tried with a life on the line, and maybe that makes it more impressive than it is, but is going to stick with all of her as a solid reaction. It makes him miss Konoha as he follows Zabuza and Mai outside into the misty grayness. Not the Konoha that he left just a week and a half ago, but Naruto's Konoha with Sasuke and Sakura and Naruto walking side by side down the street. With familiar faces, old friends, the village itself battered and a little rough but whole. Maybe Konoha isn't the best place, and maybe the people there have never made all the right decisions, but it's the closest thing Kurama has ever known to a home. He'll figure it out. When all of this is done, he'll see what it would take for them to go back. A sudden, furious scream makes Kurama jerk his head up, weight shifting onto the balls of his feet and hands coming up, but there's nothing. He glances around them, then catches Mai's exasperated expression and raises a questioning brow. Something up, he asks, faintly suspicious. Mai rolls her eyes. Some asshole has been peeping on the women's baths, but no one can catch him, she says disgustedly. I'm just waiting for him to try while Amiri's in there. She's got a temper, and she'll laugh as she eviscerates him. Kurama pauses in the middle of the street, eyes narrowing as suspicion nickels its way through his brain. Still, it's not likely. Perverts are hardly unique to Konoha, and besides, it couldn't be. It couldn't. There's not a chance. It couldn't be. Could it? Before he can decide one way or another, Zabuza says, they're up ahead. Follow that path towards the sea cliffs. Yudakada does his katas by the rocks. Should be easy for you to find him. Now that he's paying attention, Kurama can feel the bubbly brightness of Saiken's chakra, a press of iridescence with an edge that burns like acid. He takes a breath, breathes it in, and feels a flicker in the slug's chakra in return as Saiken notices him. Without pausing, he leaps past his companions, darting down the path between overgrown houses and then deeper into an actual forest. The track curves, edging around the trees, and when Kurama rounds the bend it's to a whirl of sea breeze and the smell of salt-choked water. The road runs straight along the low cliffs, the seaward side of it tumbling down in a cascade of massive rocks to meet the churning water, and a few hundred yards down there's a small figure standing on one of the boulders. Kurama wastes no time. He covers the distance quickly, then leaks lightly up to land on the rug across from the slim, dark-haired teenager. It's not safe, not smart, but he lets his chakra rise in answer to Saiken's, heavy hot red and edged with the bite of a deadly wind. The boy's amber eyes widen, but he doesn't take a step back, instead pressing a hand to his chest and holding his ground. Meeting his gaze, Kurama lets the hench fall again and says quietly, "The slug might already have told you, but my name's Kurama." There's a brief, careful pause, and then the boy inclines his head. "He mentioned you," he says, equally soft. "I'm Yudakada. Is it true you're rescuing the Jinchuriki from the villagers?" If they want to be rescued, Kurama allows, studying the fate lines in Yudakada's face, the paleness that speaks of exhaustion. "I have to say, I didn't think you'd listen if the Rokubi was talking to you." That earns him a faint smile, but it's enough to bring humor back into Yudakada's face. "He comes to me sometimes while I'm meditating and trying to clear my head. Master Harusame says it's because I don't try hard enough to shut him out, but," a shrug, swift and almost embarrassed. "He's never tried to take control, and he likes my bubble jutsus a lot. They're exactly the sort of thing that Saiken would be enthusiastic about, that's for sure." Kurama snorts softly, shifting back on his heels. The old man's just full of bad ideas. "The slug's a pushover, and I bet he'd give you all the power you could use if you just asked nicely for it." "I've gotten that impression." Still smiling a little, Yudakada drops to sit on the rocks, folding his legs under him. "He wants to speak to you. Is that all right?" As much as Kurama wants to avoid the Bijou's shared world, on the off chance that B is looking for him, he's also a little too wary of Harusame coming along any minute and freaking out, then moving up his timetable for being an absolute moron and trying to rip the Bijou out of Yudakada. "I'll go meet him," he offers instead, mirroring Yudakada's pose and resting his hands on his knees. "And after that, I've got a couple of people I want you to meet." Interest wars with caution on Yudakada's face. "The other Jinchuriki. Saiken said one of them was close to my age." Yujida will be overjoyed to have another fully trained ninja around, Kurama thinks with amusement. "Yeah. They are nearby. It'll do them good to have someone a little older around." "But they have you already." Yudakada hesitates, then says, so softly it's barely a breath, "Why are you helping them?" And, of course, there's always a moment where the well-adjusted child slides away to show just how screwed up being a human sacrifice makes a kid. Kurama sighs a little, raking claws through his hair, and then answers bluntly, "Why not? Someone should. I can, so there's no reason it shouldn't be me. Besides, one of you guys is family, and the rest might as well be. One person against a whole world won't do a whole hell of a lot, but 9 Jinchuriki standing together. There's a reason the villagers try to keep you secret and separate, kid. They haven't got a chance in hell if the 9 of you try to change things together. I'm just showing you a way." Instead of answering, Yudakada flicks him an unreadable look, then closes his eyes. Kurama rolls his "damaged child, sage defend him," and does the same. One breath, another, and a forest when he opens his eyes. Not the familiar one where the sage created the 9 of them, but smaller. More recently familiar. It's when Naruto first touched his powers, when Mizuki tried to kill Iruka and Naruto saved him. Kurama smiles a little to himself, looking over the scarred tree and the bare ground around it, because this was the first time since the night of Naruto's birth that he really stirred. Before that, he'd been too tired, too winded by half of his chakra being stripped away, and he'd slept for 12 years. But that was the nudge that woke him, a faint pull as Naruto drew his chakra away, and he'd opened his eyes and stretched, reached. Another Uzumaki, he'd thought derisively. A boy this time, loud and dumb and lonely. Easily corrupted with enough power. Kurama has never been so glad to be wrong. "Kurama. You're tiny. What happened? Did a human catch you?" "Madatabi and Chmei and Shukaku won't tell me anything." "Saiken," Kurama answers with amusement, rising to his feet and turning to look up at the slug. "I like your host. He seems pretty level-headed." Saiken bobles happily. "He's cute, isn't he? And he's got such pretty jutsus, hardly needs my help at all. When his father sealed me into him, I thought it would be terrible, but I don't think I mind as much as I thought I would." Kurama takes a moment to parse that, because even Naruto at his most energetic doesn't talk quite that fast, but then he snorts and shakes his head, trying not to smile. He's easily annoyed by his other siblings, even at their best, but Saikan is hard to get angry at, and even harder to stay angry at. He's just cheerful. Happy. Good, he finally settles on. I'm glad for you. Have you heard what's going on? I stalk Swain, Saikan shakes his head. Madatabi is still tired, so I didn't bother her, and Sun is ignoring me. Gaiki doesn't know what's happening, either, and the others won't let me catch up to them. Well, that's likely to be expected. They're not friends, the 9 of them, even if Kurama remembers them being that way in his time. People are after us, he explains. They call themselves Akatsuki, and the Sage Mother is controlling them so she can take back the world's chakra. She needs us to awaken the Jubi, though, so she's having her Dan pawns collect us. I'm trying to get the younger one somewhere safe so I can break the Jubi's vessel and at least stall her a little. There's a long moment as Saikan digests this, and then he deflates a little with a sound like a sigh. They'll kill the hosts, getting us out of them, he says mournfully. The sage was a good person, why can't his mother be as well? Do you want my help? Can Yudakada and I take care of the children for you, or is it too dangerous here? Do you want us to take them somewhere hidden? And that's one massive problem solved, just like that. Kurama breathes out a shaky breath of relief, pressing a hand over his face, and retracts every even mildly offensive thing he's ever said about Saikan. The slud is a damned miracle. Thank you. Thank you, Saikan. Yes, if you and Yudakada would be willing to watch them somewhere safe, I would gladly leave them with you. But first I need to ask Yudakada for his help with something else. Do you mind? Saikan burbles at him, somewhere between amused and fond. Go, Kurama. You were always so active. I'm glad to see that hasn't changed. Let me know if I can help. That's what little brothers are for. Best little brother in the world, Kurama agrees with a smile and steps back towards reality, opening his eyes to see Yudakada watching him. There's weariness in his expression, though Kurama is fairly certain it's not directed at him. Sorry, he offers, a little gruffly. Not pleasant stuff. Yudakada hesitates, but shakes his head. I'd rather know, he says firmly. What did you need my help with? Kurama glances back down the path, towards where Maya and Zabuza are doubtless still waiting, and sighs. There's a revolution about to kick off. The main players want to know if you'll help them overthrow Yagura. Amber eyes flicker, then fall shut, and Yudakada takes 3 even breaths. When he looks up again, there's no trace of emotion in his face beyond call distance. Yagura killed my father, he says without inflection. He was never a good one, but he was still the only parent I ever knew. The only reason I was allowed to live was because of Saikan. Inhale, exhale, and tell me what to do. If you're helping, I'll help too. How disappointing. The dull but sharp-edged voice startles Kurama back to his feet even as Yudakada flinches, and he spins, cursing himself for being so distracted he let multiple people sneak up on him. Not just a handful, but at least 20, all jounin and at the front. Yagura, Kurama growls and darts a look to where a grin-faced Zabuza and his serene Maya are being held tightly by their fellow Kurinen. Let them go. Yagura gives him a derisive glance, but doesn't answer. Instead he turns his attention on Yudakada, who's just rising, pale but steady. You were allowed to survive because your worth to the village outweighed the potential problems that the Sandai Mizuki's son might cause, Yudakada. I see now that that was a mistake that must be corrected. Will you come to face your punishment freely, trader? Slowly, deliberately, Yudakada slides a hand into one of his weapons pouches and draws out his pipe. I've done nothing wrong, he says firmly. You can't punish me for talking to someone. It's instinct that as Kurama stepping sideways, putting himself squarely between the kid and Yagura. Pick on someone your own size, brat, he says flatly, trying to gauge the distance between himself and the group. The pouch full of kunai that she gave him is thankfully at his waist, and he eyes the array of kurinen, assessing. There's no way he can take out all of them, but if he can drop the ones holding Maya and Zabuza. Yagura regards them with empty, eerie eyes, and Kurama wonders with a shiver of fury and horror how no one else can see the void where something should be. Konoha and Suna warned us that you might attempt to threaten us within our very walls. It won't work, Uzumaki Kurama. I suggest you surrender the Jinchuriki and turn yourself over to our justice. I've got a better idea, Kurama growls, baring his claws and sinking down to balance his weight on the balls of his fate. How about you go fuck yourself instead? Yugura's mouth tightens faintly, and there's the faintest spark of something in his gaze. Very well. I'll deal with you myself. He pulls the long hook-ended staff from his back, sweeping it up and around, and Kurama braces himself, trying to figure out how the hell he's going to manage this. One spark of personality isn't enough, but if Kurama can get more. Fine. Great. Fantastic. He'll make the crazy Abada-controlled Jinchuriki with complete control over his bijou lose his temper. That might make him sloppy enough for Kurama to break the Genjutsu. Either that or get him killed. 50-50 chance. Well, maybe 40-60. Isabo, you damned idiot, Kurama growls, leaping down from the rock and landing lightly on the road. He lets his chakra flare, a heavy, corrosive miasma of red and black and concentrated malice, and sees several of the jounin sway under the force of it. Wake the hell up already, or I'm gonna beat you bloody. There's no answer from the turtle, not that Kurama really expected one. Instead, Yugura's staff comes swinging at his head, hard and fast, and Kurama has to drop and roll to avoid it. He comes to his feet right within Yugura's guard, and takes pleasure in the surprise that flashes over the deceptively young face as he drives a fist right at it. Wake up! Chakra ripples and flares, covering Yugura like a red and black cloak, and he catches Kurama's fist in one hand. Stop saying that, he hisses, low and deadly, and a tail whips around to slam into Kurama's side, knocking every last bit of air from his lungs and lifting him right off his feet. He hits the ground hard on his back, then throws himself out of the way of the lash of water shaped like a dragon. It explodes as it hits the ground, but the drops hang in the air, then whirl back towards Yugura as he twists. No hand signs, no pause to craft a jetsu, just a wave of water hurtling at Kurama with deadly force, and Kurama doesn't know if he can meet it in time. Chapter 28, XXVII, Metanoia. Metanoia, a change of mind and a change of heart, resulting in a positive transformation in the way one lives their life. It connotes the beginning of healing. From Greek metanoein, change one's mind. Jiraiya hums thoughtfully, his new manuscript and his next report to Sarutobi both balanced on his lap. There's a risk doing it this way. More than once the Sandaime has gotten a sneak peek at the next Isha book while Jiraiya's editor is left scratching his head over the coded assessment of Akatsuki's most recent movements, but Jiraiya is an artist and can't deny the inspiration when it strikes. And that one nubile vixen in the bathhouse with the black hair and the massive. He giggles to himself, sniffling to ward off any imminent nosebleeds, and jots down a few more lines of his next masterpiece. Technically, Kuri doesn't have much to do with Konoha, or Orochimaru, or Akatsuki, but Jiraiya has been catching weird rumors from this village for years, and when Orochimaru was sighted a few miles from the edge of the village, he figured it was finally time to check it out. One Henjas, an upset-minded farmer later, is beginning to see that Kuri is just one massive mess, worse than Suna or Kuma have ever managed to be. The civilians are on edge, and the shinobi are worse. One wrong move is enough to get weapons drawn on both sides. And there are sides that much Jiraiya can say without hesitation. They are even obvious. No one is trying very hard to hide their discontent, and they are sticking to their own groups. It puts Jiraiya in definite mind of a powder keg with a bare inch left on the fuse, one spark, one breath of wind, and the entire thing is going to go up like fireworks. Or like a bomb. That's a distinct possibility, too. Jiraiya has been here for 3 weeks now, entirely out of contact with Konoha because he can't risk revealing his chakra and getting noticed. Foreign shinobi are never exactly welcomed, not in any of the villages, but here in Kuri it's particularly bad. They are avoided, whispered about, eyed with all the wariness of possible serial killers. Twice now Jiraiya has seen it, and it makes him glad he didn't try to enter the village as himself. He probably wouldn't have made it very far, being who he is. Tapping his pen against the page on his knee, Jiraiya sighs softly and tugs at a strand of white hair that's falling loose. He doesn't quite know where to go from here. He hasn't seen any evidence of Orochimaru's presence, or any of Akatsuki's supposed other members, not that he'd be able to pick them out of a lineup even if they were here, given that he only has a vague idea of who they are, and given the current tensions, he doesn't want to get caught as a Konoha nin in the middle of what might as well be Ami territory. Still, the risk that Orochimaru is up to something in the village is a little too great for Jiraiya to accept. The snake is dangerous, and Jiraiya knows that better than anyone. Damned if he does, damned if he doesn't, Jiraiya thinks a little wryly and rolls his report up to stow it in his weapons pouch. If that's the case, he might as well just. That's about when the screaming starts. Jiraiya's head snaps up, and the Isha manuscript gets stuffed away as well, even as he jerks to his feet. That particular terrified cadence means civilian, and while civilian screaming in the middle of the bloody mess is hardly a new thing, the sheer number of screaming villagers means this isn't just two shinobi deciding to brawl it out in the streets. Jiraiya steps back, closer to the twisted, gnarled trunk of the willow he's been using as a hiding place, and it's hard for a man with his size and coloring to fade into the shadows, far harder than it ever was for his teammates when he had teammates, but years of experience make it simpler. He thinks small, unobtrusive thoughts as he slips out, keeping close to the tree line, and checks the street. There's chaos. The villagers are fleeing, running in the panicked way that means they are leaving monsters behind them, and Jiraiya knows that's a bad sign. Civilians and shinobi villagers can take most things in stride, and this kind of reaction means something massive and distinctly deadly is happening. Moving in the opposite direction of the civilians, going at a dead run, is a kunoichi Jiraiya has seen several times in the past few days, though sadly never in the bathhouse. She leaps knots of villagers, a hand on one of the twin swords at her waist, and shouts, "Mengetsu." Here a man calls back, darting out of the shadows between two round-capped buildings and joining her in the rapidly emptying street. The kunoichi lands next to him, looking somewhere between pest and the flavor of playful that a cat would before a wounded mouse, and says, "We need to move. Yagura's mobilizing forces and trying to root us out." "What, like move?" Mangetsu demands. "We can't just go blindly, Amiyuri." "What happened to Dawn?" "Zabuza and Mai." Amiyuri shakes her head, mouth tightening, and draws her swords. That's enough to spark the recognition in Jiraiya's brain, Ringo Amiyuri, the first kunoichi to make it into the Seven Swordsmen. And that means her companion is the newest swordsman, Huki Mangetsu, supposedly able to wield all of Kuri's famous blades. A dangerous pair, without a doubt, and given their topic of discussion. One of the jounin spotted the yondaime headed towards the cliffs. Her expression is grim. We have to assume they've been taken or engaged already. Mangetsu's expression flickers between worry, incredulity, and uncertainty. With Kurama there. Weren't they going to introduce him to Yudakada? Jiraiya frowns. That's a new name, even though he's made himself familiar with the vast majority of Kuri's high-ranking shinobi in the past few weeks. He recognizes Yudakada's name. Of course, he'd be a failure as a spy if he missed Kuri's second Jinchuriki, but the first name isn't one he knows. And, given the tone Mengetsu just used, that is a failing. The implied "how could anyone beat them" of Kurama is that makes Jiraiya a little queasy. If he missed a fighter that powerful, what else could he have missed? Amiyuri just tips one shoulder in a careless shrug. "We don't have time for this," she says. Yagura is distracted. This is our best chance of seizing the administration center and eliminating his supporters while they are without backup. Round up your chunin and anyone who might be swayed to our side. I'll find the jounin. Push for the village center, all right. This is going to end badly, is Mengetsu's assessment, but he turns and hurries back into the maze of streets, and Amiyuri heads the opposite direction. A shinobi just rounding the corner sees her and shouts, but half a heartbeat later she's on him in a spinning blur of lightning-edged swords, and when she darts away there's a corpse left lying in the dirt. Jiraiya takes a slow breath, then lets it out. He doesn't have all the pieces yet, but this is definitely a revolution happening right now. Whether it's going to be a successful one or not remains to be seen, but given that Jiraiya is a well-known foreign nin with direct ties to Konoha's Sandaime and a reputation as one of the strongest shinobi alive, he can't afford to keep too close an eye on things. Getting spotted would give Kuri an ironclad reason to go to war with Konoha, regardless of which side wins, and Jiraiya isn't about to take that chance. He takes a breath, shifts even further back into the shadowy edges of the fog, and decides to wait until there's a definite outcome to report. This is probably going to be the most exciting news that's passed Tsurutobi's desk in a long time. Jiraiya just hopes he doesn't give his old teacher a heart attack or something. Yagura's attack shifts, changes, becomes a vast mouth with teeth and hunger, and Kurama moves. He gathers himself and leaps, harder and faster than he's moved since he left his own time behind, and comes down behind the Jinchuriki as Yagura's attack hits only empty air. Half a second to call up his chakra, and then Kurama slashes down. Force ripples around the blow, heavy like gravity, and even with one tail manifested, Yagura can't turn fast enough to meet it. He goes flying, slamming into the rocks that line the seaward side of the road, and Kurama growls in victory and follows. In the same moment, there's a sudden surge of heat, and the shinobi holding my screen. She dives down, rolls, and comes back to her feet, already pulling more lava into the air around her. In contrast, Zabuza is gone, faded back into the mist even as his captors fall with their throats slit, and Mai laughs. Her lava flows out like a deadly wave, aiming for more of Yagura's shinobi, and a massive sword flashes down on the far side of the group, sending more of them scattering with fearful cries. Satisfied that they are not about to die, Kurama turns his full attention back to his own fight, spinning sideways around another lash of water and then going high, more force gathering around his fingertips. Claws aren't useful here, and getting close enough to use them will do more harm than good, but he can't risk a Bichdama, even small. At full strength, Isobu could stop it, or at least avoid it, but Kurama doesn't know that he is at full strength. What if Obado has bound him somehow, or is leeching from him? Naruto liked Yagura for the brief moment they met in the Biju's shared mental world, and regretted not being able to save him. For that reason alone, Kurama isn't about to kill him. Still, that leaves Kurama a little light on techniques. He slashes down again, but Yagura dodges, a sweep of his hook-ended staff calling up another whirl of seawater that he flings directly at Kurama's head. Kurama ducks under it, steps around the jab of the staff, and calls up a scything arc of razor-edged wind. It screams down like a storm, but Yagura turns even as his chakra shroud ripples and condenses, darkening to a red so deep it's almost black. The Futon Jutsu impacts, but doesn't do more than glance off the sudden emergence of Yagura's version 2 form, and Kurama curses. How's it feel to be a damned puppet, Yagura? He taunts, sidestepping another lance of water. A burst of fire dissipates the next before it can hit him, and he leaps back, luring the Mizukichi further away from Mai and Zabuza. He doesn't want to find out the hard way that Yagura is willing to take hostages. They are not his friends, not hardly, but they are allies, and his Naruto would have given anything to protect them for that reason alone. Kurama might not be Naruto, not in any way that matters, but he can at least respect his Jinchuriki's convictions. Especially when it will make his own fight easier. I am no one's puppet, Yagura answers icily, but is following, Isobu's three tails sweeping out to crumble rock. In a blur of speed he darts around Kurama, aiming a blow at his back, but Kurama rolls underneath the tail and keeps retreating, aiming for a small area of open ground further down the path. He risks a brief glance back, checking on his allies, and Yudakada is where Kurama left him, but is sitting cross-legged on the rocks again, eyes closed, hands on his knees. Saiken's chakra ripples and curls around him like waves, and Kurama frowns, because that's stupid. Why is the kid, already a jounin and supposedly a trained shinobi, leaving himself vulnerable like that? Especially with a good dozen of Yagura's shinobi still trying to subdue Zabuza and Mai. It's just not something he can contemplate right now, Kurama realizes, as one of Yagura's tails nearly takes his head off. He leaps over the second one, ducks the third, and spins back to his feet in a cocoon of fire that slides off Isobu's chakra like water off oiled canvas. Not a puppet. Kurama asks and has to laugh, rough and derisive. Says the puppet who can't even see his own strings. You're killing people, ruling over a sea of blood, and you don't even know why. You've been used, Yagura. Akatsuki has one hand on your neck, but you don't even see it. You stupid, or just that arrogant, little boy. I am not a child. Yagura snarls, and this time the whip-like lash of water catches Kurama in the side, flinging him across the ground. He hits the rocks hard, feeling ribs crack, but doesn't have time to assess. Yagura is already on him again, corrosive chakra boiling with fury, and Kurama dodges in time to escape all but a single long cut down his shoulder. He rolls back to his feet, ducks a second blow, and sends a wave of force back. It hits, but not hard enough, and Kurama curses as he retreats again. You sure look like one to me. I feel like I should go looking for your babysitter, he taunts, and leaps high, twisting over the tail that slants into the ground where he was standing and coming down on Yagura's left. Another shockwave makes Yagura spin, only to catch a face full of fire with another razor-edged wind behind it, and the Jinchuriki roars. He shakes it off, like a bull enraged by a stinging fly, and that's really not a metaphor to increase Kurama's confidence. He ducks in, trying for another punch even after the way his last attempt ended, and only manages a glancing scrape of knuckles across blistering chakra as Igura whips his head to the side. But something flickers in Igura's eyes as the barb strikes home, and the fury that covers him like a haze flickers increases. Just for a moment there's clarity on his face, even in the midst of his anger, and with a hiss he lashes out with all three tails and his staff at once. I am not a child. Okay, that's a definite button, Kurama thinks, and drops down, slamming a hand into the earth. It surges up, but Kurama knows a simple dotenjutsu won't even slow Igura down, and dotas while the Jinchuriki sight is obscured. He slides behind a stand of boulders, needing the moment to figure out just how the hell he's going to survive enough taunts to get through to the brat, and Igura stumbles. His steps falter, the chakra shroud flickers, and for an instant all Kurama can feel is Saikan's bubbly, acid-sharp power rising like waves around them. Oh. Yudakada is a damn genius. He must have gotten Saikan to pull him into the Bishu's shared mental world, where they can attack the chains of the Genjutsu holding Isobru directly. Given enough time, they might be able to bring the total back to himself. Of course, that means Kurama has to distract Igura in this world, so that there's no chance of him following and confronting the teenager. Kurama isn't certain that Igura can even access that plane, but better not to risk it. Yudakada's only a kid, and although Kurama suspects that Saikan will do whatever he can to keep his Jinchuriki safe, they can't afford to take that chance. With that in mind, Kurama slides out from behind the rocks while Igura's back is turned, then summons up another wave of force and lets it crash over their battleground. Without a chakra shroud to catch it, it knocks Igura right off his feet, sending his tumbling. He catches himself before he can go over the edge of the cliff, but immediately rises, pulling a massive surge of water up from the ocean as he does. He spins on Kurama, teeth bared and eyes almost wild, and the water crashes down like a drowning wave. There's no avoiding this one, no getting away, no time to retaliate. All Kurama can do is brace himself before the miniature tsunami drops down on his skull. There's a burst of pain, an explosion of darkness behind his eyes, and the reflexive breath Kurama takes is water without any air at all. The darkness spreads, swallowing him whole, and for an endless moment it's all Kurama knows. Hey, a gentle voice says, as familiar as Kurama's own heartbeat. Hey, bastard fox, that's enough plain dead. Open your eyes. Beauty sleep's not going to help that much ugliness, believe it. Kurama's breath stutters in his throat, even as his hand flies up, catching the fingers that glance over his cheek. They are tangible, calloused and warm and so impossibly familiar, and he opens his eyes. Gold greets him, gold and blue and suntan brown, with three pale whisker marks like faded scars and a smile as bright as the sun. Naruto, he chokes and then can't get so much as another sound out. Naruto, he's Naruto, well into his 30s and worn around the edges, but still so bright, still so brave and steady, smiles at him, eyes worn, and twists his hand in Kurama's grasp to close his fingers around Kurama's hand. Hey, Kurama, he says fondly, as though they are meeting after a few days apart, as if Naruto isn't dead and Kurama isn't stranded in a time period 30 years removed from his own. Kurama sits up, unable to take his eyes off his Jinchuriki, and drags in a breath that shakes. You're dead, he manages. I saw, Kaguya killed you and then. Faint sadness slides in behind Naruto's smile, edging it with regret, and he sits back on his heels. Yeah, he says quietly. I figured it would end like that. I'm sorry for making you sad, Kurama. That was never what I wanted. A sound gets caught in Kurama's throat, halfway between a laugh and a sob, and he doesn't resist the impulse to throw himself forward, wrapping his arms around his Jinchuriki the way he's only ever done once before. You idiot, Naruto. That doesn't matter, you died. And you made it back in time, Naruto counters, laughing a little as he rocks back to land hard on his ass, Kurama halfway sprawled in his lap. Without hesitation, he wraps Kurama up in a tight hug, holding him close, and says, if you're using enough chakra to strain the seal, though, something's happening. Are you okay? Entirely reluctant to so much as lift his head from Naruto's shoulder, Kurama grunts unhappily. Fucking Obito. Then he pauses, eyes narrowing, and growls, you sealed my chakra. That makes Naruto laugh again, and he ruffles Kurama's hair. Kind of, he admits sheepishly, and when Kurama snarls at him adds, just a little. It didn't keep you from using it, it just meant that if you wanted to use all of it you had to reach for it, and you'd come here. He smiles, expression bright and eyes happy. I wanted to be with you, Kurama, even just as a chakra impression. I wanted to see you become the hero I know you are. Kurama can't help but laugh, finally forcing himself to pull back a little so that he's kneeling in front of Naruto. You're the only one, he says, and it comes out far closer to fun than he intends. Sage, Naruto, I missed you. I've missed you so much. Another sad smile and Naruto reaches out, curling his fingers around the back of Kurama's skull and pulling him in to rest their foreheads together. Sorry, Kurama, he says again. I didn't mean to leave you all alone. Taking a shaky breath, Kurama closes his eyes briefly, then opens them again, unwilling to miss even a second of this encounter. I'll survive, he says roughly. The other you, the younger you, he's with me. He likes me. Who wouldn't? Naruto laughs and his fingers tighten just a little as his expression turns serious. If you use your full power, everyone nearby will feel it, he warns. They'll know you're something more than a regular shinobi. Since they already do, that's hardly a loss. Kurama gives Naruto a crooked smile and says mockingly, worried about subtlety. Where's Naruto, and who the hell are you? Naruto just laughs, grin stretching bright and happy across his face. Okay, bastard fox, no need to get snippy. I was just warning you. Blue eyes fall closed for a moment, then open again, and he pulls Kurama forward into another hug. Be careful, you big, mean jerk. I can't watch your back like I used to, so you better watch it twice as hard, okay? That doesn't even make sense, Kurama complains, even though his eyes feel hot and his throat is tight again as he curls his arms around Naruto's waist. Am I ever going to see you again? Who knows? Naruto asks cheerfully, and the white world around them brightens like a solar flare before Kurama can even open his mouth to curse at him for it. There's a sharp crack somewhere distant, the echo of a seal breaking, and chakra rushes in like a warm, buoyant wave, sweeping him up and carrying him away from that familiar presence. Bye, Kurama. I love you, and I'm so proud of you, something whispers into his ear, and Kurama smiles even through the wash of grief, finally letting go. Bye, Naruto, he breathes and opens his eyes. Well, fuck, Risha says, halfway up the cliff that will let them sneak into Korea unnoticed, Han's idea, of course. He stares upward, watching as a good portion of the sea is pulled right into the air as part of what is clearly a devastatingly large water jutsu. There's enough chakra on the path to make it seem like a small war is going on, and 3 of those chakra signatures are definitely Bija, or at least Jinchuriki. Keep climbing, Han tells him firmly, stripped of his armor to make the trek easier, and very unhappy about it. We can deal with it when we are on solid ground. Well, at least they found Kurama, Rishi thinks with as much optimism as he can muster, channeling a little more chakra into his hands and feet and redoubling his pace. He only hopes the crew of the boat they commandeered was able to get out of range before Shinobi started sucking up the seawater. There's no time to even glance back to check, and Rishi doesn't bother trying, throwing himself up the steeply angled rock. He's already calling up Sun's chakra as he hits the lip of the cliff, and he hurtles over with lava curling around him, slamming feet first into a shinobi in Kuri's uniform. The man goes down, and the very pretty auburn-haired woman he was about to stab in the back whirls around in surprise. Risha doesn't pause, slinging himself around her and smashing a ball of molten rock into the face of another man. The smell of scorched flesh fills the air, and Han, just vaulting over the edge of the cliff, gives him a must-you-always resort to overkill look. With the ease of practice, Rishi ignores it, decking a kunai aimed at his eye and kicking the attacking kunoichi in the stomach. Another surge of lava, not his own, to his great surprise, finishes her off, and he turns a startled look on the auburn-haired woman, who smiles viciously at him before hurling herself at a shinobi trying to lunge at the Jinchuriki seated off to the side. The kid doesn't move, but the would-be attacker goes down screaming. Okay. Her alike, Risha tells Han cheerfully. Han gives him a long-suffering look, then drops the sack holding his armor and starts pulling it on. Kurama, he reminds Risha pointedly. Over there, the only shinobi fighting on the woman's side says, pausing next to them with the blade of his massive sword dripping blood. Rishi had forgotten just what Kuri was like as a culture. The lack of restraint is actually rather freeing, though, looking at it as a Jinchuriki who causes collateral damage more often than not. The man points down the rocky road to where that water Risha watched rise is coming down, and he just manages to catch a glimpse of dark skin and red hair before the wave crashes over the two fighters. Kurama, he shouts, hard in his throat, and leaps for the pair with sun rising inside of him. The ape roars with fury, deafening even if it isn't truly audible, and Rishi isn't any more composed. The Swaitan Jutsu is pulling back, but that much pressure, that much weight, with killing chakra behind it and a Jinchuriki's power augmenting it. Something sparks. There's a flicker of red so dark it's almost black, then another, and then like a wildfire catching an ancient, malicious power burns the water away, not even leaving stain behind. In the midst of that angry, hateful chakra, a figure stirs and Kurama pushes to his feet. He staggers once, then steadies, shaking his head, and laughs. He laughs, and it's wild and dangerous enough to stop Rishi in his tracks. "Godan," Kurama says, twisting to stretch almost idly. He bares his teeth in a bloody grin, directed at the small figure standing tense and wary across from him, and chuckles lowly. "I'd forgotten what it feels like to really let loose. Care to help me remember, kid?" The other Jinchuriki's expression flickers, then firms. "I'm not a child," he growls, and it has the sound of a familiar mantra. Kurama hums thoughtfully, then shifts his weight forward onto the balls of his feet. "Great," he says with easy, deadly amusement. "Then I don't have to care when I beat your ass into the ground." Chakra ripples around him, hot like the heart of a fire with the cutting edge of a hurricane hidden behind the heat. Kurama doesn't even seem to move, but in half the space of a blink is behind the Mizukichi, and a kick slams into the Jinchuriki spine. Yudura stumbles forward even as his three tails whip backwards, aiming to crush, but Kurama catches them casually, easily, and laughs again. "Cute," he mocks. "But you're forgetting something, Yugura." His grip tightens, and with a surge and a jerk he turns, throwing Yugura bodily away from him. The Jinchuriki crashes into the trees on the far side of the path, tearing through them as his chakra flares to lessen the impact. Kurama steps after him, casual except for the predator lurking in his eyes. "I'm so far out of your lead, kid, that you might as well just give up. You're never going to be able to touch me as you are now, tied to that madman. Get up. Fight for yourself. Fight like you actually mean it. Fight me, Yugura." Yugura scrambles to his feet, eyes wide and suddenly wary, and takes a step forward. He lashes out again, tails and chakra slumming forward, but Kurama dodges like they are hardly moving at all and punches Yugura squarely in the face. There's a sharp crack of breaking bone, and Yugura reels back with a cry, expression astonished above the wash of blood from a broken nose. And Rishi is honestly pretty surprised, too, given that he hadn't thought a simple punch could make it through a Jinchuriki's chakra shroud. Then again, it's not a surprise that Kurama's something entirely new in the framework of their world. Rishi realized that much a while ago. Fire roars, a sudden snap-crack as the inferno strikes with all the force of a hammer, evaporating the weak shield of water Yugura desperately summons to block it. The younger man looks dazed, almost dizzy as he staggers back another few feet, trying to put space between himself and Kurama, and he shakes his head hard as if attempting to throw off a mental fog. "You what?" he demands harshly, then visibly grits his teeth and opens his eyes. "You're a traitor," he growls. "Nothing you say means anything. I'll stop you here and take those Jinchuriki you snatched to make Kuri strong." Rishi winces. He's only been around Kurama for less than a full day, and even he can tell that threatening the kids Kurama collected is a bad idea. And on cue, Kurama bares his teeth, an inhuman snarl tearing out of his throat. "They're mine," he roars, and chakra whirls around him like a hurricane and is then pulled in, condensing in one hand. Positive and negative shift, balancing precisely, and spin into a whirl of black-streaked violet. The moment it steadies, Kurama hurls himself forward, too fast to see, and slams into Yugura with the force of a storm. The orb of chakra in his hand impacts the Sanbi's chakra shroud, and with a sound like splintering glass it gives way, shattering around Yugura. With a cry he staggers back, and Kurama spins, another kick hurtling Yugura back across the road. The Mizukichi slams into a rock, skull snapping back with a crack, and then slumps in boneless unconsciousness. Like a sudden tide, cold chakra curls around him, rising and then receding, and Rishi feels some shift in sudden recognition. "Isobo," the ape says to him. "I felt him before, but it was muted. Different. I hadn't realized it until now." "Rishi." There's surprise in Kurama's voice as he steps out of the clearing his fight created, and Rishi turns to find the other redhead looking at him with confusion. "What are you doing here?" That, at least, is easy enough to answer. Rishi jerks a thumb back towards his friend, who's helping contain the last of the attacking Kuri shinobi, and says Hanano met up on Turtle Island, meant to pass a message to Bei, but he'd been called back to Kuma. "We decided to find you, see if you needed our help. Seems like you've got it handled, though." Kurama smiles a little, oddly easy despite the painfully corrosive chakra that's just starting to fade. "I'm okay now," he agrees, and the words have a weight to them, meaning that Rishi isn't privy to. "Someone just reminded me what I'm fighting for." He casts a glance at Yagura's crumpled form, expression not quite sympathetic even if there's definitely understanding there. A puppet wouldn't understand that. A genjutsu, Rishi realizes with a flicker of unease, remembering Kurama's warning about a masked man with an eye that could control jinchuriki. People with strong enough wills can sometimes break genjutsus, given the right motivation, but if they can't manage by themselves, pain does a pretty good job of it, too. And being overwhelmed by Kurama's chakra, uncontained and whirling with hot sharp determination buried rage, was probably more than painful enough to do the trick, even if that blow to the head didn't. Shaking his head in mixed disbelief and wonder, because really, mind-controlled Bijou and mysterious redheads rescuing them, what is his life now? Rishi joins Kurama at the other Jinchuriki's side, even as the dark-haired teenager and the swordsman head down the road to join them. "Think that freed him?" he asks judiciously, running an assessing eye over the man. "Over the Mizukage, and damn it, but that puts a whole new spin on things, doesn't it? Controlling a cage is like conquering a village, after all, and in a place like Kuri, a sudden personality change might spark a few concerns, but not many people would be brave enough to actually voice them." "I think so." It's the teenager who answers, hovering a few feet back but looking steady enough. Saiken says the Sharingan's hold has been broken. "The Sharingan," the swordsman demands, hand tightening on the hilt of his weapon. "There was a fucking Uchiha controlling him." "Red." "Rogue Uchiha," Kurama corrects, rocking back on his heels. He glances over at the teenager. "Udakada, you good?" Udakada nods. Saiken took the brunt of the fight while a restrained isober. "I'll be fine with a little rest." "Good." A shift from the body in front of them pulls Kurama's attention back, and he narrows his eyes, tension bleeding into his frame. Rishi tenses too, some close to the surface and ready to strike if he needs to, but he doesn't move yet. "Red?" the swordsman asks, faintly wary, just as Yagura's eyes flicker open. Chapter 29, XXIA, Requital. Requital by KWTO, something given in return, compensation, or retaliation. From 16th century English, from re, back, plus obsolete quite, quit dot. "Ow" is the first thing Yagura says, immediately followed by, "That bastard with the eye. I'm going to wring his neck." "Okay," Kurama concludes wryly, settling back on his heels. "He's fine. Everybody back, quit hovering." Yagura pushes himself away from the rocks with a grimace, sitting up a little unsteadily and pressing a hand to the back of his skull. "Thank you," he tells Kurama briskly. "I appreciate it more than you can know, getting me out from under that man's thumb." Memories of Madara and bloody red eyes make Kurama's smile slip sideways, turn it crooked and a little pained. Obito did it, too, the night of Naruto's birth. "Believe me, I understand." The Sharingan success. "Glad you're back with us, though." That earns Kurama a quick look from several of the surrounding shinobi, Rishi and Udakada foremost. "Kurama?" Rishi asked sharply, expression pulling into a deep frown as he crosses his arms over his chest. Kurama waves it away. It's the past twice over now, and is not about to bring it up. The ease from seeing Naruto, from managing something like a goodbye untainted by death and falling bodies, is like a pull of calm at Kurama's center, curled up in the midst of the full force of his chakra. He hadn't even realized it was absent until Naruto returned it, but it's like reuniting his yin and yang halves all over again. He's whole, more than just physically now. The sharp snap of heeled sandals on stone announces Mai's rapid approach, with the faint clank of hand following behind her. "Yagura," she says sharply, and there's temper like a brewing storm in her voice. "You little worm, I should punch you for everything you've put us through these last few years." Zabuza takes one look at her face and slides around to stand on the far side of Kurama, well out of range. Yugura simply glares back at her as he drags himself to his feet. He plants himself in front of Mai, who is over a foot on him in height and probably weighs as much as two of him. Terran, don't think I didn't know about you coveting my seat, which? You can't have it. I'm the Yonde Mizukic. Then you should actually do your job. Mai props her hands on her hips and meets him stare for angry stare. It's all gone to hell while you were busy being brainwashed, so fix it. There will. Good? Fine. Kurama isn't quite sure what happens next, but there's a brief scuffle that somehow ends with Mai hugging Yugura as if her life depends on it, stooped low to get her arms around him, and Yugura entering it with a roll of his eyes and a fairly awkward pat on the back. There's a faint glassiness to his eyes that gives him away, though, and his voice is slightly rough when he says, "Stop leaking on me, Terran." I'm the Mizukic, it's demeaning. Shut up, Mai tells him promptly. This is probably the closest you're ever going to get to a woman, so pipe down and enjoy it, shrimp. Yugura makes a face and wiggles out of her hold with as much dignity as he can muster. Kurama assumes they're not supposed to see the way he brushes impatiently at his eyes. If you even count, harpy, he retorts. Still trying to trap a husband, I say. Mai smacks him in the back of the head without hesitation. I'm at a perfectly eligible marrying age. That's certainly not a relationship Kurama saw coming. With a low, entirely amused snort, he rises to his feet as well, leaving them to their bickering as he steps back to Rishia's side. The Jinchuriki arches a brow at him, then says mildly, "That was an impressive light show. You know, I bet that Kopinin would be a lot more careful about chasing after you if you showed him something like that." Kurama blinks, making the connection, and can't find a chuckle. You ran into Hatake, I take it. From Kurama's other side, and half softly. Ran into? You mean picked a fight with? Risha looks unrepentant. Figured the least we could do for you and those two brats was slow him down. Not sure if it worked, but since we didn't pass any Jounin-shaped craters on our way here, I'll assume it did. The look on Kakashi's face when he realized he was facing off against not one but two Jinchuriki must have been fantastic, Kurama thinks a bit wistfully. Too bad he hadn't known when he met the freak squad in Whirlpool Country, he'd have gleefully rubbed Kakashi's face in it if he had. We've run into them twice, but we managed to get away both times. We are all fine. Of course you are. Rushi sounds insulted by the mere implication that they might be otherwise. It takes a hell of a lot more than a scrawny scarecrow of a Jounin to take a Jinchuriki down. Hence size. Risha, I really don't think you're in any position to be calling people scrawny. With a harumph, Risha folds his arms across his chest. I'm the furthest thing from scrawny, you walk in haystack. Red. It's Kurama, Kurama says with some annoyance. Even you can manage 3 syllables, shark face. Zabruza just grins at him, Kubikarich slung casually over his shoulder. Let's leave the lovebirds to it, he says, jerking a thumb at Yugura and Mai, who are halfway down the path back to the village and still arguing. They'll clean up the mess that's going on. I'm gonna find the kid. Since there's only one kid Zabruza could be referring to, and Kurama's kids are currently with him, Kurama nods in agreement, falling into step with the swordsman. Yudakata slips up to walk on his other side, but doesn't say anything even when Kurama glances at him, and he accepts that with a shrug. It'll be good for Yudakata to meet the rest of the brats, anyway, and he might feel a little safer around so many others like him. Not going to try and stab Yudura in the back and take the hat, he asked Zabruza, faintly curious. The point of the revolution was to try and usurp the Mizuki's position, after all. Zabruza simply snorts. I think Mai would bore me alive, he says without even a flicker of hostility and a good amount of amusement. She and Yugura have been friends since they were kids. Besides, if our Mizuki's not batshit insane anymore, I got what I wanted. That's good enough. Kurama's psychopath theory is looking less and less likely with every passing minute. He bids it a rather wistful farewell, wondering if there are any villains out there without tragic backstories and understandable motivations. Seeing as Naruto couldn't turn around without tripping over a sympathetic enemy, he supposes not. Whatever, he dismisses. Going to drop the damn blackmail now. That gets him a grin, full of sharp teeth and... Oh. Kurama recognizes that look, actually. He has very awkward memories of seeing it on Sasuke's face just before Naruto ended up flat on his back or pressed up against the nearest hard surface. I don't know, Zabuza says casually, though his grin isn't going away. You gonna let me buy you a drink without resorting to it? It takes effort to keep his step steady. Obviously, Kurama's never had to deal with anything even close to this before. He used to be a constructive chakra with all the lack of everything that implies. He's seen it, of course, even halfway experienced it through the eyes of his hosts, and Sage Hashirama courting, no, attempting to court Mido was probably enough to scar him for life all by itself, but it's never been even close to the realm of his wants. I have no fucking clue, Kurama wants to say, but can't quite bring himself to. It's vulnerability, maybe, and even with the memory of his Naruto's unshadowed smile so close, Kurama's still not big on leaving holes like that in his defenses. He casts a sideways look at Zabuza, assessing just for the hell of it, and lets his eyes linger. Attraction, at least, is something he's definitely felt secondhand, since Uzumaki are absolutely not shy about their sexualities or sexual urges. He thinks he can feel a shadow of it in himself, looking at Zabuza's angular face, the dark eyes watching him. More appreciation than anything, maybe, but it's interesting. Kurama's been human for almost 3 weeks now, after over 100 years watching how humans work from the outside, or more precisely, the inside, and he hasn't had the chance to think about it before, but all the curious things that Naruto and Kushina and Mida did, he can understand them firsthand now. All he has to do is poke around a little. Foxes are curious by nature, and Kurama's no exception there. If you're trying to get me drunk, he says gruffly, trying to hide the twin sparks of wariness and interest, I'll warn you now, you're going to need 9 or 10 bars worth of brews. Zabuza chuckles, low and pleased. Your virtue's safe with me, princess. I'm fine with it if you don't want to put out on the first date. Fuck you, sharkface, Kurama shoots back, though the bickering does make him feel slightly steadier. I just don't know if you're worth it yet. Please stop flirting, it's kind of terrifying, Usha puts in from where he's trailing after them with Han, and Kurama casts a dirty look over his shoulder. The shorter redhead raises his hands defensively, but subsides with a smirk. Better than watching you drool over that lady's lava release, Han points out mildly, tipping his hat down to hide his smile. It would work better if he didn't have at least 1.5 feet on even Zabuza. Usha bristles, turning and kicking Han hard in the shin. Over a flurry of verbal abuse, Yudakata takes a step closer and says quietly, we should ask Yugura to meet us after things have been settled in the village. I don't think he's encountered any of the other Jinchuriki besides me. The sharpness in his amber eyes says that isn't the only reason, and Kurama can easily make the leap, even if the kid is avoiding mention of it in front of Zabuza. Yugura's had the closest encounter with Obito in this time, and might be able to recall something that they can use. Since Kurama's more or less in the dark about the Uchiha's actions right now, beyond him being the shadow leader of Akatsuki and not having decided to infiltrate his own organization as Toby yet, it's a good idea. You're a smart kid, he says, and means it wholeheartedly. Thanks for helping in the fight, too. That was damn clever of you. Yudakata ducks his head a little, but there's a faint, pleased smile on his lips. I didn't want to get in your way, since we've never fought together before, but I thought I could help. I'm glad it worked. Gave him plenty of time to pull that hat trick out of his ass, Zabuza says, eyeing Kurama again. This time it's less lustful and more as if he's mentoring Kurama for a coffin. We should have that spa sometime, Red. Kurama snorts derisively. Yeah, no. I'd be picking you out of my teeth in 10 seconds flat, sword freak. If you even lasted that long. But I think Yujido is still up for kicking your ass if you're hard up for sparring partners. Scared? Zabuza taunts. Can't beat an opponent unless they've been brainwashed for decades. Fuck off. The only thing scary about you is that you seem to think the piranha teeth look is attractive. I haven't had any complaints. Want to try it and see for yourself, Red? What did I just say about the flirting? Rishi complains and ducks obligingly when Kurama takes a swing at him. Kurama's claws skin the tips of his hair and he huffs his disgruntled disappointment, pulling back. I don't know, he challenges. Want to try saying it again? Louder, this time. Rishi hardly needs encouragement to be loud. Hen sidesteps another kick, aimed at his kneecaps this time, and raises his head, looking down the road to where it goes around a stand of trees. Incoming, Kurama. Mobile watchtower, Kurama thinks in amusement, turning back to watch the path. His ears catch familiar footsteps, flying flat out over the dirt, and a moment later Naruto barrels around the turn. For an instant Kurama is prepared for anything, from homesick tears to Obada in hot pursuit, but then he realizes Naruto is beaming and laughing, running with his arms outstretched. With a chuckle, he pushes past Tabuza, stepping to the front, and crouches down just in time for the little boy to slam bodily into him. He grunts and rocks back on his heels, but manages to redirect momentum as he rises, hauling Naruto up with him. He hugs him tightly, burying his face in familiar blonde hair, and can't fight a smile of his own. He said goodbye to his Naruto. This is the one that needs him now. Hey there, kid, he murmurs. Miss me? Kurama and I. Naruto pulls back to give him a wide grin. You're okay. There was a beat explosion and lots of chakra, and Yujidone got really worried for a bit, but you're okay now. Kurama chuckles, scuffing a hand through his wild hair. Not a scratch on me, he confirms. You were good for Yujito and Hako. Of course. Naruto says like it's a foregone conclusion and not a vague hope Kurama had clung to. Gaara and me helped Hako make lunch, and F washed the clothes, and then Yujitone helped to hang them up. That's a lucky guys got done, Kurama approves, tweaking the tip of his nose. He half-turns so that Naruto can see his companions. Remember Isha from the Inuyasha? Naruto waves cheerfully. Hi. I remember. You're the guy with the pointy beard, like Hokachiji's but bigger. Risha touches his beard a little self-consciously, but manages a smile in return. Hello again, Naruto. Hen snorts quietly, moving forward, and bends down to put himself at eye level with Naruto. Hello, Naruto, he echoes. I'm Han, Jinchuriki of Koka, the Godi. Kurama saved my life, and I'm in his debt, so if you ever need anything, just ask it of me. Staring up at him with slightly wide eyes, Naruto nods, apparently overwhelmed by Han's excessive height. Han chuckles a little, straightening and tipping his hat back. His eyes flicker past Kurama, back down the road, and Kurama turns automatically to see Gaara approaching at a much more reserved pace. He eyes the strangers warily as he nears and skirts a bruiser as much as he can before he latches onto the edge of Kurama's shirt. You not hurt, Kurama and I, he asked sullenly, staring up at him with wide aquamarine eyes. Not at all, Squirt, Kurama answers gently, dropping to one knee. He holds out his free arm, and without needing any more of an invitation, Gaara winds his arms around Kurama's neck and holds tightly as is picked up. Kurama settles them carefully, a 6-year-old on each hip, and pointedly ignores the way Zabuza is smirking at him. What are you two doing out here by yourselves? Did you sneak out while Yujito wasn't looking? Oh. Naruto wriggles in sudden, utter excitement. Kurama and I, guess what? We caught a geezer. Kurama has a very bad feeling about this. Gaara nods in agreement. F said we could come and tell you, he reports. She said only if you were around the corner, Naruto complains. But that's stupid. You're right here and it's fine. It's not stupid, Kurama corrects automatically, starting down the path again without waiting for the others to catch up. If Naruto means what Kurama thinks he does, oh boy. She just wants to keep you safe. Tell me about this geezer. He's a geezer, is Naruto's helpful clarification. He saw me and Futine playing on the porch and said I should come with him back to Konoha cause it wasn't safe out here. Then Yujitone came out and she grew big claws and tried to scare him off, but he made himself an even bigger pile of spikes and poked her. So we all jumped him and beat him up, cause Yujitone is awesome and teaches me how to throw shuriken really well and anyone who hurts her is really mean. Gaara nods silently, affirming that this is definitely what happened, and buries his face in Kurama's collar. After a long moment, he says very quietly, I protected them, Kurama and I. I found something I wanted to protect and I didn't let that man hurt it. Like I promised. Kurama remembers him saying that, just as they entered Kusa. It feels like so long ago, even if it was only a handful of days. The memory is clear, though Gaara had made up his mind that he would do anything he needed to in order to keep those precious to him safe, and now he's proved it. You really are my ferocious warriors, huh? Kurama asked fondly, pushing open the gate in the low fence with his hip. It squeaks as it swings open, and he lets it fall shut behind him with a heavy thud. Yep. Naruto agrees brightly and waves when F appears around the corner of the house. Hi, F. We found Kurama and I thought I told you to wait for him at the corner, F says, looking faintly frazzled, though she offers Kurama a swift smile. Welcome back, Kurama and I. Did Naruto tell you about the geezer he caught? He started to. Kurama bends down to set the boys on their feet, then steps past them, keeping himself between them and the chakra signature he can feel in the backyard. Is Yujido all right? I'm fine, Kurama and I. The girl slips around the edge of the porch, and when F shoots her a look at Parker, Momiji, and Fuji are watching him. It should be okay to leave for a second. Despite the reassurance, F's mouth turns down, and she heads back around the corner at a swift trot. Kurama takes advantage of the pause to look Yujido over. There's a stained bandage sloppily wrapped around one bicep, and her face bears the rapidly healing imprint of scratches that were probably closer to deep gouges before Madatabe started on them. Fury kindles like a fire in his gut, but he tamps it down, locks it away, and crouches in front of the girl. You're okay, kitten, he asks, holding her gaze. Yujido meets his eyes squarely, expression firm. It's just scratches, Kurama and I. The bandage is only because Naruto thought it needed one. That definitely sounds like something a 6-year-old Naruto would insist on. Unable to find any trace of lingering pain in her face, Kurama accepts Yujido's words and pushes back to his feet. All right. Let's go see this asshole you managed to hook. If we decide to skin him, you get first dibs. The squeaking gate swings open again, admitting Zabuza with his sword still slung over one shoulder, and he catches Kurama's gaze, tipping his chin at the woods that surround the house. Kurama nods in return, taking that to mean that Yudakada, Risha, and Hen are checking to make sure no one else is going to sneak up on them, and lets the swordsman catch up before he follows Yujido's path towards the back of the building. One step around the edge of the house and it honestly takes every ounce of Kurama's self-control not to burst into laughter. Konoha's fabled spy master, the feared and fearsome Toad Sannin Jiraiya, is sprawled out on his back in the center of the grass. From his toes to his navel he's covered in a thick layer of ice, and from navel to chin he's completely cocooned in hardened sand. There's enough of Chmea's glittery scaled powder scattered around the area to make Kurama suspect F blinded him repeatedly, and a bruise around his eye that perfectly matches the shape of Naruto's fist is just starting to turn purple. Yujido's shuriken and kunai are spread in tight clusters across the ground, and odds are good that Jiraiya's sporting scratches from her claws somewhere under the ice and sand. At Kurama's side, Zabuza gives a low, impressed whistle and slides Kubikarich down, planting it in the ground and leaning casually on it. Well, Red, got to hand it to you, your kids don't fuck around. Nice, Haku. Sitting on the porch, wary eyes still trained on the spy master, Haku flushes happily. Kurama gives an and chuckles, stroking Yujido's hair gently as he shifts around her and offering a proud smile when she glances at Hen. She smiles back, clearly pleased, and Kurama looks at the other 3 Jinchuriki in turn. Good work, he says, and doesn't even try to keep the amusement out of his voice as he leans over the thoroughly trapped Jiraiya. Hello, Toad Sage. Fancy meeting you here. Funny, Jiraiya says, narrowing his eyes. I don't remember seeing you around. How'd you trick Naruto into playing along with you kidnapping him? Abruptly losing his humor, Kurama scowls. I'm Uzumaki Kurama, he growls and sees dark eyes go wide as the family name registers. No tricks, asshole, I promise. But I figured if his godfather wasn't going to step up and take a little fucking care of him, his uncle might as well. Kushina didn't have a brother, Jiraiya says, low and threatening. I would have known. Kurama snorts, stepping back. Would you? Hell of a lot of rubble to dig through, just to get to Yuzushia's genealogies. Jiraiya scoffs. And the Keiskid's kid. The granddaughter of Taki's headman. Kumo's second Jinchuriki. I suppose you're all magically related. He could deny the implied accusation, but Kurama's really, truly not in the mood to deal with a bastard who tried to hurt a kid. Who did hurt a kid? Yujido might be a kick-ass kunoichi, but Jiraiya is roughly 4 times her age. He should fucking know better. Yeah, no, the my kidnapped. And they are pretty damned happy about it, too. F agrees, crouching down on Jiraiya's other side with a threateningly cheerful smile. She waves brightly when his eyes land on her. Hi, geezer. Kurama is my actual favorite person in the whole world, so every time you're mean to him I'm going to kick you, okay? Some were painful. Jiraiya blanches, then nods quickly. A rustle in the bushes has his eyes snapping left and warily tracking over Rishi and Han as they wade out of the tangled undergrowth and draping branches, Yudhikata a silent shadow behind him. Clear, Rishi grunts, then crosses his arms over his chest and stares grimly down at the toad sage. So are we cutting pieces off? Feeding him to the foxes? I could do with a bite, Momiji says judiciously, uncurling himself from one of the porch panes and leaping lightly down to the deck. He pads over, sniffing delicately, and adds, I usually like the younger, more tender stuff, but old, tough, and stringy will do in a pinch. Stringy. Jiraiya's face goes through several contortions, as though he wants to protest but can't figure out whether it's a bad idea or not. Kurama snorts. Sorry, Momiji, I think I've got a better idea. I'll find you some fish to make up for it, okay? When he looks down again, Jiraiya is watching him warily. With a smirk, Kurama raises his hands. It's not torture. We are not actually animals. Well, some of us. How about a trade instead? And it's a bad idea. Then again, Kurama's had a lot of bad ideas over the last few weeks, but they've all turned out okay eventually. This one's not all that different, and if it all goes well, it'll fix a hell of a lot of what went wrong. A trade, Jiraiya repeats dubiously. If you think I'm just going to hand over Naruto. You don't have a damn thing to do with Naruto right now, Kurama growls, and it rumbles in his chest, just a little too deep for human vocal cords. Jiraiya's eyes narrow, but Kurama doesn't give him time to ask his question. No. You're looking for Akatsuki. I know their names, their faces, their powers, and where they are hiding out. I know their leader and who's actually controlling them and what their master plan is. All their dirty little secrets, their weaknesses, their motivations. And I'll tell you. All I want in return is for you to call off Konoha. If I can stay with Naruto, I'll bring him back to the village myself, but I stay with him or everything's off. Shock is written plainly over Jiraiya's face, shock and a little bit of awe, mixed in with confusion and disbelief in equal measures. Why, he demands. Kurama gives him a bitter smile, and it doesn't come quite as easily as it once did, as it did even yesterday, but it's still simple enough to summon it up. All he is to think about is Kaguya, is Naruto, is blood on summer grass and the end of everything. Because Akatsuki's leader took everything from me. I survived. My best friend didn't. And I want to destroy her for that. Jiraiya hesitates. He looks at Kurama narrowly, glances over to when Naruto is tucked safely behind a grim-faced Yujida. A long minute of silence, and then he finally says, swear you'll take him back to Konoha. Swear to me. I swear on the Sage of Six Paths and on the name I was given, Kurama says immediately. That's not an oath I'm willing to break. It had better not be. Jiraiya wriggles a little, and when his prison doesn't so much as budge he gives up with a sigh. I swear on Mount Maiboka, I'll talk to Tsurutami. I can't do anything about the other villages, though, if he took their Jinchuriki. You're on your own with that one. Rishi laughs loudly at that. Right. Like any village in existence can tell 9 Jinchuriki what to do when they are all together. With a hum of quiet agreement, Han props his shoulder against a sturdy sapling, leaning carefully. The tree bows under the combined weight of the big man and his even heavier armor. I would very much like to see them try. People are jerks is FS verdict. Me and Gaara and Naruto and Yujiro are all sticking with Kurama and II. Nobody can make us leave him. He's our Kurama and II. With a quiet chuckle, Kurama ruffles her hair. Yeah, sweetheart. Up. Haku, Gaara, care to let him go? From his perch on the steps, Haku turns to look at Zabuza, who shrugs carelessly. The boy inclines his head, then waves a hand, and the ice slides away. Gaara. Kurama asks, turning to look for the little boy, and almost trips over Hen. The messy redhead presses against his thigh and shakes stubbornly. Kurama stares down at him for a moment, then sighs and crouches down, putting himself at eye level. Gaara. He's not going to hurt us. But even if he does, I trust you. You're strong enough to stop him. You're strong enough to stop anyone who's going to hurt what you love. I believe that. Don't you? There's a long pause and Gaara's hold on his pad leg tightens. Then, slowly, he looks up and says, I can do it if I have to. I know you can. Kurama leans forward and presses a light kiss to his forehead, right next to the kanji he carved into his own skin. And we'll help, too. All of us. You know that, right? This time the nod comes more quickly. There's a hiss of scent sliding back into the ground, and then Jiraiya sits up slowly, wary eyes flickering between the 9 people and 2 foxes in the yard. He makes no move to rise, but looks past Kurama to Naruto and tries for a smile. Hey, kiddo. Quite the punch you've got there. Naruto gives him a mulish glare and sticks his tongue out. Zabuza laughs with a definite mocking edge, leaning on his sword like a casual threat. Kurama just sighs, because no way in hell did he think this was going to be easy, but, well. He didn't think that it would leave him the only reasonable adult on their side of the room. Fantastic, he mutters and almost thinks that he can hear his Naruto laughing. Of course the bastard would get a kick out of Kurama going head-to-head with his godfather. The things I do for you, Kurama thinks, and only kind of means it. Chapter 30, Probity. Probity PRBD, the quality of having strong moral principles, honesty, goodness, and decency. Late Middle English, from Latin probitas, from probus, good. The kids are wary of him. It's to be expected, Jiraiya tells himself. They attacked, he defended, and the girl got hurt. The facts, the justification, they don't change anything. He hurt the girl who might as well be Naruto's older sister, by the looks of things, and that's not going to endear him to them anytime soon. He'll admit it's a little mind-bending, though, to see 8 of the 9 Jinchuriki, including the bloodthirsty and murderous Yonde Mizukichi, who is apparently no longer either bloodthirsty or murderous, scattered around the backyard of a small house in Kuri. Only B is missing, but his absence doesn't seem to be putting much of a dapper on things. Rishu the Lava Elise, long since thought to have abandoned humanity completely, is laughing with the auburn-haired beauty from Kuri and ignoring the way Igura is scowling at both of them, expression offended. A few paces away, Han, the Jinchuriki of the Stain, has stripped off his armor and is letting the little green-haired girl perch on one of his broad shoulders as she chatters at him. Jiraiya honestly can't think of anything but a fairy alighting on a friendly giant, and it's a disconcertingly cute image. Taking a sip of the sake their swordsman host provided, rough, strong, and definitely not something to be underestimated, Jiraiya lets his gaze slide unobtrusively over the rest of the gathering. The girl he injured is working her way through a plate of fish, quiet but at ease, with both of the fox summons curled up at her feet. Yudakada and the Mocha's apprentice are keeping Naruto entertained with a game of tree climbing near the yard's edges, and Jiraiya has to admit is fairly impressed with how much control Naruto is already showing, especially given that the kid just started attending the academy this year. Then again, given the number of shadow clones he made when he was tackling Jiraiya to the ground, tree climbing is probably the least of what he can do. He lingers there for a moment, watching the boy who doesn't know him, the godson who's never really met him, and it hurts. Easy enough to put it out of mind when he's miles from the village, submerged in women and alcohol and whispers that might catch the Sandan's attention. Easy to forget about Naruto completely when he's on Orochimaru's trail, gathering up the clues his wayward former friend has left behind like breadcrumbs. Harder now, looking at the last living remnant of the man he loved like a son, like the hope for a better world, and realizing that in all the time he spent observing him on his rest stops in Konoha, he's never heard the boy laugh like this before. It's just unfair, he thinks a little grimly, swirling the liquor around his cup and watching it catch the light of the setting sun. Naruto should be laughing like that with Minada, with Kushina. They loved him so much, even before he was born, was so excited at the prospect of finally having a family. 2 orphans, both with lonely childhoods and burdens they shouldn't have had to bear, and what would they think of Jiraiya, knowing he abandoned his godson with the thin excuse that he had a duty to fulfill? Nothing good, he's sure. Thoughts of Kushina leave him no escape from the puzzle that is the man who claims to be a brother, and Jiraiya glances at where the redhead is sitting on the porch steps, a cup of tea at his elbow and Zabuza beside him. The Kasuge's son is perched on his lap, one small hand fisted in the front of Kurama's shirt, and seems perfectly content just to sit there while the adults talk. One of Kurama's arms is curled around him, absent in a way that speaks of perfect comfort with the situation, and there's no way it's an act. Not a chance. Jiraiya's a damned good actor himself, and he can tell. Kurama really loves all of the kids he picked up, and that just makes him even more of a mystery. As far as Jiraiya knows, Kushina was an only child. Then again, she never talked about her family much in general, disappeared dad, dead mother, no extended family left after Yuzushia's fall, so it's possible. Likely, even, Jiraiya admits, covertly observing Kurama's face. Naruto got Minado's culling and his mother's bone structure, without the blonde hair to distract the eye. Kurama's resemblance to him is almost eerie, as is his likeness to Kushina herself. In temperament, too, from what Jiraiya's seen, he's surprised the man hasn't punched him for hurting the blonde girl yet. That had been one hell of a surprise, Jiraiya thinks wryly, stepping out of the woods in the ass end of Kuri to find Naruto rolling around on the grass with a couple of foxes. Jiraiya had been escaping an increasingly bloody rebellion. He hadn't stopped to consider any options beyond getting Naruto safely away from what had to be a kidnapping. The blonde girl hadn't taken kindly to it, and she'd caught Jiraiya off guard. He'd reacted on instinct, covering himself in spikes, and heard her cry out. Right after, he'd been jumped by 4 little hellions out for blood, and while a lot of their win was down to shock and not wanting to injure his godson, Jiraiya's willing to give credit where it's due. They are good, and in a few years they are all going to be terrifying. He's not going to insult the girl by offering another apology. Last time he tried, she'd cut him off with a sharp, "I'm a shinobi," and Jiraiya takes that to mean she'd rather accept the loss, move on, and make sure it doesn't happen again. Naruto, though. Naruto's holding a grudge, and Jiraiya doesn't blame him. If some asshole had hurt Tsunade while they were in a teen, he wouldn't forget about it, either. That the blonde in question is his surrogate sister and not his hopeless crush only makes things worse. He takes another look at Naruto, hanging upside down from a branch by his knees with a smiling Yudakada looking up at him, clearly encouraging, clearly friendly, and sets his sake down to rub his hands over his face with a muttered curse. Hell, Tsurutobi is going to pop a vein. The civilians of Konoha are self-righteous, self-centered, petty assholes, and the shinobi have forgotten, to a man, just who Naruto is and where he came from. So many of them knew Minato or Kushina or both, counted them as friends, and now nothing. Not a thought spared for making Naruto's existence easier. Not a mitigating word to their children, not a kind gesture, not a friendly smile as they pass him in the streets. Damn it, but Naruto's closest friend in Konoha is the ramen cook. In light of that, is it really surprising that Naruto has latched on to the first person to show him love with such fervor? He adores Kurama, just as the other children do, maybe even more, because there's a connection between them that's deeper than with the other kids. Kurama looks for Naruto first, always, and Jiraiya doesn't want to put stock in such a handily convenient backstory, but it adds credence to Kurama's story. Between that and the unmistakable Uzumaki looks, there's not much room for Jiraiya to doubt any of it. And then, just to further the mystery, there's the fact that Kurama says we win is referring to the Jinchuriki as a group, even though that makes 10 Jinchuriki and there should only be 9. From what Jiraiya has managed to gather, he fought Ibura in his version 2 form, and not only beat him but didn't even break a sweat doing it. There's been mention of a shattered Jinjatsu, Akatsuki as the culprit behind it, and that, of course, would be the other thing Jiraiya is avoiding thinking about. Akatsuki and its 7 members, among whom are 2 of his former students who is long thought dead. Nagata, it would seem, is not the child of prophecy that Jiraiya thought, or if he was, he isn't any longer. Twisted, changed, shattered beyond all recognition, to the point where he's animated Yahiko's corpse as one of his 6 paths and is trying to conquer the world. And Konan, following as she always does, devoted to the memory of the man she loved and the drain they shared, even if it's in pieces. Compared to that, Orochimaru's presence in the group is hardly a blow at all, though Jiraiya thinks he's probably a terrible fit. Orochimaru was never one for teamwork, after all, even when they were a teen. He's also self-motivated and all too self-aware. At some point, he's going to put himself above the goals of the group, and from what Kurama has said, that's not going to go over well. Even now, Jiraiya can't help but hope he escapes in one piece, a murderous bastard he may be, but is still Jiraiya's first and greatest friend. Kurama has a plan to face Akatsuki, though he hasn't set out right what it is yet. Since his Uzumaki, Jiraiya assumes it's going to be stupidly reckless, will probably contain at least one full frontal assault, and will have very slim chances of everyone involved coming out of it with all of their limbs intact. He remembers some of Kushina's plans during the war, and maybe Minato was too besotted to notice that his girlfriend was utterly insane, but Jiraiya sure as hell wasn't. The quiet burble of sake being poured into his abandoned glass makes Jiraiya lift his head, and he blinks in faint confusion as Kurama settles on the grass beside his stump. The Kasuge-san is over by Naruto, as is Taki's Jinchuriki, who has scaled the tree and is cartwheeling along a narrow branch. Yudakata looks a little like he wants to flail and demand she be careful, though he's otherwise holding onto his composure, keeping beneath the red-headed kid as he steps cautiously out on the branch to join Naruto. "You have more bad news for me?" Jiraiya asks a little suspiciously, though he can't help the wry note in his voice. It's a hell of a shift in his worldview, after all. The enemy he's been chasing might as well be one of his own creation, is responsible for Nagata's ideals, after all, and his control over the Rinnegan. Without those, Akatsuki wouldn't even exist right now. Kurama snorts, setting the sake bottle out of the way and picking up his own cup, still full of tea, and if Jiraiya hadn't seen Zabuza and Sha downing the same sake like water, he might be suspicious. As it is, he's willing to work off the assumption that Kurama just doesn't like to drink, for whatever reason. It's the least he can do if Kurama is really who he says he is. He's failed Naruto enough, no need to drive him any further away by alienating his guardian with accusations of poisoning. "You want more?" Kurama asks, gruffly amused as he stretches his legs out in front of him. "Sorry. I think I hit all the high points already." Jiraiya huffs a quiet laugh, surprised at the redhead's humor, even though he likely shouldn't be. If anyone understands the implications of the news about Akatsuki, it's him. Because Akatsuki's leader took everything from me. I survived. My best friend didn't. And I want to destroy her for that. In the face of that, being able to laugh at a bad joke shows more strength than Jiraiya would have expected of him. And that doesn't even account for his kindness with the children. Jiraiya has met his fair share of revenge-driven psychopaths, as much as Jiraiya wants to paint Kurama with the same brush, though he just doesn't fit the bill. "Think you'll be able to convince Sarutobi?" Kurama asked suddenly. When Jiraiya glances down at him, his eyes are fixed on Naruto with the sort of steady devotion someone else might turn towards their life's greatest work, or the center of the universe. "To let me stay with Naruto in the village, I mean." That phrasing, Jiraiya thinks, and that's right, too. He knows very well what will happen if Sarutobi says no. Kurama will take Naruto, take whichever of the brats wants to stay with him, all of them, older ones included, from what Jiraiya has seen, and happily remove himself from the world at large. He doesn't need Konoha, and for all that Naruto wants to be Hokage, and isn't that a kick in the teeth, hearing those words from a kid who looks like the perfect blending of both his parents and shares the drain, he doesn't have any solid ties to Konoha that can't be worn away by time and distance. Remove Naruto from the village completely and he'll eventually turn all of that fierce loyalty to Kurama and his fellow Jinchuriki instead. For that reason alone Jiraiya thinks Sarutobi will say yes. He's a kind old man, never one for conflicts when they can be avoided, but is also the god of shinobi who led Konoha through 2 wars and has captained the strongest of the hidden villages for almost 40 years. He's more than capable of smiling fondly and acting like a grandfather and still thinking of people in terms of assets to the village. That's very largely the reason Jiraiya has never particularly wanted the hat. He couldn't bring himself to think that way. Minato could, and he knows Tsunade can, analytical, careful, for the good of the greatest number, with morals and sentiments set aside, but Jiraiya is too much heart and not enough brain. He'd scare himself if he tried to be like that. Or a chimera would have been the opposite, he thinks, more brain than heart. They always needed each other to balance out into one functional person, and despite everything Jiraiya still feels a flicker of warmth in his chest at the memory of his oldest friend, cautious and assessing but still following the path of dreams that the whole world said were impossible. He wonders now, with a small, wry smile, just how much of himself or Orochimaru still devotes to those drains. Too much? Or has it always been not enough? Yeah, he says, feeling Kurama's dark red eyes on him. Like Kushina's with the blue leached out, leaving them deep crimson instead of bruised purple. He takes a long gulp of sake to give himself a reason for the hoarse note in his voice, and adds, I sent him a letter already, with one of my summons. Gamikichi will head back as soon as Sarutobi writes a reply. and stops cursing long enough to give him directions, he thinks, but keeps that part to himself. The Sandai might act like a mild-tempered geezer most of the time, but he's got his buttons. Naruto is one of them. Orochimaru, and by extension Akatsuki, is another. For that matter, so is anything that could lead to war. It's one of the reasons the Hyuga incident ended the way it did. This situation manages to hit all three in one go, which would be fairly impressive if the thing at risk of exploding wasn't Sarutobi's head. Kurama doesn't show any visible signs of relief. He simply nods, taking another sip of his tea, and turns his gaze back to where the Taki Jinchuriki is showing Naruto how to do a handspring. Of course, because she's a vicious little thing, Jiraiya's pretty sure he's going to be seeing spots until he dies, given the way she kept blinding him when he surprised them, and if he never has a kid it'll be because of that truly debilitating kick to the groin she pulled off while he was reeling helplessly. The handspring is less of a handspring and more a scything kick aimed at the face of an invisible opponent, with a neat little twist and a perfect landing afterward. Judging by the fond smile on Kurama's face, he sees the attack for what it is, too, and thinks it's cute. Somehow, Jiraiya's not surprised. What are their names, he asks on a whim, because he's never taken the time to notice names in his travels. It was enough to know faces, and to recognize that they were Jinchuriki, so their actual names escaped him in favor of titles and allegiances. He's been listening all night, but Kurama has pet names for all of them, and all the rest are too busy laughing and shouting and being rambunctious little hellions for him to make anything out. Kurama makes a sound that is definitely a snicker, and which Jiraiya is just as definitely going to ignore. What, they didn't stop to introduce themselves before they kicked your ass, he mocks, grinning. It's got a few too many teeth in it to be entirely harmless, but Jiraiya decides to take it in the spirit that it's intended and flips the redhead off. Kurama laughs outright at that, and waves a hand at where the kids are now all doing scything kicks as they launch themselves into the air. If this sort of learning curve is a Jinchuriki thing, the elemental countries are screwed if they ever decide to go after Kurama. Forget what the man himself can do, 4 superpowered children who soak up knowledge like sponges will be more than enough to level any village feeling stupid enough to take a swing at their adopted mother. Sabaki no Gara, Kurama says fondly, and when the pint-sized redhead glances over at them suspiciously, at Jiraiya suspiciously, Kurama just waves a hand, silently assuring him it's fine. His father slapped an incomplete seal on him when he sealed Shukaka, thought it would make him a better weapon. His mouth twists in derision. It backfired, and the Kazekage spent the last 6 years trying to kill him to minimize the collateral. Never mind that it's his own fucking fault. Shukaku's even crazier than before, and that he had a backdoor right into Gaara's head. A tip of Kurama's head drags Jiraiya's slightly horrified attention away from the little boy's fate, happy smile as he follows behind Naruto and directs it towards the little blonde girl Jiraiya hurt. The Taki Jinchuriki has a hold of her hands and is laughing as she pulls the older girl to her fate. Niru Jita, from Kuma. They took her away from her family when she was 2 years old so they could seal Madatabi into her and never let her go back. She's been training since she could walk, and those assholes treated her like a miniature weapon, not a kid. Calling them brutal is too fucking kind. She's never been allowed to decide anything, because even if Kumo's not as bad as some places, still thinks Jinchuriki are weapons that owe their allegiance to the village that created them. Clawed fingers tighten on porcelain, and Kurama smiles mirthlessly. Sage forbid the villagers do anything to actually earn that loyalty, though. Jiraiya has a sinking feeling that there's going to be a pattern to these stories. One sharp red eye studies him, and Kurama snorts, then looks away. I'll assume you know about Idura and Udakada, and that you've heard of Rishi and Han before, he says, and when Jiraiya nods he barrels on before the other man can speak. FS run away from Taki more times than she can count. They kept dragging her back, even though she's treated like a monster instead of the headman's granddaughter, and didn't give a damn why she wanted to get away from those bastards in the first place. When I caught up to her, 2 Taki Jounin were trying to subdue her. They'd hit her and grabbed her so hard she had bruises. She's 10. It takes effort not to ask what Kurama had done to those shinobi while he was rescuing Eth. Jiraiya's fairly certain he already knows, and honestly can't say he would have done anything differently. He takes a breath, takes another swig of his drink, and then says quietly, it's a bad situation all around. Fury sparks behind crimson eyes, and Kurama growls. The sound vibrates in his chest, rumbles up through his throat, and the air around them suddenly feels twice as thick and heavy, hot like standing too close to a fire. Kurama shoves to his feet, all lethal, animalistic grace and deadly rage, and snarls all around. Because it's so goddamn hard for the fucking villagers to treat Jinchuriki like human beings. Because Sage forbid they actually give a damn about the children that they sacrificed. You want to know how to make a monster, Toad Sage? You take a child and you tell them every day that they're alive, that they don't deserve to be treated well. You whisper about them and you treat them like they're dangerous, and you tell them that they'll have to earn what every single other child is born knowing. Tell them long enough that they're a monster and it's your own fucking fault that they eventually snap. With a sharp-edged snarl, Kurama turns on his heel and marches over to where the kids are watching, wide-eyed. He throws himself to the ground in their midst and instantly has Naruto draped over his shoulders. Gaara and F crawl into his lap, not even seeming to notice the corrosive red chakra blanketing him, and Yujiro presses herself into his side. Yudakata drifts over as well, settling himself within arm's reach, and after a moment Yugura extracts himself from the auburn-haired woman's hold and wanders over to lean against a nearby tree. A soft chuckle comes from behind Jiraiya, but he doesn't look up as Abusa steals the abandoned sake bottle and adds another measure to his cup. Impressive. Didn't think anyone could make Red lose his temper like that, but it only took his 6 words. Good job. The swordsman's mouth is curled into a knife-edged smile, just showing the edge of foul teeth, but there's something that's a step away from violence in his eyes as they fall on Kurama, on the way Shatu moves closer to sit on the grass beside him. Kurama ticks his head and says something that makes the other redhead laugh and Yugura snort, and Zabuza's expression shifts sideways into something that hovers between appreciation and blatant want. Jiraiya's pretty damn good at recognizing the beginnings of an infatuation. He's put it in every single book he's written since the tale of the Gutsy Ninja, after all, and maybe Zabuza's not quite there yet, but is definitely heading in that direction. It would be amusing if it weren't also slightly horrifying. Still, he's also right, and Jiraiya breathes out a sigh, rubbing a hand over the back of his neck. Yeah, he agrees wryly. I got that impression, thanks. Zabuza snorts, then holds up the sake, offering it to Han as the beadman approaches. No, thank you, Han says politely, leaning against the fence. It creaks dangerously, and he shifts his weight away from it with a faint wince. A Jinchuriki's metabolism is too fast for us to get drunk unless we have roughly a lake's worth of alcohol to down in the space of a few minutes. I'd rather keep to something else if I'm just drinking for taste. The lack of effect doesn't seem to have hindered Rish at all, if the 6 bottles Jiraiya has watched him put away mean anything. It does explain Kurama's avoidance, though, if he really is a Jinchuriki the way Jiraiya suspects. That little speech didn't do much to change his mind either. Instead of asking, though, he just lifts his cup to Han in salute and drains it. More for me, then. Han looks faintly long-suffering, as though he's heard that exact line in response before. With a faint shake of his head, he turns pale brown eyes on Jiraiya and says, "You should be careful what you imply about the Jinchuriki, Toad Sage. You're not in company that will make many allowances for ignorance." With anyone else, Jiraiya might bristle at the warning. As it is, he simply nods, accepting the rebuke. He can learn, even if it takes him a try or 2. Or 3. It earns him a faint smile, more wryness than actual humor. Han turns his face away to where Naruto and F are turning Kurama into a human jungle gym, and his smile gains depth and warmth. I've often wondered, he says, absent and more an afterthought than anything, just how it is our villagers see us. We are their creations, after all, made by their hands without any thought to our wants, but even so they insist on seeing us as monsters straining at our chains, ready to break loose at any moment and destroy them. So they fear us and treat us poorly, and our resentment grows. Then their fear increases and the whispers become more vicious, and we hate them more. An endless spiral, but one that they started. One that they created, the same way they created us. It's the same with all shinobi, Zabuza offers, and his grin is all razor-edged teeth. Maybe more with Jinchuriki, but just look around. Civilians are terrified of us. Hell, we are terrified of ourselves. We are their monsters, so they try to kill us while we are helpless. They try to weed us out, whittle our numbers down, and when we do it they call us monsters. Makes sense that shinobi'd have their own monsters to hate, doesn't it? The demon of the hidden mist, they call Zabuza. Jiraiya has heard other villagers whisper about him, a monster, a cautionary tale. Killed his entire graduating class just because he could. But how much was because of that, and how much of it was to prove a point? There was never any logic behind Kuri's bloody graduation ritual. It was madness from a logistical point of view. And it took the death of almost an entire generation before those in power realized that and hurriedly swept it under the rug. Zabruza's doing, and Jiraiya has never thought of him as anything but a bloodthirsty monster before this moment, which rather proves his point, doesn't it? Hen hums thoughtfully, inclining his head to accept the point. An interesting thought. We are all necessary monsters, it seems. Zabruza grunts, sounding bored with all of the philosophy, and rises to his feet. Not that this isn't fascinating, but if you'll excuse me, I've got a pretty firecracker to talk into a goodnight kiss. Tipping his seiken salute, he heads for Kurama, who's laughing at Naruto rolling around with the white fox summons. With a deep chuckle, Han shakes his head. I hope he realizes he's just as likely to lose his head as get a kiss. I think that's part of the appeal for him, Jiraiya counters wryly. He refills his cup again, deciding he needs the fortification if he's going to make it through the rest of the night. There's only so many times he can get his worldview turned sideways in a single day before he starts longing for a good binging session, after all. And he hasn't even heard from Sarutobi yet. That's likely to require a bottle all on its own to get through. He's definitely not looking forward to it. Chapter 31, In Gravesco. In Gravesco bin Gravesc, I become heavier, I become burdensome, I become worse, I worsen. Latin, third conjugation, defective. When the message from Jiraiya arrives, Hiruzen very nearly sets it aside in favor of the towering stack of reports from the tracking team scattered across all the major countries and several of the minor ones. Jiraiya is well removed from the entire situation, after all, with only sporadic updates to keep Hiruzen appraised of his wanderings in Orochimaru's wake. Hiruzen hasn't made an attempt to tell him of Naruto's abduction, mostly because he already has every able-bodied shinobi in 3 countries looking. The addition of one more, even as powerful as the Toad Sage, isn't likely to make much of a difference. Except, of course, for the fact that Jiraiya wouldn't send a report with a summons unless it was information worth knowing, and Gamakichi's expression is far less put upon than it usually is when he's called to carry messages, which means Jiraiya was able to impress upon him the importance of this delivery. With that in mind, Hiruzen forces himself to straighten up from his previous hunch over sloppily written reports and takes the scroll from the Toad with as dignified a thank you as he can manage while his back is screaming in protest. No problem, Gamakichi says, and then hunkers down to wait. Hiruzen's fingers freeze on the cord tying the scroll, and he feels his stomach sink. If Jiraiya is expecting a reply... Oh no. Taking a breath to steel himself, Hiruzen forces himself to ignore both A and Rosa, who have taken up residence in opposite corners of his office with their own piles of reports. They are staring at him, clearly aware that this is some kind of news, but Hiruzen doesn't spare them another thought, quickly unrolling the scroll and scanning the words there. It takes all of his considerable will not to hold the report at the wall and die for the sake. God's damn it. Hiruzen is too old for this amount of bullshit. Because he is a wise, experienced Hokage, he doesn't bang his head on the desk the way he wants to. He carefully sets the report aside, snatches up his pipe, and lights it aggressively, trying very hard not to set himself on fire in the process. That's just about all this day needs to cap it off. And it's only mid-morning. Damn it all. Hiruzen? Rosa asks cautiously, setting his pen aside. Hiruzen sucks in a deep lungful of tarry smoke, tries not to think about how Bawako always yelled at him for smoking too much, and breathes it out. He does it again, then once more, and finally feels reasonably certain he's not just going to start shouting. He breathes out and then says as evenly as is able, it seems Kurama is currently in Kuri, not Kuma. Crosses his arms over his chest, scowling. Kuri. So we'll send an apprehension team there, N. Hiruzen holds up a hand to stop him, and is rather gratified when he actually pauses. It would also seem, he continues, that Kuri has undergone a partial revolution. Kurama assisted, and has earned himself the goodwill of the Mizukage, who claims to have been freed from a very strong genjutsu. His shinobi are widely accepting of this claim, and of Kurama in general, as Igura has granted him shelter. Along with all 6 of the Jinchuriki accompanying him. There's absolute, perfect silence as Rosa's brows slide towards his hairline and A loses about 3 shades of color from his face. His brawny arms drop loosely to his sides and he stands abruptly, pushing away from the desk with a clatter. Without pausing, he turns on his heel, bellows, B, at the top of his lungs, and all but dives for the doorway. Hiruzen trades glances with Ruza, then tucks his pipe between his teeth and rises as well, falling into step with the Kasgage as he hurries through the open door and down the stairs, trailing the sound of heavy footsteps and Ace furious calls for his brother. The invaders bravely volunteered to host the Kumo delegation is barely a block from the administration building, so they make good time. Even so, by the time they reach it, the kunoichi who was supposed to be watching B is almost in tears, and A is roaring like a gourd bull, shaking a small brown notebook like it's his brother's neck. "I'll strangle him," the rakage snarls. "That little bastard left. He's going to." He flips to the last page in the book, growls, and mimics, "Hey, bro, gotta go, got more beasts to meet," and Yuki says it should be Nate. Ruza coughs to hide what is definitely not a laugh, but Hiruzen feels himself go cold. He spins on his heel, calling, "Raidu, the washer." In a blur, the two guards are in front of him, and Hiruzen snaps out, "Raidu, fetch Hayasha. Iwasha, find Tsum and Shibi. I have an emergency tracking mission for them, so tell them to report to me immediately. Then locate the highest-ranked ANBU squad on the duty roster and tell them to report as well. Go." There's a hurricane of leaves and wind, and both guards vanish, heading in opposite directions with impressive speed. Hiruzen just hopes it will enough. With that in mind, he rounds on the Kumo kunoichi and demands, "How long ago did B leave?" The woman swallows, quailing slightly under the force of his tightly leashed chakra, but answers instantly, "It can't have been more than 15 minutes ago. He said he was going to the bathroom, and since he'd shown no signs of wanting to leave, I assumed it was safe to let him out of my sight for that long." "Sarutobi?" I asked suspiciously. Hiruzen rubs the bridge of his nose, trying not to let his headache overwhelm him. "You didn't stay to listen to the remainder of my news," he says, and keeps his tone mild through sheer force of will. "Panicking won't do anyone any good right now. My student Jiraiya has been tracking a mercenary organization with suspicious aims over the last 6 years. Kurama insists that it was this organization, Akatsuki, that attacked Niiu Jido in Kuma and that she fled to Kurama on the advice of Abisha. According to him, Akatsuki is currently based just east of Lightning Country, and they're hunting the Bijou for the purpose of conquering the world. Any Jinchuriki on their own is vulnerable." The rearranging of priorities in Ruza's head is all but visible. He sinks into one of the room's unoccupied chairs, looking a little dazed, and says that's why he took them. The Jinchuriki. He was protecting them. But if being in the middle of a shinobi village wasn't protection enough, Ivana looks grim at the implications. The kids were vulnerable since they are still learning. Uzumaki took them for that reason. B would have been fine if he stayed and had a village to back him up, but on his own, I'm going to kill that little rat for up and bolting. There's a brisk knock on the door, and annoyed, "Oh, get on with it, Hyuda," and a loud thump. The door flies open, and Tsum all but strong-arms her genin teammate through, Shibi following close behind. Hayasha looks mildly annoyed, but also mostly resigned as he dips into a brief bow to the 3 cage. "Hokage-sama, you got a job for us old farts?" Tsum interrupts and looks thrilled to do so. She's always taken great pleasure in browbeating Hayasha, even if it's just in a roundabout way. Pressed against her side, Kurama gives a whiffing laugh, his single remaining ear folding back as he drops to sit, tongue lolling out in a fierce canine grin. Hayasha shoots her a flat, long-suffering look, but instead of attempting to argue, he simply looks back at Hiruzen expectantly. Shibi doesn't even bother trying to interject, he simply shoulders his good a little more firmly, steps up beside his teammates, and waits patiently. The Rakage brother is missing, Hiruzen says, and watches Tsum's eyes narrow, considering. There's a shift in the shadows behind her, and he raises a hand in silent acknowledgement. We have reason to believe he could become a target traveling on his own. You to find is as quickly as possible. Eagle's squad will follow as backup. The cloaked ANBU slips forward and offers Tsum a salute. She grins in return, then whistles sharply. "Kuramaru, you know what to do." "Shibi." The Nindod immediately puts his nose to the ground, sniffing around the edges of the room. From the good Shibi carries, a steady stream of kikaites slide out, buzzing faintly, and the Abiraim clan head hums. Stepping back and out of their way, Hayasha crosses his arms over his chest, expression grim as he watches his partner search for traces. Watch for powerful shinobi moving quickly, Hiruzen warns him softly, not about to let 3 of his clan heads get taken by surprise, even if there isn't time for a full briefing. He wouldn't send them, but they are undoubtedly the best trekking team Konoha has with Kakashi's squad out of the village. Even then, he might be hard-pressed to say which team was better. The Akatsuki organization that is after B recruits only S-rank missing men. I trust your abilities, but do not be overconfident. I shall strive to be the voice of reason, Hokage-sama, Hayasha says, though in a tone that says he hasn't much hope of succeeding. Catching the concern that flickers over Hiruzen's face, he cracks enough to allow a faint smile, a definite rarity since Hisashi's death, and assures him, "We'll return as quickly as we're able to." At the same moment, Tsun cries victoriously, "Got it," and heads for the door at a deceptively easy loping run, following Kurama. Shidi is on her left, and in a blur of motion Hayasha darts after them, falling into place at her right with his Byakugan activated. Behind them, 4 cloaked and masked A and BU slide out of view, and at a gesture from A his 2 guards also follow, moving quickly. Hiruzen watches them go, feeling grimly resigned to the happenings of the next few hours. He hopes that the team will catch B, but is not sure what will happen if they don't. At this point, B making it to Kuri and Kurama has somehow become one of the best-case scenarios. If he doesn't, A drags a hand over his white hair, then sits down heavily on the bed. His eyes remain on the doorway, as though if he looks hard enough he'll be able to watch the team find his brother, but he asks, "There any more to that letter?" Hiruzen takes a long pull at his pipe, breathes out a perfect ring of smoke, and says, according to Jiraiya, Kurama professes a desire to return to Konoha with Naruto. As far as Jiraiya can gather, the rest of the younger Jinchuriki intend to accompany him. Possibly the older ones as well. Ruza's eyes narrow. "You'll be courting war if you allow it," he says, and when Hiruzen casts him a sharp look he raises his hands. "Not from Suna. We are allies. But Taki, IWA. And Kumo doesn't have the best history of maintaining diplomatic ties." The thinly veiled accusation makes a growl, rising back to his feet to tower over the 2 shorter Kage. "Are you implying something, Kazekage? Do you treat fact as an allegation now, Reikage?" Ruza retorts. "You've made no friends in the other countries over the years. Surely this can't come as a surprise to you. After all you've done in the name of power-grabbing and manipulation." A barks out a mirthless laugh. This coming from a man who sits there and makes nice with an ally while plotting behind his back. At least Kumo is strong and not crumbling away like your pathetic little village. Ruza flushes with anger, rising to his feet as well. Dark rings appear around his eyes, and the air around him shimmers faintly as his gold dust answers the sudden agitated surge of his chakra. Suna is an honorable ally. We've done nothing but offer our assistance in this matter, while a shinobi with clear ties to Kumo is the one. He kidnapped one of our Jinchuriki. You can't turn this on me. He took my son. Your Jinchuriki joined him of her own free will. This terrorist organization is operating right over your border, and we're expected to accept that you know nothing about it. Kumo has nothing to do with this Akatsuki shit. We're not that underhanded, that desperate for power, because your actions say otherwise." Hiruzen closes his eyes, takes a breath, and opens them. Almost 70 years of carefully honed chakra crashes over the rune, as strong and steady and immovable as a veritable mountain, and he takes great pleasure in seeing both of the other Kage actually stagger under the unexpected force of it. "That's enough," he says, quiet but wit-crack sharp, and slowly straightens, regarding both of the younger men coolly. "You are not children, you are Kage. There are more important issues at hand than petty grudges and old rivalries. We have 7 S-rank criminals who aim to overturn the world in the name of peace and are going to use the Bizu to do it. We have at least 6 and likely 8 Jinchuriki who have formed an attachment to an unknown 10th Jinchuriki that likely overrules whatever loyalty they have or once had to their villagers." Another breath, and A and Ruza are both staring at him, but at least they've stopped shouting. Hiruzen meets each of their gazes in turn, holding them with all the seriousness this damn disaster of a situation deserves. At this moment Uzumaki Kurama might as well be the most powerful man in the world. He is more than capable of leveling entire nations on a whim. So we are going to listen to his demands, agree with whatever he wishes if it will bring him even slightly closer to the hidden villages rather than off-herring through the wilderness, and whether he wishes to settle in Konoha or God's forsaken tea country we will smile, accept it, and do our best to keep from throwing our villagers headlong into a war we truly cannot afford right now. There's a long, long minute of silence. The markings around Roz's eyes fade, and he crosses his arms, takes a sharp breath through his nose, and inclines his head in silent agreement. Stares at him for a moment longer, eyes narrowed, and then huffs and sits back down. God of Shinobi, he says, and it's almost wry. Almost respectful. Guess you didn't pull that title out of a cereal box after all. Hiruzen doesn't deign to grace that with a response. Were he 10 years younger, though, I would learn the hard way just why so many shinobi used to fear him more than anyone since Tobirama himself. This has gone on long enough and exploded far beyond the boundaries of the individual villages. There's only one reasonable response. Rosa makes a face he should be very much too dignified for. A summit, he asks, mostly resigned. You know we'll have to include the heads of most of the smaller villages as well, don't you? Even A looks less than pleased at that. Taki's headman is a damn pain in the ass, he complains. Really, Hiruzen is surrounded by children. Then you'd best prepare yourselves in whatever way will see you through the trial of this meeting, he says, unbending. If the world is in danger, the world at large should be aware of the situation and help to find a solution. May I assume I have your backing in calling a summit. There's another pause as Rosa and a trade glances, and then the Rakage nods. Fine, he says gruffly. But if Hizen makes a nuisance of himself, I reserve the right to dropkick him all the way back to Taki. All of Hiruzen's restraint goes towards not rolling his eyes. He taps his pipe against the edge of the table beside him, coaxing the embers back to life, and takes another pull at it. The burn of the tobacco isn't quite enough to soothe his nerves, but it's a start. He wishes, just for a moment and with equal parts desperation and futility, that Asuma was in the village. His son might never come to see eye to eye with him, but he has a level head, a dependable strength. Hiruzen is an old man, too old for these games of politics and his attempts to keep up with the younger generation of shinobi as the world moves inexorably forward. His daughter is distracted with Konohamaru, just barely 2, and his wife is 6 years dead, killed by the Kyuubi in its rampage. Asuma was the one steady, predictable point in his universe, but even that is gone now. Hiruzen is proud of him, joining the 12th Guardian Ninja, but he misses him as well. Come, he says, and tries to keep the weariness out of his voice. We have letters to draft and messages to send. They will not write themselves. And I have a reply to give Gamakichi, he thinks but doesn't say aloud. The mere thought of the Jinchuriki relocating to Konoha is going to be enough to put every hackle at the summit up, but Hiruzen sees no alternative. One Jinchuriki, dependent on a village, is easy enough to handle. 7 of them, possibly even 9, with loyalties only to each other and the man who rescued them. Hiruzen can't think of a single way in all of existence to tell them something so much as resembling no and have it be anything other than laughable. Kakashi doesn't make much of an attempt at subtlety as he leans against the edge of the harbormaster's building, watching a cheerful crew unload the day's haul of fish. Gunma is in the midst of them, dragging nets with a will and an excess of good humor, even when they jeer at him for being so new to it. Always want to take such things in the spirit they're intended, Gunma just laughs it off, letting them order him around and push him out of the way. There's no sign of the concussion that kept him bedbound for 2 days, despite his protests, but Kakashi isn't about to take chances. Gunma's a Takuja, not a full Jounin, and Kurama hits hard. Hana said there were no complications when she checked him over, but she's still a Chunan, no matter how skilled and young. Kakashi would rather trust his own eyes when it comes to things like this. Waving off a round of offers to head to the closest bar with the crew, Gunma leaps lightly onto the dock and tugs his salt-stiff shirt off, then pulls his hataide out of his pants pocket and ties it on again. When he sees Kakashi waiting, he grins, even if it's slightly wry, and heads towards him with a light step. You going to give yourself wrinkles, he says as soon as he's close enough to be heard. Hana cleared me and everything, Mom, I promise. Kakashi snorts, but falls into step with the other man as he heads back towards the inn they've been staying at. Hana cleared you for light work, Shiranui. I was there. Somehow, I don't think she'd include this. What Hana doesn't know won't hurt me, Gunma counters easily. There wasn't that much to do, anyway. They just liked having fresh meat to pick on. Something catches his eye, and he turns to offer a friendly wave to an older woman, who gives Kakashi a truly evil look, but smiles fondly when her gaze shifts over to Genma. It's not that Kakashi is jealous of Genma's ability to win over the local populace, he's not. It's just he's maybe slightly used to being the cool, intriguing, unapproachable one, who most of the girls and a good portion of the boys go gooey-eyed over almost instantly. He's not really used to this much burning hostility when he hasn't done anything to earn it. Apparently sensing he's not at all jealous or assessing stare, Genma glances over and gives him a lazy, carefree grin. "You're looking a little green there, Hatake. Do I have to tell guy you got your feelings hurt because Walpole Country thought I was cooler than you?" "I don't have feelings," Kakashi denies promptly, tugging his Isha book from his pocket and flipping it open in front of his nose. "I especially don't have them where Guy is concerned." Genma laughs easy and free and flips something at Kakashi's head. "Don't be bitter, Kakashi. Just because your boyfriend sometimes crashes on my couch doesn't mean he doesn't love you too." Even as he raises a hand to snatch the thing out of the air, Kakashi eyes him warily, taking a step to the side so he won't have to face the possibility of catching any of Genma's obvious crazy. "I'm not dating Guy. That's a vicious, horrifying, unfounded rumor, and I'm ashamed on your behalf that you'd listen to such obvious gossip, Genma." He glances at what Genma threw at him and blinks at the side of an old kunai, edges worn dull by time, but with the markings of a faded seal on the grip. Arching a brow at his friend, he flips it over, grimacing a little when the wet rust smears on his gloves. "Momo collects them," Genma explains with a shrug. At Kakashi's uncomprehending stare, he rolls his eyes a little. Cute little fisher girl, about 14, with her hair up in two buns. Niece of the daime. Likes to wear red. Kakashi just shrugs, and okay, maybe this is why Genma's popular. Kakashi's been a little too busy brooding over their complete failure at catching Kurama before he disappeared to parts unknown to make any sort of connection with the villagers. Not that he thinks it would help, because they all seem to hate him, while Genma is their new darling. Deciding that he definitely doesn't care, Kakashi looks down at the old kunai, the old Yuzushia kunai, again, brushing his thumb over the engraving. He's not a master with seals, but is decent enough, and this looks like an amplification seal. He saw Kushina use them a lot during the war. A little bit of fire or lightning or other chakra nature goes in, and when the seal is triggered a whole hell of a lot comes out. "Want it back?" he asks, even though he doesn't particularly want to give it up, not when it might as well be a piece of Kushina. Not quite as greedily kept as a piece of Minada, maybe, but still precious all the same. As if reading that on his face, Genma just shakes his head. "No thanks. Momo gave me a whole handful when she realized I was interested. Said they turn up all the time in some of the old training grounds." Silently, Kakashi tucks it away in his weapons pouch, deciding to polish and sharpen it later. Might as well not let a perfectly good kunai go to waste, he thinks, and ignores the fact that he's going to carry it without ever even attempting to use it. A firm hand grips his elbow, steering him off the main street and towards a bend in the road, where a small stream curves in a lazy loop, a stand of trees on its bank. They're nothing like fire country trees, stunted and bent by the sea wind, but they're enough for at least the illusion of privacy as long as no one's shouting. Genma pushes him across the stream, then into the center of the grove before he lets go, and when Kakashi turns to give his best "Was there possibly something you wanted" expression, complete with shades of "Humi and I am bullshitting you and we both know it but I dare you to call me on it," Genma just crosses his arms and stares him down. "Sit," he orders, even and mild, and he should really look ridiculous standing there half-naked, his saltwater-drenched hair drying at odd angles underneath his bandana, and with the beginnings of a sunburn on his nose. Kakashi takes one look at him, remembers how the fearsome and almost universally feared Reidu turns into a perfectly obedient husband where Genma is concerned, and thinks he finally understands why. There's utterly immovable steel in Genma's hazel eyes, and the thread of the 24 unique and incredibly nasty poisons in the senbon his hand is hovering just a little too close to for comfort. Kakashi sits. Genma gives him a winning smile, leaning lazily back against a crooked tree. "Awesome," he approves. "Now you're gonna tell me just what's had you wandering around with your head up your ass for the past 2 days, because I love Tens to death, but has got you on too much of a pedestal to say anything, and Shisui and Itachi don't know you well enough to notice." But I've noticed, because you're my friend, and Guy will be sad if you get yourself killed because you're too busy drowning in guilt to see an attack coming. Kakashi doesn't quite wince, but it's a close thing. Gunma isn't one of ANBU's best assassins for nothing. He's terrifyingly observant, no matter how much of it he hides behind a lazy slouch and a crooked smile. Is there something I should know about you and Guy? He asks in what he already knows is a fruitless attempt to deflect. Because I'm friends with Radu, too, and if you're stepping out on him with Guy of all people. There's nothing wrong with Guy, Gunma says mildly, and when Kakashi shoots him a look that speaks volumes, he rolls his eyes and concedes, there's nothing serious wrong with Guy. He's just unique. And we're not sleeping together, but if you're trying to change the subject, I've got some very interesting stories to share about this one vacation in Port City with Guy and Aoba. Kakashi gags a little at the thought and quickly raises his hands in surrender. No, I'll talk. No wonder Ibiki likes you so much. Gunma just grins, clearly taking it as a compliment. Sir. I assume this is about Kurama. Unable to avoid the direct question, Kakashi blows out a breath and leans back, closing his eye. Millimeter. There wasn't a lot of time to think when we were tracking him, but now I'm trying to fit the pieces together, but they are not falling into place the way they should. He can feel Benma's steady gaze on him, not judging, not pushing, simply waiting, and somehow that makes it easier to say, he had a lot of opportunities to kill us. He didn't. For ANBU against one unaffiliated shinobi shouldn't be anything close to evenly matched, after all, but they were. From their last fight here in Whirlpool, Kakashi can see just how much Kurama was holding back the previous time they faced each other. On top of that, there's Rishi's words about saving the Jinchuriki from death, and the fact that all four children, in the brief moment Kakashi saw them, looked all too happy to be snatched away from their lives. Naruto he could understand, possibly. Kurama is family, after all, and Naruto is an orphan. But the others? There's no way they're related, and the two older ones, the girls, were definitely trained as shinobi. Odds are good they'd be able to pick up on it if Kurama was just manipulating them. Add to that the fact that Kakashi's been turning Kurama's escape from Konoha over in his head, unable to let it rest, and... It's my fault this started. Kurama reached out to Naruto, and I overreacted. The guilt is heavy, like the memory of Obada, of Ren. Like the knowledge that he's failed both Minato and Kushina 1,000 times over, letting their son grow up without any care or warmth. But Kakashi just can't. Can't care, can't let himself feel, can't be anything but hound or he's going to break. He came so close in the aftermath, almost let Dance convince him to kill Sarutobi just because Sarutobi wasn't Minato, because he let Minato die, and... He remembers his father, remembers the blood, the horror, the strong man he loved so much cold on the floor, so much smaller in death. So much weaker. The last thing Kakashi ever said to him was in anger, in accusation, and isn't it funny how much Obada's death mirrors that? Disdain, anger, accusation, and then, just... gone. Dead. Pushed to it by Kakashi, who wasn't strong enough, wasn't smart enough, simply wasn't enough in any way that mattered. If something like that happens again, Kakashi isn't going to be able to drag himself upright. He's done it 4 times already, after his father, after Obada, after Ren, after Minato and Kushina. ANBU keeps him on his feet and moving, gives him a way to work, a way to atone even as it adds more blood to his crimson-stained hands. But Kakashi knows he's fragile. Like flawed glass, one hard strike will crack him into 1,000 unrecognizable pieces, and this time there will be no reassembling them. Kakashi is bad luck, a curse on all those he loves. If he loses Naruto, loses the last remnant of a life that was at the very least bearable, he's going to self-destruct. And if it's by his own doing, if it's his fault. Hey, Gunma says softly, and Kakashi slowly opens his eye to find the Takujo crouched right in front of him. His eyes are sympathetic, but not pitying, and Kakashi is wretchedly grateful. He already gets enough pity from everyone he knows. He doesn't think he could bear more of it. Calloused fingers touch his face and Gunma cups his cheek, not overbearing, just close. Present. Kakashi's breath itches in his chest, and he hadn't realized how hard it was to breathe before, but it's easing now, leveling out. That dark, welling panic is receding, sliding away under the warmth and sharp deadly hobble scent of Gunma's skin. The older man smiles at him, crooked and wry, and sinks back on his heels. So he asks, and that's Ma too, but in the way of the river's waters right before the falls, guiding him forward, urging him on without ever truly pushing. Sometimes I think you hear it too much, but you're a genius, Kakashi, smarter than the rest of our academy class combined. So think like the brilliant shinobi you are, and look underneath the underneath. What can you see? Even now, work is the best distraction. Kakashi's brain latches onto the pieces he's gathered and hoarded, every stray word from Kurama and those who have met him. He closes his eye again, adding them up, twisting and turning them, trying to see from new angles without his preconceptions getting in the way. And there's something else to all this. More than a man on the run, more than kidnapped Jinchuriki. Something is pushing Kurama, driving him forward, something that even Rishi considered a threat. He said it outright, and Kakashi let it get lost in a haze of blind duty as he chased Kurama onwards. Kurama's a hero. He's saving those kids from a lifetime of misery and an agonizing death. He's saving all of us from that. What's dangerous enough to threaten a fully trained, adult Jinchuriki who can take on a squad of A and BU without blinking? Nothing good, Kakashi thinks grimly and raises his head to look at Ganmarigan. The man is watching impatiently, hazel eyes steady, and Kakashi offers him a wry smile. I'm starting to think Radio's claim that you're secretly an evil genius might have more credibility than I assumed. Ganma laughs at that, pushing to his feet and offering Kakashi a hand up. Since it's his fault Kakashi is sitting in the dirt in the first place, Kakashi takes it and allows Ganma to pull him upright. Who, me? The Takujo asks guilelessly and then pauses, studying Kakashi closely. Good? Not yet, Kakashi doesn't answer, though he almost feels like he could. He just offers Ganma a bland smile and says, I think I need to talk to my Tane.